Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cage, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the crown. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Take your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death.
Disrespectful,
That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just fly home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace, sounds, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We living out where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that true changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from? Way they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought. That's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Point made, no edit, no care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit. We just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so that resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Sharon Crumman, and we will be joined here. Shabaka San Corey, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. He's having technical difficulties right now, but he should be able to join us here shortly. You got to connect your camera, your Bluetooth, Shabaka. And greetings, Michael, for joining us again.
Yep, greetings as well, Jesse.
And on this season 6 episode, Trey, or 33, part 3, part Trey, continuation of part one of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, and that is Jasmine Crockett shit doesn't understand why the Democrats won't stop over pursuing white voters. Then we got Haitians TPS deportations are heating up. Florida Congressional candidate Bernard Taylor fires back at Megyn Ku Klux Kelly for her Haiti rhetoric. Elon Musk, otherwise known as the Musty Man, the trillionaire, his DOGE gets shut down. Where are the checks? I'd like to know that too. Where are the checks? Because we were supposed to receive 2 checks totaling at least $5,000, and they've yet to materialize. Okay, you got it right, Shabaka. There you are. Shabaka?
Yeah.
Greetings, Shabaka, from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city. See you your mic together.
Yeah, and you got greetings from Sin City. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so
what it is.
Oh, Shabaka. So I was just greeting you and Mike. I gotta finish the intro.
Okay.
Then we got why Nigeria has 56 million people without a toilet. Chicago, Shabaka's hometown. Annual Juneteenth mass murder crisis. 75 in 2023 and 47 shot in 2026. In our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and the local Denver/Aurora news. And it looks like Shabaka doesn't want to argue because he changed his background. He don't have the brick wall up. So that's good for you, Troll. And we are based out of North. We got I said unhoused neighbor news, illegal migrant news, and local Denver/Aurora news, right? Yeah. And we are based out of East North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had, is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, fam, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Seriously, make sure y'all sub to that. Just in case you try to take Frontline Black News down again, we got backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. We want to sub to that if you want to be abreast of what's happening here in Denver in regards to the Denver City Council and Aurora City Council, the local community events, Black events in both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years, consistently for 10 years, providing free healthy food to the seniors, to the residents, and the people in the buildings that I live in and my family lives in. And then we got Lady Che's backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Looks like she needs 5 more subscribers, so let's make it happen tonight. Get her to 50. Seduction Doll, $59.91. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. Let's help get her to 90 subscribers tonight. She's 4 away from it, so sub up to The Revolutionary Agenda. She should be going live sometime either tonight or tomorrow. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that and check out our past episodes. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that as well. Shabaka is still 7 away from 50. So let's get Shabaka to 50 tonight. Janet 1 on YouTube. The link is in the description. Then we got Jay Militant, our cousin, our lokester out the Bay Area. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link is also in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High 5280, who is a dope MC / rap artist. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, as a matter of fact. And now he's doing the FBA Culture Reports. So make sure y'all check him out, Kukizi 5100. Then we got my other brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who is originally from Long Island, Hempstead to be exact, and is now in Leesburg, Virginia. So make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Breeze Omega. He does some of the content of what we do over here. So make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who was live yesterday. Make sure y'all check him out. He is originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. And the link to his channel is also in the description. It's almost at 4,000 subscribers. Let's help get him closer. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for, a good decade now. And he actually put Lisa Cabrera on. He's in the DMV area. And I was just chopping it up with him earlier today. So make sure y'all check him out, Torian Rain Reloaded, on YouTube. The link to his channel is in the description as well. Let's help get him closer to 80,000 subs. Then we got honorable mentions. I hate to say it like that, but it only lets you put so much in the description, so many characters, if you will. But make sure y'all sub up to our brother Black Alpha Network, who was live earlier tonight, or I think he's still live now, or yeah, he was live earlier. Then our brother Afro Elite, out the Shy. Sister ZZ out the Shy. I believe she's out the Shy or Atlanta. One or two. Sister ZZ, make sure y'all sub to her channel. Lisa Cabrera, make sure y'all sub to her channel. I mean, I'll be here naming people all night, but those are definitely, if you will, the honorable mentions. And anybody else in the new Blacc Media. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. Make sure y'all sub it to them as well. And check out the Rolodex. The link is in the description to the Rolodex. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. And yours truly is in the Rolodex for my political work. So make sure y'all check that out. Then we got Church with the reparations free, the Freedmen Reparations merch. You can get that at frpmerch.com. The link is in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. And the link to that is also in the description. Make sure y'all sub to that. Sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got our sister Brooke out of New York, Brooklyn. Where Brooklyn at? Shout out to the BK. I have family in the BK. But make sure y'all sub to our sister Brooks. She been putting it down for the freedmen in New York. And she's part of the U.S. Freedmen Project, along with Brother Divine, Sister BX, her big sister Keisha, and our brother Melrose Radio. So make sure y'all sub to them and check them out as well. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that Reparations Act petition. The link is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Support Lady Chase GoFundMe. Then we got Standing with Joshua and family after the shooting from Dalton, aka Chut the Bussy, Chut the Builder, Dalton Earth Etherly. And the link to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe is in the description. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. The Change.org petition that Dr. Randy Short put together. So make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I am a candidate on the ballot for office here in the state of Colorado for State House District 8. The election is in November, and the link to my website is also in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got our master teacher, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who taught us that racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And the link to her ISIS papers is in the description. And our warrior teacher, warrior scholar, would have been 90 years old, but she passed away 10 years ago. And shout out to our brother Tariq Nasheed out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral, along with several others like Ben Yakin, and I think he paid for Ranoko Rashidi's funeral too. We paid for a lot of funerals, but shout out to Tariq for that. And shout out to the master teacher, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, what you got? We got Jasmine Crockett shit doesn't understand why the Democrats won't stop over-pursuing white voters.
Well, Jasmine Crockett shit is just that. Also, too, I want to give a shout out there to Word Radio out of Philadelphia.
Yes.
They had mentioned us. Okay. So definitely check out WURD Word Radio. They generally come on in the mornings, you know what I'm saying? Because they're 3 hours ahead of us out here in the West. So definitely want to give a shout out there to them. Jasmine Crockett shit. Wow. Yeah, she is a piece of work. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, she is.
So based on what I'm looking at in regard to her is that she's an opportunist. Pretty much is playing everybody. You know what I mean? And then has audacity to get up there and cry because she lost to the white fella. What's his name? Tellerico down there in the great state of Texas. Down there with Governor Boyd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think,
and that black woman is not dealing with the Democratic Party no more because the Crockett shit lost.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of it, the damn Democrats, they just that. Democrats, you know, they go up there, take our vote for granted, take our support for granted. You know what I'm saying? And they just as corruptible as any other of these major political parties. Repubs, Democrats, two sides of the same fucking coin. Yes. You know what I mean?
Pardon my rudeness. We got Michael, our Asian ally. Thank you for joining us again as well. What are your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett shit before I play the clip?
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett, to be honest, she wouldn't have lost the Democratic primary race against James Tellerico if she had called out James Tellerico being anti-black racist, calling all red mediocre black men, which was, I mean, very embarrassing, especially calling all red playing a former NFL player. I would expect a former NFL player staying 10 toes down and telling James Tellerico, "You're not gonna call me that," and tackle him, tackle Tellerico to the ground.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett ain't about none of that.
Yeah, and Jasmine Crockett too. Yeah, trying to say she's trying to be like the second or third Black American woman in U.S. history to get elected to U.S. Senate.
Symbolism.
Yeah,
basically. Then keep in mind, Michael, is that Kamala Harris was not elected to the U.S. Senate. What's her name died, who was a barber boxer that died, and then Gavin Newsom had appointed her to fill out the rest of her term. So Kamala didn't even get elected to be a U.S. senator. You see what I mean?
I see what. I understand what you mean, especially when Jasmine Crockett was going to be like Karen Mosley. You remember the U.S. senator from Illinois?
Oh yeah, the one who Obama replaced. Carolyn Mosley.
Yeah, that's what Jasmine Crockett was trying to resemble.
Yeah,
and
Jasmine Obama basically was just a damn U.S. House of Representatives. Wait a minute. He was a Illinois state senator before he got appointed to the Senate.
Right. So Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on Jasmine Crockett shit.
Yeah.
And her not
Okay.
understanding her white supremacist party, the Democrats, won't
Right.
stop pursuing the white voters.
Right. Oh, Demetria K.
Some say,
Okay.
hey, it wouldn't be no America.
No, that's Uncle Phil.
Oh, okay.
Actually, factually accurate by history. Some people say that, you know, America don't treat us right. What in the hell are we celebrating? Our ancestors was enslaved July 4th, 1776, which is 100% true based on American history. So ever how you feel about it, you know, I support you either way. So tonight we're going to talk about, you know, your sister girl, Jasmine Crockett. She's saying something else, you know, and I kind of want to address that because what she's saying is something that keeps coming up about the Democrat Party and why they keep on so hard trying to pursue white voters who don't even want to vote for them. Why they keep going overboard. Even Kamala Harris, when she was running, she started trying to lean more where they at. And when actually she would have done a lot better if she would have leaned harder toward black people. But they keep on making the Democrats keep doing that over and over and over. And there is a central reason why they keep doing that. And we're going to talk about that tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because it's not really that hard to figure out. You don't have to have a political science degree to understand why they're doing it. Outside of you thinking it's a numbers thing. No, it's not a numbers thing. I mean, these people go to college. These people study statistics. They do all of that. They know exactly how their community vote, but they still try anyway, and it's for a reason. So hope y'all had a good weekend and we go and everything. Also, we continuing. We are rigorously testing the new ADNC app and everything. So just bear with us, you know, and we want to make sure all the bugs is out. There's no bugs when y'all get a hold to it, and that's that. Oh, also, I need y'all help. I need your help. I said I was going to present this to y'all like I normally do. I'll let y'all tell me what to do, and y'all can tell me one or two. Okay, so we want to plan this event, but we want to do it town hall style. You know, basically people can say their piece because, you know, I'm a firm believer of this. I talk enough. You know what I'm saying? I can say my piece wherever, but you know, now of course it has to be orderly, of course, and say your piece, and it's not for preaching a sermon or nothing like that. But you know, what city is two cities that of course has come to mind, and we got to think which one will we do first. Now, of course, we have to do one in Houston. That's a given. And also Atlanta. I'm gonna say Atlanta was the first city that asked. But y'all tell me, what city would y'all like us to start in first? You know, you could say, hey, one for Houston, two for Atlanta. We're definitely gonna start off in one of those two cities. And we want to do this, like I said, it's more so for the people, right? And do it our way, and so we could, you know, get the message out. You know, we got this midterms also coming up. Black people is not heard sometime, and so, you know, iron sharpens iron. So yeah, y'all tell me, Atlanta or Houston. So Houston 1, Atlanta 2. Also, while I'm waiting for y'all to tell me, shout out to Port Arthur. You know, I went home yesterday. Y'all ain't been home in a while. It's been a long while. And as soon as I came into Port Arthur, I said, oh, that's changed. You know, I started looking at the different changes in Port Arthur. Shout out to the state of Texas. I'm giving the state of Texas a shout out because y'all raised the speed limit. Oh, I was happy about that. I got from here to Port Arthur like this. I was happy I raised it up to 75. Oh man, I was happy about that.
No, you get on the
got back home so quick, and when I left, I got back over here quick. So yeah, it was cool. It was cool. Shout out to the state of Texas for raising that speed limit. Because the state of Texas is too big to be having low speed limits. I remember the first time, that's when my daughter was going to college in West Virginia. And I saw them speed limit on the highways over there was like 50 miles an hour. Say 50. Some places was 45. And then they had their little West Virginia state troopers like waiting to catch somebody. I'm looking at this, it's like, how do these people drive this slow? Because in Houston, we used to shoot 75, some places, 80. I don't do
yeah,
90
you all
things.
drive crazy
But you
as
know what I'm
hell in
saying? I
Houston.
mean,
I've
people used
driven
to drive
through
fast
Houston.
here. And then you go
Houston and Dallas, they doing 90. They doing 90 plus on them highways that's stacked on top of each other. They
Yeah,
got like
because
3,
Houston
4,
got a lot
5.
of those expressways, freeways stacked on top of each other more so than Los Angeles does. And that tripped me out.
Dallas too. Dallas got 5 highways stacked on top of each other.
Oh, hell no.
Wow, that's interesting because I would expect Dallas, Texas to be smaller than Los Angeles, California.
No, but you want to know something? But I can understand why they got those highways stacked on top of each other there, because they're not in the quake zone. That's why.
Yeah, Jesse, I'm sure you like the food in Dallas, Texas, right? Better than in Denver.
No, not really. I mean, I didn't really eat there. I think I ate Whataburger. I think that's like the only thing I ate when I was out there.
Yeah, and I saw them big butt sisters down there too with them cowboy hats on.
Yeah, I was there. I was passing through on the way to New Orleans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you drive from Denver to Dallas or did you fly?
You took a 15-passenger van from Denver to New Orleans.
Oh, so you flew.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he took a 15 passenger van, Michael,
Oh,
which was a
passenger
good
van.
thing.
Okay, passenger
Yeah,
van.
because that way they can keep moving constantly, man. Everybody taking turns to drive. You see,
I see.
The only thing they was probably stopping for was to use the restroom or gas and food, and that's it. You know, because when you get out there on them highways, man, you really want to get from point A to point B. You know?
Right. And you don't want to be dozing off driving either. You definitely want to be dozing off driving.
So that's like 20 minutes drive.
Because it'll let
I mean, 20 hours.
At least. Yeah, it was damn near a whole day.
Yeah, it's 810 miles. Man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Leaving the South as opposed to going into the South.
We took the
state line in New Mexico. Boy, I was happy as hell.
We were supposed to take 70 to 35, but we just took 287, which went to the panhandle of Oklahoma and to the panhandle of Texas.
Yep. I've been through Oklahoma. I think I saw it when I went and visited Wall Street.
No, Sabaka, the panhandle is further west. It's like South to Colorado.
Okay, hold it. Yeah, the city in the panhandle is Amarillo. I'm sorry, brother Chad. Stand corrected.
Yeah, the panhandle of Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, that's only 180 miles.
Yeah. And then I went to a town called Dumas.
Dang. And I remember I rode the bus through Texas, man, and going through them hillbilly towns, man. You know, seeing that, what they call that, the Lone Star State, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You took the short route, I took the short route. I only went through the northern part of Texas. I haven't been to the southern part.
Yeah, I didn't make it to the Gulf of Mexico there. I didn't make it to Galveston, you know, where Jack Johnson was born.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go to Galveston. I want to go to Black Wall Street too.
Oh, yeah. And then, by the way, I just want to emphasize this here some more to all our haters out there. On the July 4th, I paid homage to Jack Johnson for beating a living dog shit out of James J. Jeffries up there in Reno, Nevada.
Yes.
That was great work.
They still haven't gotten over that.
No.
That's been how long ago now, Sabaka?
Let me see. It's been, Brother Che, 116 years.
116 years ago.
Yes, sir. July 4th, 1910, Reno, Nevada.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me let Uncle Phil continue.
All right.
Over there
And
to
I'm
a state
using
like that, I'm like, how do y'all live driving this slow? I can't. I was going crazy with that speed limit like that. I felt like I wasn't going nowhere fast. All right, so I'm checking out what some people are saying here. You know, yeah, but let us know. Let us know. We may also put up a poll also on the community tab as well. So let's go ahead on and get this. Yeah, definitely thank y'all for downloading the African Diaspora News Channel app. We greatly appreciate that. When you say you want to support Black-owned businesses, that is the best way you can support. It's Black-owned media, right? Because that's what we own. YouTube, Google is theirs. Like these channels are theirs. Their memberships are theirs. Everything is theirs. But the app subscriptions that we have on our African Diaspora News Channel app, that is a Black-owned entity controlled by Black people, which is me, FBA, and support us there. That's the best way you can support us. No matter what, we have our right to say we want over there. We can post what we need to post over there.
Over here, man.
You want the full
Black
experience?
News.
It's going to be there, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So as we keep developing and growing this thing, and I thank everybody who has been a member on our app. I thank the new people that just showed up as of this week, maybe as of today. So new people showed up, and shout out to you. You are the people who believe in Black-owned businesses. You believe in the wealth transfer. You believe in that because you're showing it in your action. You say, you know what? I could transfer $9.99 to a Black-owned business. I can do that. I can commit to that once a month. I mean, shoot, I waste more than that it wherever I go, right? So yeah, I can do that. That's not really much. Some people say, yeah, I can do a year.
It should be nice if you break us off.
Whatever. And that's what it is, because we could talk about it all day. On this platform, you don't own anything. And I want to repeat that. We could say Black on YouTube all day long, but this is Google's. And Google can take you away from here at a drop of a dime. So I always tell people that. Don't ever think that you just going to parlay. I'm telling you, we don't own this. But it's a good platform. Don't get me wrong. I'm not speaking against the platform. I've been on this platform for a very long time, but the reality speaking is this is not my platform. Why do you think we got to curve what we say? We can't talk about certain subjects here because it's somebody else's platform versus on our own platform, right? Then we could talk about whatever subject matter we want to talk about. Of course, within our own ethics policy and things like that. We do have an ethics policy on our website. You can go read it because we do follow a code of ethics here. All right, so let's go ahead on and cue this up and let's go ahead and get started with sister girl Jasmine Crockett, because she's saying something that we all need to kind of have a conversation about tonight.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke.
We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth, daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hold on. I'm looking at a person here that say, brother, if I prefer Houston, but mismute your requirements, my church has a large location in Atlanta. Hold on, let me see. Let me know what kind of AV and IT requirements as well as expected for the foot traffic. Okay, say a church. Okay, all right. Well, we definitely got to look into that. All right, Houston, I already know where to have it at in Houston. That's just too easy. It's just Atlanta would be the thing for me. But all right, let's go ahead on and get started with this. And let's go cue up what Jasmine has to say, and then we're going to, all we do, we're going to back it up and have a conversation.
Black people are consistently being ignored, or I feel like that's what I hear. Mm-hmm. But when we look at the numbers, if there's any group of people that the party should be most loyal to and most vocal about is Black people, because Black people have historically held this down. Now, we don't have the numbers in this country for sure, but percentage wise, there is only one group of people. When you walk into a room full of Black people, you can almost guarantee that they believe in the democratic ideals. When you walk into a room full of white people, you don't know what you're walking into. Okay. So I think that we have to come to a consensus about a baseline of, when we're talking about the LGBTQIA community, we all gonna stand with the community as a whole, and maybe even have something specific that's like that one big thing that like nobody can fold on. Same thing with Black folks, same thing with Latinos, same thing with women, same thing with all of the different kind of fractions within our umbrella. We have to say, as a baseline, we will not accept anybody that does not stand for these very basic things. And frankly, for Black folk, it's just honestly acknowledging our humanity.
All
Jasmine,
right,
Crockett, you're
I'll
full
get
of
to that
shit.
last part in a minute. Let's start
I
over
don't
like we
stand
normally
with
do.
that
We'll stop it. Let's
alphabetized
really get back
agenda.
into
Hell
it,
no.
y'all.
Black people are consistently being ignored, or I feel like that's what I hear. But when we look at the numbers, if there's any group of people that the party should be most loyal to and most vocal about, is Black people.
All right. So Jasmine says that she's being told that Black people are being ignored. She's not being told a lie. She's not being told any kind of lie. And she acknowledged that Black people, definitely vote for that party in high numbers, but yet we're being ignored. Why is that? Why do they pursue, or why do they not want to address the issues of Black America? And it's kind of like some of our Black politicians, they'll kind of get to the line and then they'll slowly back away from the line. So Jasmine gets to the line a little bit and then she starts backing away. Instead of saying, no, the reason why they don't do this is because of benign neglect. Okay. The Moynihan report. The Moynihan report has said that do not promise Black people anything. Okay. Because if you promise them something, then they're going to hold you to it. This is what they had learned from the 1960s with the civil rights movement, when brothers and
Phil,
sisters
you wasn't
were
even
putting
born
belts
in
to
the
behind
1960s,
back then, putting foot up
Not
people's
crumb
butt
bumming
back
brother
then,
Chair. I'm just
and
putting it
having
out
so
there.
much
He wasn't even
uprisings.
born
They
in the
looked and say, wait a minute,
1960s.
because they were being promised things.
Yeah, but he's bringing it up because that's when the Moynihan report came out.
Yeah.
And they wasn't
Yeah,
delivering,
Daniel
so
Moynihan.
they tore it up. So the new way forward for us is to never promise Black people anything. Even with the WikiLeaks, when that came out, remember? During the time of Black Lives Matter, where that was exposed. And they had a cable that said, listen to Black people, empathize with them, but do not promise them anything. So that's been a core tenet of the Democrat Party, is to not promise Black people anything. Be vague. Don't have no points. You could play around with them. You could talk about discrimination. Don't promise about discrimination. Don't talk about what you're going to do about the poll. Part is that we don't have, as Black Americans, an Ilhan Omar to stone for us. We don't have that. Yeah, I'm not talking about an immigrant. A single FBA politician that will stomp like Ilhan Omar stomps the Somalis. We don't have that. Everybody want to say some things and then back off. And off because they want to protect it. And all MAGA so racist and MAGA this and MAGA that. And what I respect about MAGA, at least they upfront. Listen, I have more respect for a raging MAGA Republican who may not like me as a Black person than one of these white liberals that feel the exact same way and smile in my face. Give
Brother
me
Che, don't
the
we
one
say that all the time?
Who would actually attempt to try to say the N-word to me versus the white liberal who want to say the same N-word to me but won't do it and smile in my face. And then at the same time, they play in your face and say, he's the real racist. Look at him. Look at what he's doing. Oh, he's so racist. Like you the same as him.
Right.
He's just living his truth.
Right.
And I can respect that. I don't respect people playing in my face.
Right.
Live your truth. It don't matter how bad you are. Live your truth. They got people out here that do some of the most horrible things, but you're like, you know what? I kind of respect it because they don't hide who they are. They say whatever's on their mind. You don't like it, you don't like it. They're not playing in your face. But that's been a big issue. And I'm so glad Black people are waking up to this issue. I'm glad you are waking up. And this is why a lot of Black people say, yeah, I ain't no Democrat, bro. So I am only for the Black community. I'm a Black independent. I vote whatever I want to vote for.
I've been there for 30.
I'm not, because none of them parties got my best interest at heart. I got my best interest at heart. And so I'm going to vote whatever candidate goes with my best interest or my community interest. Period. Now let's continue with Jasmine here.
Because Black people have historically held this down. Now, we don't have the numbers in this country for sure, but percentage-wise, there is only one group of people. When you walk into a room full of Black people, you can almost guarantee that they believe in the democratic ideals. When you
Okay, now she said that we don't have the numbers. You don't have to have the largest numbers to make a change. You don't have to have that. Let me tell you something. The Asian community. We may not be on paper bigger than the white community, but we are a hell of a force financially. The Asian community right now is experiencing a wealth transfer, and they're not liking it, and it's hurting their businesses. Some people have closed down. They're still mad about the wealth transfer because the wealth transfer is permanent language. As boycott is temporary language. It's better for you to listen. People love to hear you say boycott because it's temporary. But when you say wealth transfer, that's permanent. And they're not liking that. Black folks are so powerful financially that we can hold our money and break corporations. We can hold our money and literally hurt the American economy. And we can hold our vote and affect this country at the same time. We don't have to vote for nobody. We can just choose the couch if we so choose to and make the election tumble. We literally can break the Democrat Party to the point that they would never win unless they're in a supermajority place. And that's not really doing anything in the supermajority, but they wouldn't win many national elections if we just say, you know what, we good. If Republicans will win the presidency every year if Black people collectively say, we're not voting for you. And they don't like that. So no, Jasmine, we do have some effect because they said this, Kamala Harris would have been the president if she would not have lost so many votes. And a lot of Black people sat it out in 2024. Those 6 million votes that she could have got, a lot of that was us. And a lot of reason why she didn't get it is because they was doing the same old, prioritizing every group and not prioritizing us. Then in a midnight hour, you want to come talking about an agenda for Black men. Like what? What? Why you didn't say that on the first thing? Why you didn't address Black people's issues? You wanted to play in Black people's face with Megyn Thee Stallion like we actually going to pay attention to her.
Shout out to the 30+ viewers. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button.
We don't want to know Beyonce doing speeches. For what? Glorilla. I mean, this is things that y'all was doing to us. And you wonder why y'all didn't get some votes, Democrat Party? That's kind of what it is. Y'all got her to do that. All those white consultants they had, they was getting a bag off of Kamala Harris, advising her to do all this stuff to get the Black vote. She didn't have to do all that to get the Black vote. That's the crazy part. She didn't have to do any of that craziness. She could hit all the major cities with Black people at and actually have some sort of agenda for Black people, and she could have got the Black vote that way. To actually go and talk to people. That's it. What y'all doing, like the old people say, all that monkey shine, and that's why black folks didn't want to vote for y'all, because y'all thought we were stupid. Outside the DNC convention in Chicago with a Planned Parenthood bus, people up here getting wholesale. Y'all remember that? To get free abortions at the DNC convention. Like y'all was doing too much. And black people saw that like, well, man, what y'all doing, man? We were talking about politics. You out here doing mobile abortions. Well, let's continue. Let's continue, because boy, I tell you, these people.
Walk into a room full of white people, you don't know what you're walking into. Okay, sure. So I think that we have to come to a consensus about a baseline of, when we're talking about the LGBTQIA community, we all gonna stand with the community as a whole, and maybe even have something specific that's like that one big thing that like nobody can fold on. Same thing with black folks, same thing with Latinos, same thing with women, same thing.
Okay, Jasmine. Now you're talking about specificity. Okay. So at that moment, why didn't you articulate what our specificity is? I know you didn't articulate it for the LGBT community, but you brought them up first. In my opinion, they've got a lot. Barack Hussein Obama brought them to the forefront. Barack Hussein Obama put an LGBT flag on the White House, the People's House, right?
Yeah.
When somebody came out of the closet, Barack Obama was calling them on the phone. I mean, the Democrat Party did a lot for LGBTQ. IA and any other letters that you add to it. I don't know. It's something new every day, and I don't know. I'm not disrespecting nobody's community pronouns or anything else. I'm just saying it just confusing to me, because something always changes. You know, I heard it's 100 different genders. Sorry if I don't know all the genders. I don't really study that. That's not my wheelhouse. But with Obama, same person, Democrat Party, did DACA. DACA benefited a lot of immigrants. So LGBT and immigrants, that's who y'all have been pursuing and doing things for, LGBT and immigrants. Let's move to the presidency of Joe Biden. What did Joe Biden tell even the civil rights people, the legacy civil rights organizations? That y'all gonna have to learn how to work with Hispanics because there's more of them here than y'all. Well, okay. How did that happen? It didn't happen by natural means. It happened by flooding the border. Black birth rates will never keep up with people pursuing the border every day, at least at that time period. Y'all flying them in on the CBP One app, dropping them off in our major cities. And one of the cities became a hotspot was the city of Chicago. And then you had, people like Sister Jessica Jackson up there every day telling Brandon Johnson about what the hell you doing. You putting people in our city. We need resources as Black people. Sister Carter Truss is another one. She's interviewed over here too. Like, what are you doing? Why are you giving all our money to people who just got here, who are illegal immigrants? They just got here. They got their own homeland. And that became a hot spot. And it was the Democrat Party pushing that. See, there's some of the reason y'all lost too, and y'all not talking about that, is because believe it or not, I'm going to give y'all a secret. A lot of Black people agree with Republicans on immigration. Yeah, a lot of Black people do. Believe it or not. There's a lot of Black people don't really mind ICE enforcement. What? Yeah, I'm telling you, as a Black person, that Black American people don't want to see their communities flooded in. Because look what happens when we get our communities flooded with foreigners. They get businesses, they erect them in our community, and then they're following us in the store. They're telling us, what's the famous quote? Hurry up and buy. They're unaliving us behind orange juice, LaTosha Harlins. They're unaliving us behind water we didn't even steal, Cyrus Carmack Belton. They're choking us out in nail salons. They're fighting and act like if they lose $1 for some reason, it's like they last in our neighborhoods. I'm just saying. So why Black Americans probably be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm okay with Trump, what he doing on that. Because we have dealt with bad things in our community. Because see, let's call it what it is, Democrats. You don't go drop off those immigrants in River Oaks over here in Houston. You don't drop them off over there. You're going to drop them off in the Woodlands. You don't, and all them nice neighborhoods in the Woodlands, you don't take the immigrants and drop them off over there. No, you come drop them off in our neighborhoods. You go put them in Sunnyside or something. You go put them in Acres Homes or something. Yeah, that's what you'll go do. And that's up their businesses in our communities. But then we don't supposed to say anything about it. You guys are xenophobic. Man, shut the hell up. No, we're not. Because we were xenophobic the moment the people came in here, we'd have ran them out. How is we so xenophobic, but yet these people have had businesses in our communities for decades? How are we xenophobic? No, we're tired of being used and abused and not getting our fair share of the pie. We're questioning like how he got a business in our community, but we can't get it. When we found that same building on lease, we couldn't even get it. Or to even buy in our own neighborhood. Not nobody else's, our neighborhood. These banks are deny a Black person a business loan with 700 credit score. They even deny you a home too. But people come over here yesterday and they can go to these same banks and get a loan to go put something in your community that you can't even get. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Listen, you got Black people talking about they ain't got no problem calling ICE at this point, especially in our community. Because some of them doing things they ain't got no business in our community. Shoot, where's the health department going to inspect what kind of meat that is? We have a right to find out what you're cooking. You don't want to hire Black people at all in these communities? In our own community, that's the thing. You come in our community, you drop off in our community, and then you got the nerve to say, oh, no. I'm not hiring. I'm like, well, carry your happy self to your community, and you ain't got to worry about Black folk. You got some nerve. And then during the pandemic, when people say, yeah, I'm cool, bro. I'm cool. I'm not going to their spot. They complained to the Democrats. That's what it was the Democrats complained that people, and I say people in general, wasn't just Black people, didn't want to go to their restaurants. So cities like New York and that was giving them money because people didn't want to go to their restaurants. Like nobody has to go to your restaurant. It's a choice. Y'all remember that Eric Adams and them were giving them money? Kathy Hochul in New York was giving them money. But let some Black people say, you know what? Our businesses are struggling. Nobody coming in. Yeah, we need some of that money too. Well, you know, hey, that's capitalism. You know, I mean, it's business. It's hard sometimes, and sometimes you may have to close. That's what we get told. Can you borrow from family members to try to get through this hard time? No, they get taxpayer dollars. But Black folks can't get it. We talking about what the Democrats are doing. We ain't talking. And then these same people. Why don't y'all say nothing about the Republicans? It's like I always tell y'all, don't even answer that question. Like just don't even waste your time because they playing in your face. Because they know what you're saying is right at that moment, but they have no answer for it because they know good and well what you're saying and what you're questioning is right. So they say, let me not answer the direct question. Let me go it on and play in your face and gaslight you at the same time. Don't let people do that to you. I'm telling you just one thing I know about this thing here. I'll say the more I go along in my years, I think they say my age now would be, I'm not, according to their little graph they have, I'm OG status now. So I guess. So if I'm OG status now, OG don't have time to waste. I just don't have that kind of time because I got like 1,000 things on my plate. So wasting time talking to people is just not one of them. You're not gonna play in my face. That's wasting my time. I just don't have time to waste with nobody. Because sometimes you let people waste your time. You could be doing 1,000 other things that's been so productive, brothers and sisters. The Democrats have prioritized LGBT and immigrants. And the reason why Black support for Democrats is cratering every day. The reason why it's cratering is because Black people say either you're going to do something for us or you're not getting our vote. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. Now, things like this, with the Pew Research, there's another thing why Black folks take issue with them. With the Democrats in the 2021 survey, with the Pew Research, and Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents, 48% support repayment to descendants of enslaved people, and 49% of Democrats oppose reparations. Oppose. That's another issue that you have. That's a whole nother issue. You got 49%, according to Pew Research, do not support reparations in the form of cash payments. And check this out. The 48% of Democrats who do support it, the Democrat Party never promote that candidate. They never put them up. They never put their weight behind them. It's always the ones who don't support it. What does that mean, brothers and sisters? What does that mean? The rank and file Democrat Party is just like the Republicans. But let me continue with Jasmine, and then let's continue. I got something else to say.
With all of the different kind of fractions within our umbrella, we have to say, as a baseline, we will not accept anybody that does not stand for these very basic things. And frankly, for Black folk, it's just honestly acknowledging our humanity.
Now, Jasmine, that last line, sister, what does that mean? What does that mean by acknowledging our humanity? See, if I had to interview her, I would have asked her one question. You know, questions get me in trouble sometimes. I don't know why I thought about that, the Ohio Black Expo. When I asked old boy, when he talked about solidarity, I said, and it just popped in my mind, y'all. Like, I'm telling you how that happened. When he said solidarity, that question hit in my head. So I asked him, solidarity with whom? How I would have asked Jasmine when she said that, what does that mean for Democrats to acknowledge our humanity? What does that mean? And what does that actually bring Black America? And I got quiet and let her answer that question. I don't need them to acknowledge my humanity. I don't care. I need them to do what's right by Black America. I need them to give us what we have given them. That's what we need our reparations in the form of cash payments. We need them to stop dumping all these different groups in our communities and in our HBCUs too. That's another thing they do. They go put a bunch of people from all over the world, dumping them in the HBCUs, and then even Black Americans, some of them can't get in. Now, I don't have a problem with foreign exchange programs. I really don't. But my thing is, man, you dumping everybody everywhere, all over this country. My thing is, go dump them in the middle of the PWI, the white folks at. Put them in the white community. Let them set up businesses in the white community. It's like they say, it's their turn. It's white people's turn to take all the immigrants into their community so they can open their businesses and their gas stations and their restaurants. It's their turn because Black America have taken on everybody. I remember definitely in my city, Port Arthur, you know, in the 80s and all that, you know, people still was coming over from Vietnam. And the Vietnamese, I remember when they came over to Port Arthur and they was coming over here getting shrimp boats. Like, where you get a shrimp boat for them? You just got here. As an asylum refugee from Vietnam, and you getting a shrimp boats. The Vietnamese had convenience stores in Port Arthur. And I remember they were living like 10, 12 of them to a house. Because matter of fact, my house where my parents was on, I'll never forget that, on 8th Street. Right across the way, we had a family of Vietnamese bought a house right across the thing. And you seen about at least 10, 12 families in there. As a matter of fact, the kids will actually come outside and want to play with me. That's back when kids actually used to play outside. You know, if y'all remember that. And so I play with the kids, you know. I don't, you know, I ain't no respect of persons, you know. I play with the kids, you know. I remember they used to ride around the black neighborhoods, and I'm not trying to be. No, I'm not going to do that because it can come across as mean. But they used to run around telling us about, hey, go in the house and ask your mama if she want to buy some shrimp. That's what they would do. They'll go get the shrimp, but it's the way they would say it that we used to kind of joke about. But I can't do this in this iteration now. But so they would go and black people come out like, you said the shrimp? Well, how much you got? You know, and they'll give you a good price or whatever. So a lot of black people like, hey, man, what the Vietnamese people at? They ride around in them white vans and like, hey, I got shrimp or whatever, because that's what they used to do. They used to go catch some shrimp and ride around the black communities and wherever else they're riding around selling shrimp or whatever. Then with time, you watch that family and you start seeing families slowly leaving with time. They all start slowly leaving. And then to that, only have one family left. But then you end up seeing they got this other side straight down the street, 8th Street, you make that corner, bunch of their businesses. Like, where'd that come from? It wasn't there before, but they gained, bunch of their businesses, the writing has changed in Port Arthur. I ain't been to that section in a while, but I'm like, they just come in your neighborhoods and they don't come to assimilate. This is what they were talking about, the MAGA people. They don't come to assimilate. They come to take over. And like, why don't you take over in your own neighborhood? That's fine. Don't come try to take over the black neighborhood. And then when black people say something about it, you guys are xenophobic. You don't like immigrants. Like, man, go to hell. I'm so tired of everybody opening their mouth toward black people. We can't say nothing. We got to take the brunt of the world in our community. We can't say, hey, man, why don't you do it for us like you're doing for them? Oh, shut up, black people. You ain't got no right to talk. I get so tired of that. I would never go to somebody else's country and act like I got rights to even talk, because I'm like, it's not my country. I'm just happy I'm here. I've never had the idea to go to somebody's country and demand anything. What am I demanding for? If you let me in and, hey, man, as long as I can work and get my own stuff, I'm not demanding nothing. The only thing I just don't want to be harmed. I want no crime to happen to me. I want to live in a safe place. If you can just do that minimum for me, I got it. I don't need nothing from you. I got it. I don't have to go to nobody else's neighborhood and try to take over their stuff. I don't have to do that. If I'm cool over here, okay, I'll go over here. I'll get along with those people. Hey, man, I'm not from here, so I want to get along with these people. So, hey, well, your name is this. Okay, cool. This is who I am. You know, XYZ. Yeah. Hey, man, you know, I'm cool with you. Need anything? Or I'm trying to be friendly with you. But that's our nature as Black Americans. And Black Americans all over the world, that's what we do. We don't go there to take over nobody's stuff. We don't like, I'm going to go into this country and we're going to buy all this land and we're going to take over. Like, we're not colonizers. Like I see, you say they take over FBA churches? Yeah, King Noble. Yeah, man. I'm tired of people with that, man. They all can go to hell with that, man. I'm tired of people always trying to say, well, we can't say in our own country. Well, we can't say it in our own country. We can't say it in our own neighborhoods. Where else can we say it? I thought we had freedom of speech like any other American. And I'm sorry, America isn't the dumping ground of the world. Everybody can just, especially the Black community. My thing is, you want to dump people, fine, go ahead. But let's spread that out evenly. And I'm sorry, the white community got way more land and way more resources to help immigrants out. And I think the immigrants should be over there with them to help them out. At minimum, help them season their food, at least that much. Because even when Trump was bringing over all those white South Africans, I'm like, I got the perfect state to bring them to. If you want to bring them here and put them in West Virginia, that's a good place for them. I have no problem with that. None. I think that'd be a good state for them. Because not a whole lot of us in West Virginia like that. That'd be a beautiful state for them. But they probably wouldn't even like it because the life they come from in South Africa versus that, and a lot of them have went back to South Africa. Like, man, I ain't going there, man. I had it better out there in South Africa. I had a better life in Cape Town. I had a better life in Pretoria. I'm not coming out here. A lot of them find out the hard way. America is like the Wizard of Oz, man. It is. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors till you get here. I'm telling y'all, them white folks in South Africa live like kings and queens. Don't let them be online talking about how poor they are and they struggling so much. And the black people, man, they not doing y'all nothing over there. That's why I don't even like hearing that talk from them. Man, black folks don't fight with y'all when they should. They don't do anything. Matter of fact, the black folks over there, they'll make a statement, say they are part of us. So if they feel you're a part of them, they're not fighting you. So stop lying. Now, as FBA, I would never. Oh my God! I mean, the first time I ever heard that statement, they are part of us. Like, what? I'm like, what did you say? I've never heard a black person say that before. And until I heard a South African say it, I've never heard that before. Y'all don't know how much I cringe hearing that. How are they a part of you when they had you in apartheid? And they still got you in de facto apartheid now. Like, how are they a part of you? They're not your friends. They're holding all your land. You got 33% unemployment. They the one that are discriminating against you on jobs because they hold a lot of jobs. And they're the one, when you talk about illegal immigration in South Africa, they're the one employing illegal immigrants. They're doing it. The same thing they're doing here in America too. The exact same thing. That's why I learned by traveling. These people are the same everywhere, all throughout the world. There's no difference with them. The culture's the same. They may have a different language. They may eat different food here and there, but the culture's the same. Exploit. Can I exploit? Can I divide and rule? That's the two things that culture does. And they exploit, divide and rule, oppression, theft. That I can tell you. Look, y'all, look, South Africa is a beautiful country. I'm telling you, South Africa is a beautiful country. I met a lot of great brothers and sisters in South Africa. I really did. Some down brothers and sisters in South Africa. I know all that craziness going on right now, but that's not the down brothers and sisters in South Africa doing that. I'm telling you, it's not. It's people that's being paid by white folks to cause a ruckus in that country. I know what I'm telling you, because now they're starting to reveal where the money coming from to fund that stuff. And they talking about it's coming from foreign actors. One foreign actor in particular. I think y'all know which one. But like I told y'all before, I don't say certain things here because the AI reads everything we say in real time. Just letting y'all know. If you make content, watch what you say. But once again, we have to do that because we don't own it. But we own African Diaspora News Channel app. We don't have to watch what we say there. But with the Democrat Party, they can ignore us all they want. They have a right to ignore us if they want. That's okay. And let me talk about the other group too. I think I need to do a whole stream on them. These Democratic Socialists of America. They're winning elections. But preliminary wise, I really don't hear nothing. And I'm gonna have to go check it out. I say let me fully check it out. But so far, what I'm hearing from them, they're acting like Bernie Sanders. What I mean by that, they're not addressing our issues either. They're doing a lot of just the Bernie Sanders thing, just maybe a little bit more on steroids. So, because I know some black people have been looking into that, I say like, we probably need to do look into that a little bit more deeper, what they say about themselves, not what we say. Now, some of them like what Mom Donnie is doing, but Mom Donnie don't address black folks. I listen to him very well. He don't address our issues or none of that. So it's something I paid attention to. It's like black people are like, no matter what iteration, whether it's Democrat, Republican, socialist, whatever, don't address black people specifically and don't promise them anything. Please don't do that. I've noticed that that's all across political parties. It's not just one, it's all. You say they voted out Malema. What happened with Malema? Well, they had an election or something? What happened with him? Man, I'll look into it, but what happened with Malema? That's something new I don't know about? I'll have to look into that. I have to ask Renelway about that one. But anyway, they don't want to address Black Americans at all, but they want us to show up and vote. I'm like this. If you don't talk about us, what's the point of us voting for you? We got needs that need to be addressed. Yeah, but don't you want a higher minimum wage? Don't you want, this is like, yeah, that's a function of government to me. Look, some functions of government helps everybody, okay? But addressing specific needs, specific harms from our community that was done by this government. That's the thing. It wasn't done by individuals. It was done by this government. Yeah, this government need to correct these harms. So let's correct them. Now, some people can say, well, if y'all don't vote, then everybody else going to vote, and then they're not going to think about you because y'all not voting no more. Well, it's more than one way to affect people. You know that, right? Listen, our strongest weapon is money. We can stage the greatest wealth transfer ever and break the economy. We can do it. We've done it before. It's more than one way. It's just getting at them folks. Sitting out, that's just one tool in the arsenal. The greatest weapon is the money. And sustain doing it. That's what Martin Luther King and them proved. A sustained bus boycott for a year made laws get changed in the Supreme Court at that time period, when it was way much harder. Why? Because they took the money. Laws get changed, we take money away. Please. And that will work more. I think that doing that right there, wealth transfers, is what hurt more today than ever. Us taking our money out of place and say we putting it just in our community, we're circling it there, putting it in our businesses, nobody getting it, because if nobody care about us, nobody care about issues and problems, the hell with everybody. We gonna just figure it out on our own. Oh, other groups of people don't want to hear that. Well, you're not gonna shop over here because nobody cares? Like, no. I mean, you don't care about our problems. You don't care about anything related to us as Black people. All you care about is what you can get out of it. So you know what? That's cool. Feel that way. I'm gonna just spend my money with people that care about me. That's it. That's it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure to click the subscribe button. Make sure to click the like button. It's also very important. And like I said, we got our link. Like I say, you can click that link that we have in the pinned comment there or in the chat. It'll take you to our landing page, and then you can get our app, whether it's on Android or you can get it on Apple. And join the family, ladies and gentlemen. Join the family. Be great if 10 of y'all, at least minimum, join tonight. Thank y'all for listening. We'll catch y'all on the next one.
Then the Biden administration, in its last year, extends TPS to every single illegal alien from Haiti while they are flying them en masse into Springfield, Ohio, across the Midwest. It was a formal policy of replacing the communities that lived in, settled, and sustained these communities for generations. It was one of the most heinous things this government has ever done. And yes, under President Trump, let me be very clear, the illegal alien Haitians are going back to Haiti. They can build their country there.
Well, concerning TPS, there's actually kind of like an upside to it, right? I'm actually up for deportation right now as we speak. I ain't planning on going back. I know a lot of FBAs is making their videos saying, oh, y'all got to go back. Truth be told, one thing that I learned about, immigration is, you don't care what people have to say.
All causes, all tourists, to make sure every industry, to make sure to boycott Bahamas, boycott Bahamas, to stop this discrimination against Haitian children.
Might have to drop a dime on them. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
What are your thoughts on the Haitian TPS?
Yeah, you know, they excuse me.
Michael.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They need to be checked on that shit, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, they really do.
Yeah,
you know.
Michael.
Yeah, everybody wants our rhythm, but not our blues. You know what I mean?
yeah. I think you know, the TPS has been very outdated, and I just can't believe how the government allows Haitians to to be on TPS for so many decades, right?
Yeah.
And because I think I'm sure that Haitians are given plenty of time to apply for permanent residency or apply for U.S. citizenship. And for American freedmen, couldn't even get like basic protection from the government.
Yeah. Yeah. And then always constantly being told, pull yourself up by your bootstraps and all that, which creates further division within the Black community. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to pooling them resources, building up some businesses for ourselves, is because this is what these other groups do. See what I mean?
Yep.
When they do it, you know, everybody else applauds them. But as soon as we're doing that, well, you guys are a bunch of Black racists. You need to be all inclusive and all that. Like Kamala Harris. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And it's not even a paradox, Michael. It's straight hypocrisy is what it is. Because as you know, a paradox is a contradiction that is true. Say, but here, man, it's straight hypocrisy. It's not even a paradox.
Yeah, it's really like saying like who's deserving and undeserving, especially coming from the Democrats.
Exactly. It's because it was the Democrats that brought you the Ku Klux Klan. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know? Frog face. Yeah, frog face. Segregation yesterday, segregation day, segregation tomorrow. He was a Democrat.
Yep.
So, about the water guys, gonna give us an update on that.
Bill Clinton, who signed that federal crime bill that led to mass incarceration of Black people, he was a Democrat. Same thing with Hyde and Biden.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help wealth and better understand itself. So listen, it's been a lot of countries talking about, not even talking about, they've been deporting Haitians, okay? It's been the Bahamas, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, and you know America's been doing it. And we learning with this TPS situation, we're learning more and more about how people are coming in from other countries and coming to America, and you can have a baby here and the baby's a U.S. citizen. It's just so many schemes that we're learning about.
Some of the Haitian nationals that have TPS, they have children that were born in Chile, they have children that were born in Brazil, they have children that were born in different countries, and they have children that were born in the United States. So when we're talking about separation, the separation is far more complicated than people are even speaking of, right? So what do? You're going to send a Brazilian, Chilean, American national to Haiti when that's not their country of origin. There's no passport for them to go to Haiti. So this is very, very complicated.
We're looking at here.
This was Del Rio, Texas in September of 2021 when we had about 15 to 20,000 Haitians cross the border illegally and just set up camp under the international bridge there. I was there. It's probably in the 4 years of border coverage, the craziest thing I ever saw.
Getting our resources is getting taken advantage of. And it's not really about, we for like immigrants, period, okay? Just like any other country, every country don't want an influx of immigrants coming into their country, especially the residents, the Americans, us, we like, yo, it's so much people coming here, they're gonna have to get food and do things somewhere. So they're gonna, rise up the prices and a lot of things. And I think when you an immigrant and you come to this country and you don't care, you just want to steal resources, we don't want you here because it's just not, it's not right for us. Okay, I seen a clip of an old man. He was on a crate. He was saying that, yeah, man, like, we got to get the resources for us. But make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to let y'all hear what some of the Haitians are saying about the TPS. I don't know why they want to blame Black Americans. In every country is like this. It's happening in Jamaica. It's happening in a lot of different countries. I don't know why it's such a big issue that, we feel like this. And we see what's going on with South Africa. But I'm going to give y'all some more commentary. Let's get it.
One thing them Jamaicans going to do, they going to deport them some Haitians. Yeah, this happens all the time. Haitians pull up to Portland. The Jamaicans catch them. Then they deport them back to Haiti. They stay consistently sending them from Portland back to Haiti. This probably happened more than 12 times, a dozen times a year. And the Jamaicans went a step further. They said, if you see these Haitians washed upon our shores of Jamaica, they told the locals not to feed them because they could be armed and dangerous. But you don't see Haitians be like, oh, we're all brothers, man. We're all in the same boat. The government is against us. The government is against both of us, right? And last time I checked, isn't Jamaica a melanated country? Or is it the Chinese that runs it now? They're all Caribbeans. I know some Haitians identify as Latinos, but they're all Caribbeans for the most part. But they never call out these Jamaicans. And they never call out Ghana. Ghana said to Black Americans, when you're Ghana, come home. Return back to Ghana. Where's a return back to Ghana for the Haitians, the African Haitians?
State Representative Daphne Campbell, who accuses the Bahamas of being inhumane in its new immigration policy. The policy requires foreigners to have a passport of their nationality as well as a residential stamp. Campbell is advising companies, cruise ships, and individuals not to do business with the Bahamas.
This country, the Bahamas, has done too much for the Haitians. And that's the reason why they're here up until today. We did so much for the Haitians, where we could have bought lawnmowers and cut our own grass because we tried to empower them. We give them the
All right,
businesses.
Jesse, I'll see you later. I think I'm falling asleep.
Get up on the radio and try to stop business from
All right,
coming
Sabaka.
into this Bahamas. It's disgraceful. Get the hell out of the Bahamas. That's what I say.
All right, so y'all hear the Bahamas man going off. Now, listen to this lady. She sounds like a definition of a tether. Listen to how she speaks on how she wants to come to America and she wants people to see her as American. Check this out.
At 26, I started being treated like an African American, right? And I didn't know what was going on. I was like, what the fuck is this treatment? Until I realized that like people were perceiving me as African American. And all my life when I came to America, we were already told like identify yourself as Haitian. Because the truth of the matter is like immigrants are treated different than African Americans. But I don't know what shift happened that I was being treated as African American, and like it was so heinous. It was so heinous that at first I'm like, oh no, I'm Haitian. And I'm like, what is wrong with me that I immediately identify as Haitian instead of like taking in the experience of as African American. And I think it's because it was so cruel. It was like the treatment was so cruel. And that's when I realized like Black African American women are not just angry and all of these things that people have been saying. It's the fact that like you step out of your house and you're immediately being treated badly.
Well, concerning TPS, there's actually kind of like an upside to it, right? I'm actually up for deportation right now as we speak. I ain't planning on going back. I know a lot of FBAs is making their videos saying, oh, y'all got to go back. Truth be told, one thing that I learned about, immigration is, you don't care what people have to say. You don't care about people's opinions. You do what's best for you. And what's best for me is stay in this country and make this money. I don't care how many FBAs come on here making their videos. I'm not going nowhere. But anywho, back to what I was saying. The truth be told, if 350,000 people are on TPS. Let's just say 275 of them, 275,000 get deported. The other 75,000 are able to find a path to citizenship. That's actually a plus for Haiti, because you have a whole bunch of people that's going to influx into the country with skills, money, resources. Maybe they're bringing certain items and machines from the States back to Haiti.
Oh, Americans are so dumb. You didn't know that you weren't supposed to do this when you go to this country? You didn't know that just visiting a country, you're going to be labeled as uncultured or uneducated if you don't know some little nuanced thing for just visiting a country for 2 days. Then you have masses of people that voluntarily leave everything they know behind to go live in a country, and they think that it is a reasonable excuse to say, I didn't bother to learn anything about this country that I'm packing up my whole entire life to go live in. And they think they could just shrug their shoulders and say, oh, well, I didn't bother to learn anything, and think they shouldn't be labeled as uncultured, uneducated, or this, that, and the third. You see how there's a different logic applied to certain groups? You're a liability, period. End of discussion.
And you come to America and you have a anchor baby, you have a child. That kid is Haitian American. If you are from Belize and you come to America and your ass have a child, an anchor baby, that child is Belizean American. You're not Black American just because your ass had a baby here. I don't know what's going on in the mind of some people, but it doesn't make sense, family. You understand? People think that they can come here and assume our whole lineage. The whole destiny swap thing is real. You got people, and I don't want to single nobody out, but I got to keep it funky. I'm going to see one thing about Cotton Club Radio. I'm not going to not tell the truth to make people comfortable, because God damn it, the reason why we're dealing with this situation is because people are too damn comfortable. You got people on Juneteenth flying Pan-African flags and all of these other flags I'm seeing. You got Caribbean people wanting to do their variation of Juneteenth. You got Africans wanting to hijack Juneteenth. But the thing about it is, family, why is it that Black Americans don't do that shit? We don't hijack other people's liberation days. We not going to Jamaica waving an American flag saying, yeah, you Jamaicans have your day, but it's for everybody. We're not doing that shit. We're not going to Africa and all of those tribes having their liberation day, waving our American flag saying, you know what? Yeah, you got your day, but this belongs to everybody. We don't do that, man. We allow everybody a space to indulge in their culture and have their liberation day to themselves, because it's their group of people who liberated themselves, not us. So why is it, family? Why is it when the Black American is representing his and hers liberation day in Juneteenth, we see in all these other goddamn flags?
Some of the Haitian nationals that have TPS, they have children that were born in Chile, they have children that were born in Brazil, they have children that were born in different countries, and they have children that were born in the United States. So when we're talking about separation, the separation is far more complicated than people are even speaking of, right? So what do? You're going to send a Brazilian, Chilean, American national to Haiti when that's not their country of origin. There's no passport for them to go to Haiti. So this is very, very complicated.
We're looking at here.
This was Del Rio, Texas in September of 2021, when we had about 15 to 20,000 Haitians cross the border illegally and just set up camp under the international bridge there. I was there. It's probably in the 4 years of border coverage, the craziest thing I ever saw. The thing about this is most of these people weren't coming from Haiti. Like I posted all these pictures all along the riverbank. There were discarded passports, IDs, paperwork. Most of them had been living in Chile, Peru, and like Brazil.
Haitian people after the earthquake.
Yes, they were not coming directly from Haiti, but they got rid of all these documents and like these work permits from Chile because they didn't want U.S. authorities to know they had resettled in another country before coming here because it would hurt their possible asylum.
They're having kids wherever they could benefit at the most. They were already settled in Chile, already settled in Brazil, but then they heard there's better opportunity. You get more free stuff, more benefits in the U.S. 2 years of rent-free, furniture-filled apartments, houses, and townhomes. And when you run out of money, you could beg for more. Yeah, home base. Y'all remember a Haitian girl blew through $40,000, $5,000 a month, and was begging Boston for more money because of that home base program. It paid 2 years of your rent. I bet you they wasn't offering that in Brazil. I bet you they wasn't offering that in Chile. And then they just come to these borders and destroy all their paperwork so they could claim asylum, and then they could also get enrolled in TPS at the time, because that was in 2021, 2022. You could apply for both, at the same time. So put me on TPS status while I wait to see if my asylum is going to be approved or why it's pending. So I mean, these people, how Chris Brown say, they ain't loyal. You already settled in one country. You was already settled with a worker's permit, with a passport. They took you in. And then as soon as the next biggest thing came along, they bounce. These ain't loyal. These ain't loyal. And they popping it everywhere. They having, you know how Ludacris had that song Pippin' all over the world? They having babies all over the world. Babies all over the world, y'all. Like, how do you supposed to feel any kind of, sympathy or empathy? What is the word? I don't know, because I'm not in that position, but is it empathy? I gotta look it up. But for people that's just opportunists, that's all it is. You already had a good thing in Chile. You already had a good thing in Brazil. But you came over here to the United States thinking that it was going to be better, but not paying attention to the word temporary. Temporary.
You know what I love is that in these last few days, there's some things that have happened with my community that I just absolutely love. Like, y'all ain't gonna worry us. And we can still have fun at it. I love my people. First and foremost, we are moving our money elsewhere. And we are patronizing our own businesses and building wealth just like every other community does. And we are unapologetic about it. You can't guilt us. You can't criticize us. It does not matter. So I've been driving past establishments where I would expect to see people in businesses that typically would disrespect and dishonor us. And they are empty and they are closing early. And not because of the holiday, but because we decided to vote with our feet. I decided to grow my own nails. And I know the recipes. I know how to make them in my own kitchen. And I'm on a waiting list for some sisters who have more business than they can handle right now. And I am more than happy to wait because I love this for them. And notice I didn't even have to say who I'm talking about, because if you know, you know. Number 2, I love that we got on Facebook and took over that group. If you know, you know. And the comments had me laughing for hours. And somebody was joking and saying in the comments, so this is your first time being colonized? Then they started another group and put out a statement that said, this is the group, don't let them know. And somebody at the bottom said, too late. Number 3. So these jokers descended on Washington, D.C. today doing their little march. They couldn't even keep the rhythm. But that's not what I want to talk about. This is what I want to talk about. This tells you everything you need to know about the strength of a Black woman. And this, she, her, me, you, are the reason that we will be okay.
A community must have 3 things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
here, and I'm here with Bernard Taylor, who is running for Congress for South Florida. We already did an interview further back. Feel free to go back and watch it. I asked Bernard to join me today because we're going to talk about Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, who is always saying these racist things. In my humble opinion, I think she's a certified anti-Black racist. I don't know if you agree with me, Bernard.
Very much so. Very much so, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. And so she made this comment about Haitians, as we know that, you know, the Trump administration is basically canceling temporary protective status for Haitians and Syrians. And she made a very, to me, very, very anti-Black racist comments. And I saw that Bernard had responded, and I thought, hey, Bernard, come on with me. Let's talk about this further. And also, I want to get some updates on how the campaign's going and where we're at and all that good stuff.
Well, thank you for having me again. Very much appreciate it.
You are most welcome. So let us just get started, because I really don't want us to spend a lot of time on that. I do want to know more about what's going on with campaigning and all that good stuff. So let's just listen to what she has to say, and then we'll have a conversation.
Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it.
Well, Brother
Our
Chey.
work ethic, our culture, and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half, you won't assimilate.
Brother Chey, you still with me?
You. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to Haiti. Sorry.
So I've tried to make this video a hilarious number of times. Full disclosure. Without, you know, jeopardizing what I've built here. For those of you who have been with me for a long time, you know, I'm living in South Florida. My wife is of Haitian descent. I have friends of Haitian descent. I'm very close with that Haitian community. When I tell you some of the hardest working people I've ever met in my life, and on top of that, Megyn, you're getting to be older. You know, I can see through the makeup and the.
Okay, Brother Chey.
Okay, so you were starting to clown her a little bit there, and then it cut off. So I was like, Bernard, I want to know what else you were going to say there. And then I kind of want to dissect a little bit of what she said. So I'm going to play it back. But first, I want you to can you just finish that little bit of the sentence there? Because I was like, what were you going to say?
You know, unfortunately, you know, when you have an ugly spirit, it tends to come out in your physical appearance. And, you know, I was just letting Megyn know that you can put on all the filters and makeup that you want. We see you for who you are. You're probably going to end up in a home just based upon your attitude. I can only imagine your daughters can't wait till you get old enough to where they can discard you. And you can end up in one of those community homes where, surprise, surprise, most of the staff comes from the Caribbean, i.e. the island of Haiti. And these same people that you were disparaging, these same people you're telling
Okay,
to go
Brother
back,
Chey.
the same ones you're counting on and depending on to actually take care of you and wipe your nasty ass. So sorry for my crass language.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. And then I'm also going to add, like, I mean, this is a woman who has made comments like this in the past where, you know, to the point that she's had her shows canceled and all that good stuff. And now she's, you know, she's on this platform and doing much of the same thing. It's like, do you ever learn from past situations and things that you do or say? Absolutely not. You know why? Because I always say you cannot train anti-Black racism out of an anti-Black racist. So no matter where they go, no matter what platform, no matter how many levels of punishment they go through, it never stops, right? So this is who she is. She's cooked. That's who she is. I am really happy that I'm seeing people responding to this. While some people may say, I'm not even going to give it any life, I do think it's important because we're talking about people's lives. And to your point, you were married to a Haitian woman. You were saying that Haitian people, at least the ones you've come across, are some of the most hardest working people. And there's some other things that she said within this thing that to me, it's like, well, wait a second, hang on. So I really do want to rewind it and have that conversation because once again, she's putting herself in things that she has no business in, like her people, her culture, all of that good stuff. So let me just play it again and stop, and then we'll talk about it.
Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it.
I already had to stop. She said we filled it. What would you like to say to that, Bernard?
You filled it. You filled it. That's very interesting. You filled it with who? You filled it with what? What did you fill this country with? And who is this we that you are including yourself with? Last I checked, when I was reading my history books, there were already people here who filled this country before people.
And they didn't look like her.
Exactly. And then in terms of filling this country, I don't recall you just saying, hey, why don't you guys come over here and hang out, help us build this country. I distinctly remember you kidnapping people from their homeland to help fill and build your country. That's just in the books that I've read. I don't know what books that she has read in her life, but I think they might have left some important parts out.
I don't know what color the sky is in her world, but that was the first false categorical false statement that she made. Let us keep going.
Our work ethic and our culture and our values.
The word culture.
Oh, Lord. yeah, culture. And then,
what culture is she speaking of, Bernard? What culture?
I don't know. I've been trying to find this culture that they speak of that is supposed to be prevalent in American society. As I have ventured throughout this great country, I've seen numerous cultures, lastly, to believe of European descent, if you will. I know a lot of cultures that are prevalent in this country that come from other places. I know a lot of people who influence the culture of this country definitely don't look like the lady in this video. I refuse to say her name. Because at the end of the day, again, we are the culture setters, and the culture that they tend to enjoy, whether it's, food from the Hispanic community or music from the Afro-Caribbean community, or the fashion sense from the African American community.
Okay, brother Che, if you hear me, man, the Sandman's got me, brother, and I'm going to call it a night.
Don't look like that.
Okay, Shabbat.
The culture. Let's just.
Right,
I'm just going to wrap it up by saying,
okay,
you don't have any culture. Every single bit of culture has been appropriated.
Mm-hmm.
That culture is ours.
Absolutely.
So when she says that they need to go back in our culture, once again, false statement number 2.
You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you.
For us, those who built it. Excuse me, but you didn't build nothing. Neither did those that look like this lady. They didn't build anything. What have you got to say about that, Bernard?
Again, it's just a slap in the face to what we've known to be true. We know how this country was formed. We know what the basis of this country was formed off of. We know that this country has become a superpower and a wealth power because of over 200 years of free labor built upon the backs of African American enslavement. We know that to be 100% fact. We know that the house that the current administrator of our country lives in was built by Black people.
Exactly.
Everything that they have, everything that they hang their hat on was built by the blood and sweat and tears of people that don't look like them. So to sit here and act like, your ancestors, built what you are taking advantage of right now is just patently disrespectful and patently false.
Disrespectful. And again, it's like flies in the face of all that Black people have done, which, by the way, she is benefiting from. She didn't build it, but she's definitely enjoying the benefits of it. So, here's somebody that's supposed to be an attorney, that's supposed to be intelligent, I should be learned, yet you don't have any clue about the history. of that country that you want to call your culture and you built by us, I would like for her to name one person that looks like her that's responsible for building that country. I want her to name one person that looks like her that's responsible for the culture of that country. That's what I would like. Because, you know, I find when people just say these kinds of things, especially like that lady, give me proof. Where's the proof? Let us keep going.
Absolutely.
People more than half. You won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to Haiti. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I've had enough. It's like literally I'm ready to just lose my lunch over this woman. So in closing, I'm just going to say, and I've been saying this for the longest time, I'm in Canada, but I'm also an American citizen. So I've spent a lot of time in the United States. And I have made a point of learning about the history, you know, of a country that I love my brothers and sisters there, love my brothers and sisters here in Canada. And I love the benefit of being able to go back and forth. But I also thought it was really important to learn about it, right? So what I would say to somebody like her and anybody else who wants to like say, oh, go back to where you came from, because we hear it here too. Like I can't tell you the amount of times, Bernard, that I've been told just randomly on the street, go back to where you came from. And again, knowing the history of Canada, which, by the way, those same people who were telling me to go back, we were here before they were, right? So it's really important to understand the history of the country. That's what I will say to all that look like you, who want to be saying, go back, we don't want you here, our culture, we built this, is be quiet, listen and learn, educate yourself before you open your mouth. One of the other things she said after that was, again, another false statement, and I didn't even want to play it because I didn't want to give it any airtime, is that she mentioned something about the Haitians and pets. Right. Just perpetuating that false narrative that came from number 47, who I refuse to say his name either, when he was saying they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets. And that's really linked to one that looks like her, who reported her dog missing, which was then returned to her. But then that became this false statement that that president said, and everybody was creating memes and all this stuff. And these poor Haitians, do they really need to go and eat pets? Like, really? So again, she's false statement after false statement after false statement from somebody who should really be responsible. When you're on camera talking about things, you should make sure that you do your research, do your homework, educate yourself, do all of those things. It's called responsible journalism, just like you would do in your profession as an attorney. And now I will zip it and allow you to continue to chime in, Bernard.
No, I 100% agree. Look, we know that a lot of this stuff is grifting online. A lot of this stuff is said to be inflammatory, to get clicks, to get, ad revenue, et cetera, et cetera. That still doesn't justify someone getting on the internet and using their platform to target a specific group of people, knowing that the target that you're using and the rhetoric that you're using is completely false. But to throw all that away, to throw away your integrity, to throw away, like you say, you're supposed to be a lawyer, to throw away all of that just for clicks and likes and to grift is truly disgusting. And when you think about people like her that do this, that get on the internet and knowing that things are falsehood and knowing that things that they say have an impact on everyday people's lives that they're never going to meet, that they're never going to interact with, there are people who literally are being threatened. There are people who are literally wondering what's going to happen with their life right now with this ruling that came down about temporary protector status. And for you to kind of sort of pile on and put a target on their backs when they're already going to have a target on their back is some of the low class stuff that, unfortunately sells on the internet. And I can't wait for the day that this stuff, doesn't really gain the traction that it does. And hopefully we can get back to a place of civility. I don't know how soon that is going to be, but in the meantime, these people need to be dragged through the mud for filth and called out for their nonsense at every point in time. Much respect to Madam First Lady, Miss Obama, but we can't be going high right now. We gotta let these people, we getting down and dirty with some of these folks because they're gonna continue to slander and continue to kind of disparage different communities and communities of people that look like us. And it's enough of the as my friend Angie would say, the decorum, we can throw that out the window right now. We'll get back to it later, but right now it's time to fight.
Exactly. And I will say this because yes, there's probably maybe some immigrants that are in Canada and the United States that are not doing the right thing. They might be committing crimes and all that. But when you make these kinds of comments like, go back, we don't want you, you're painting all with a broad brush. And then to your point, what happens is then people start getting attacked. It's similar to when 47 was talking about Somalis. And then next thing you know, Somalis were being attacked and their businesses were being attacked and all this other things were going on. So now we're back to this. And then when you have people like her, again, who are perpetuating lies, right? You're lying on these people. Then those who are actually here doing good, building lives for themselves, like you said, some of the hardest working people that then that becomes a problem. But I do have a question though, because it is called temporary protective status, right? So now with the administration saying that they want to end that, are they actually doing something wrong here?
No, again, you have what is called temporary protective status. So it is temporary. The word temporary means not forever. And we understand that. The problem is, again, with the immigration system overall, as far as having a streamlined process to be able to establish citizenship, establish work visas, to establish asylum claims and process them accordingly. Right now, our immigration system is not focused on doing those things. They're focused on, sending people back to, war-torn countries, sending back to potentially be, murdered, unfortunately. When you look at some of the things that are happening over in Haiti, the things that are happening by the gangs that control Haiti, for a lot of these people, you're sending them to potentially lose their life, which is why, again, with temporary protective status, it's temporary, yes, but it can also be renewed. And if you know that, or extended, and if you know that by letting this status expire, you are potentially, signing a death certificate for people. It takes upon yourself to, have some kind of humanity about you to possibly even extend this thing out until maybe Haiti gets a little bit more stabilized, or things can be better for them to go back to their home. Or, best case scenario, you build a flourishing immigration system that actually helps to process these people who come to our country and help, do jobs that people don't want to do and help, flourish in our economy and help build things and not really receive any of the benefits because they don't, they're paying into Social Security, they're paying into all these different things that they don't benefit from. So there are different ways to go about things. There are humane ways to go about things, but when you have no humanity about yourself, this is how you act, this is how you behave, and it's unfortunate.
Yeah, and to your point, temporary protective status is temporary. We know this. Those who apply for it know it as well. Similar to here in Canada as well. But what's been happening here is a lot of people who have like temporary visas and their visas are set to expire. What they do is they just go back, and instead of going through the process, which is like you said, apply for an extension, they're going and applying for asylum. So then that also buys them time, right? So you just basically said a lot of things that you suggest. So if you were, the mayor of a state that is heavily populated by the Haitian community, how would you handle this, or how would you even fight this back?
It's about establishing the economic and civil benefits of having Haitians in our community. When you look at the governor of Ohio, Mr. Mike DeWine, actually came out and said, the benefits of having these Haitians here in Ohio has really galvanized their manufacturing sector because these people are coming and they're actually working. I watched the interview with a manufacturer company out in Ohio whose work staff, I believe, is 10 to 12% Haitians. And he said he wished he could have 25 to 30% because they come to work They don't miss days. They don't take time off. They don't have drug habits. You know, they're not, you know, they're not burdened by anything else. These people put their head down, they come to work, they meet their quotas, they exceed their quotas in some aspects. And he wish he had more of them to be able to work, and being able to tell those stories to the public and let people know that, hey, these people are just coming over here to, you know, have a better life and make a better life for themselves. When you look at my area here in South Florida, you know, being that we are so close to the Caribbean, we have a huge Haitian population here as well. They're very much ingrained to the everyday fabric of our economy and our lives. Especially in my field, you know, working in healthcare, most of our senior living facilities and nursing homes, a lot of the staff are Haitians and are of African American and Afro-Caribbean descent. So you're potentially talking about, you know, putting a target and crippling the home health care and senior nursing facility communities, because despite what may be out there in the world for people that look like the lady we were talking about earlier, y'all not taking care of yourselves when y'all get old. These nursing homes are not filled with people that look like you on the staff.
Okay.
Like you in the beds, the staff is full of people that look like me. And
that part.
I really need y'all to understand, again, these people are coming over here and doing some of the most noble work that I know of, and for you to put that target and treat them like that is truly, truly disgusting. And, you know, bless their heart, man, and bless our heart, because we just don't know that level of evil and inhumaneness, because we still show up to, you know, help these people, and for those that work in those facilities, take care of these people and make sure that, you know, they're doing okay, even though, again, you have people like this out here, you know, targeting them.
Yeah, and I always say, us as Black people, we're just innately kind people, forgiving for sure. We give a lot of grace. I mean, we've been going through this, right? But I'm just going to pivot a little bit, because one of the things that I hear a lot from a lot of Black Americans is there's some anger because they feel like these immigrants come and they're getting and afforded much more benefits and everything, more so than Black American citizens. So there is a subset of Black Americans that will be like, yes, send them back. We're tired of them. They're taking, as number 47 said, they're taking the Black jobs, you know? So how would you respond to that? Even like within your campaign, you know, if you hear Black Americans saying, yeah, we want them to go, we agree with Megyn, we want them gone. They, you know, they're just getting way better than we are.
I will, again, point to the industries and sectors where the immigrants are actually fulfilling roles. And I try to talk to those quote unquote foundational Black Americans. And I'm like, do you understand? Like, okay, so do you want to go work in strawberry fields? You want to get out here and cut this sugar cane? Do you want to be in hospitality? Are you really clamoring to be in these senior homes, wiping these people's ass? Is that what you want to do? And then the jobs you're talking about? Because that's where I see these people taking work. And they, you know, every time I start talking like that, the eyes get big. I'm like, exactly. Like, don't get out here disparaging people and going off these wild talking points without actually looking at the numbers and looking at, you know, how these people impact our society and how they make things better for us. And again, you're talking about taking jobs and taking careers that you're not even interested in, that you're not even trying to get involved in. So it is truly baffling to me that people don't, you know, take the time to do the research and they just go off these, you know, crazy talking points to, again, unfortunately, get on this internet and start grifting, because you're speaking to a subsection of Black people who don't really, you know, understand what is going on, but they do see, you know, a lot of immigrants working, and then they just put those things together without actually looking at the facts. And the facts are that, again, immigrants come over here and participate in our economy, reap no real benefits from it. And at the end of the day, they're working in a lot of industries that, just truthfully speaking, I ain't going out there. It's hot. I'm in Florida. It's 100 degrees out here. You ain't getting me in nobody farm.
You're not in the strawberry fields, okay? You're not in there.
Not doing it. I ain't in no orange mangrove. I'm not doing none of that stuff. No, thank you. I spent my youth working in the concrete finishing industry, and that's enough sun for me.
To your point, I do think it's important to have a balanced You know, you have to have a balanced perspective. And with having a balanced perspective, you have to have context on both sides. You can't go with what 47 says. They're taking the Black jobs. You can't go with Dr. Ford. What doctor? He's not a doctor. What what 47 says, you know, which is S-hole countries and all of those other things. And it's those words and those things that come out and things that he says that people take and run with, right? So again, I will just say, I'm only talking about those that are actually here doing good, you know, law-abiding citizens, working hard, contributing to the country. I'm not talking about the ones that are doing bad because, by the way, if we're going to be talking about crime, like what she said, it's those that look like her that hold the top ticket in crimes committed in the United States. I believe it's over 67%.
Yep.
26% Black that are committing crimes. Okay. So again, that's just another thing to throw out there. Okay. So when we want to start talking about Black people being criminals and Black immigrants being criminals, you need to point that finger back to y'all.
Absolutely. It's funny, my friend, he always anytime we're talking, we having these discussions, he's like, anytime, you know, he knows I'm running my campaign. He's one of my best friends, and he's like, anytime if anybody ever asks you about Black on Black crime, you say, you know, you'll start talking about Black on Black crime when they start talking about all these white old men having sex with kids. When they start addressing that problem, then we can talk about Black on Black crime.
That's it. Because when they decide to just get up and go shoot up places, it's not like, yes, they may be targeting groups, but the casualties are many that look like them. So that is white on white crime. I'm just saying, you know, when they lose their marbles and start doing those kinds of things, how often is it Black people that are doing that? I mean, the mass casualties that happen when they do these kinds of things, it's not us. 90% of them look like her. Again, make sure you do your homework and know what you're talking about. I always say, at least know what you're talking about before you start talking, right? So I'll just say again, like, do your homework, educate yourself, be responsible in your journalism, and stop with these inflammatory comments and talking points that, you know, inflict harm on people that don't deserve that really are coming to do the right thing. And to your point, go through the process in a humane way. You know, if you want to restructure people or transition people out, treat each case individually. And I do feel like, to some extent, some of the immigration processes in both Canada and the United States are flawed and definitely need improvement. What do you think?
No, 100%. There's no reason why the wealthiest country in the world, we can't figure out how to streamline our immigration process. We know the immigration system stays broken, so people have things to run on every 2 to 4 years. But the fact of the matter is, we should be able to streamline our asylum process, make sure we get more people involved in our immigration system in terms of lawyers and judges to be able to accommodate for the volume of applications and volume of people that are trying to seek asylum and work visas and these different types of things. Be able to make sure we're conducting thorough background checks of people that are getting into our country, so we aren't just letting any old person come on in here. And then making sure that our border is safe and secure, and making sure that, again, it has enough border patrol and enough staff to be able to accommodate that. We're not naive enough to not understand, like, our country is a country for opportunity if you can get here. But we need to make sure that we are having a process that not only allows people to come, but make sure the process is streamlined, the process is humane. And at the same time, I also try to tell people, like, we have to make life better for citizens here. When life is good for people, when life is good for you, you're more receptive and welcoming to share what you have with other people. But when you have a situation now where the people here in this country, the American citizens, don't feel like there's even enough for them, you can't really speak to them about letting other people come in and take the already few, quote unquote, few resources that they believe that they have. So, you know,
right.
the goal is to make sure the people here are taken care of, because once you take care of people, they are much more receptive to helping others. They're much more receptive to listening to others' problems because they're secure and they're safe. But if people don't feel safe and secure, they don't really care about what's going on, to be honest.
And that's it. And that's part of it, right? So it doesn't help that you hear this talk. And then sometimes when something is, I call it an earworm, then when you see certain things, you'll be like, yeah, that's right. So what 47 said is right. What Megyn Kelly said, it's right. I promised I wasn't going to say her name, but anyhow. So it's like, oh, yeah, I see that Haitian person and they're working on the street doing construction. That could have been my job. That's what I'm saying. I always like to balance things out before I, make comments, but what can we expect from people like them?
The fun part about that conversation is it's not even, oh, that could have been my job. It's, no, that could have been somebody else's job. I'm not even worried about it for me.
Right? Exactly. Exactly. I don't want it. But anyhow, I think, that's enough of this woman. I am so interested in knowing how things are going now with, your campaign and things. Like where are we at with that? I would love to get an update.
So campaign is actually going great. Today is the end of quarter filing for fundraising. I'm pleased to say we have crossed the $600,000 mark in terms of money raised. So the up behind the campaign, we have been involved in over 120 some odd events across our district. We've been hitting these doors, making phone calls, and truly getting the word out as best we can. I'm feeling really good about my chances in the primary election on August 18th. And I'm confident that we're going to win the general election come November 3rd. So it's truly been an eye-opening experience. As we get closer to these elections, obviously the critics and the attacks are starting to ramp up a little bit. So
of course,
bracing for that fun stuff and being able to respond in the way I need to. But at the end of the day, I'm still, having fun with this. I'm out here speaking to what people desire, what people want, and making sure that people know that I'm the people first candidate, and that's what we're doing, man. And I'm truly humbled by where we are in our campaign, and I'm excited to see where we're going to go.
Well, this deserves this. That is great news. I'm so happy because I remember when we had our discussion, it was a while back, and I'm following your journey, and I was like, we need an update. We need to know where you're going, how everything's going. So it's looking positive. It's looking like Bernard Taylor, Congressman.
Yeah, it's trending in the right direction. We'll definitely.
I love it. I love it. I love it. What else what else would you like to ask from our viewers to, sort of to help to support?
Please continue going to BernardTaylorForCongress.com. Please spread the word about the campaign. Make sure you're following us across all social media platforms at Bernard Taylor for Congress. Share my message, share some of the things that I want to do, share whatever content you see of me out there. Contribute. Yes, we passed that big money mark. We still need more. There's a lot of advertising and a lot of, door knockers and a lot of canvassing. There's still a whole lot of work to be done. We're not even at the general election part yet. So we got to ramp up and get ready for that. So you can go to BernardTaylorForCongress.com and hit that contribute button as well. If any of you watching are in Florida, I need you to understand a few things about our state. First of all, our state is a closed primary state, meaning if you are not a registered Democrat, you cannot vote in the primary election to determine who the Democratic nominee will be. So you have to be registered as a Democrat by July 20th in order to vote for me in the primary. So all my independent friends out there and even some of my Republican friends who want to support what I'm doing, I need you to switch over to be a Democrat for about 6 weeks. And then you can switch it right back. Once the primary election is over, you can get the ickiness off of you. Just switch it right on back.
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Yes, our primary election is August 18th. So we have just about, I want to say 50 days away.
Okay, you heard that. You got the dates, you got everything. And of course, I will put the links below so that you can, support. And let's get Bernard Taylor for Congress, okay? We need that. We need people who are boots in the ground, who are relatable, who genuinely care about the people, about our people, about the state, and that's what we want. So we have to really understand our power. And I feel like oftentimes we don't. Oftentimes we really, really don't understand how much power we have. And also understanding that our voice matters. I know even here in Canada, a lot of Black people are like, well, I'm not going to bother voting because it's just going to be another liberal government. And so we're already have this defeatist attitude, and we shouldn't do that. Our voices matter. We live here. And if we want the world to be a certain way, we have to use our voices and go out and vote. So vote, vote, vote. And that's what I have to say. But I just want to say in closing, how is your wife doing? Because I do know, as you mentioned, that she is Haitian. How is she feeling about this?
My wife, she's a strong lady. You got to be to deal with me. No, she's she's taking everything in stride. She tries to make sure everybody's informed around her and her family and knows the things that are going on. Fortunately for us, my mother-in-law lives with us as well. So pretty much, her core family, her mom and her brothers and everyone are safe. It's more so the extended family and, friends and things like that in the community. We've seen ICE over the last year be indiscriminate in terms of who they try to pick up and who they targeted and things of that nature. So it's not really even just, speaking specifically to the Haitian community, but the Black people in general. Because if you think that these people really care to determine, what island you come from, they will pick you up and figure that out later. So
yes, they just see Black.
Yeah, so we are kind of educating the community, trying to stay on high alert around here. Being that our state is one of those with a 287G agreement that our governor put in place, which basically enables local law enforcement to cooperate and work with ICE. So basically deputizing them as ICE agents. So it's not ICE you got to be paying attention to as well. It's also the local law enforcement agencies as well. So being safe, staying informed, make sure you have your documentation with you. It's crazy that we have to say things like that here in 2026, but that is the world we are living in, and we just want to make sure everybody is safe as we can be.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate, but that is the world we live in. That's the reality. So again, we need to use our voices and just, this may sound very simple, simplistic, and I feel like unattainable these days, but just be a good human.
It's getting
just
harder.
Be a good human.
It's getting harder.
Right? Like, wake up with intention, wake up with integrity. Like, the amount of negative and toxic energy it takes to get up, choose the attitude of being this visceral person, and use your platform to just sprout off vile, hateful things that perpetuates that hate. It mystifies me. It really does. It mystifies me. So that's why I said it may sound simple, and I want it to be simple, but it's literally not simple. But I'm just going to say, just be a good human. That's it.
Well, the one thing we can't thank 47 for is kind of exposing that we are the minority in terms of just good people, unfortunately.
And it seems like it's been that way since the beginning of time. We were the minority 400 years ago and counting. And, we still maintain the kindness. When I do a lot of my reports, I'm always saying the same thing, like moreover, which is we don't go around saying these kinds of things. We don't make hateful comments. If we are making any comments, we're usually responding or reacting to something that's happened against us. But we don't just innately go around telling the folks go back to Ireland, or, we don't do that. We're not racially profiling if they come into an establishment where we are. We're not, as Black cops, we're not pulling over the folks and, racially profile. We don't do these things. Never have. So again, I say, you like to appropriate our culture. Why don't you appropriate that part?
That part, absolutely.
Right. Well, why are we never appropriating that part of who we are? Everything else, but not that.
You got to put that on a t-shirt. That's a word right there.
Right? I had bars, Bernard. I had bars. That was bars.
Absolutely.
Anyway, this was great. Thank you so much, Bernard, for taking the time. I will put all the information below. Family, support, support, support. Vote, vote, vote. Your power matters. Your voice matters. Remember to do that. Thank you again, Bernard. We will stay in touch. We'll keep having you on to update us on where you're at. And I appreciate you coming on and having this conversation about that white lady. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In H-Town, we want news that speaks truth, just like we do.
ADNC keeps me informed and him inspired.
We've been through too much to trust mainstream media. This feels like us.
From the D to the diaspora, ADNC is how I stay woke. We binge ADNC like it's Netflix, but smarter.
They speak on us, but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff. No filters. Just the truth, daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
You were warned. You were warned. You were warned. Hey, y'all, Gravity, any day above ground living. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your Monday. New work week, so go out there and be productive. We have to start out with a hearty chuckle because many people told supporters of this idiot on the screen, DOGE is a failure. DOGE was going to be a failure. DOGE was money transferring. DOGE wasn't really going to do anything. This is a dog whistle for white supremacists. I would love for them to come in here this morning and explain to me what exactly did DOGE do. Please, we want to know this. What exactly did they accomplish? Where's the checks? Oh, I know what it accomplished. You got to go to Madison Square Garden and do the Sieg Heil. That's what you accomplished. You went and tied yourself to the government and tanked your car business. Wasn't bad enough that you already aligned next to Trump and that hurt the bottom line. You decided that you were going to go into the government and claim you were going to find trillions of dollars in waste when you only found 9 figures. And low 9 figures at that. You wanted to do all this. You wanted to end U.S. aid. Okay. Not realizing that U.S. aid, all y'all did was focus on the bullshit international programs, but there were a lot of programs here, including for the farmers, that relied on that money Now there's talk that there are going to be food shortages starting in October. But then when he puts out stupid ass tweets, y'all want to sit up there and cheer the shit. Okay. Well, MAGA, you Trump supporters, I hope you realize that every time you have news like this comes out, you're just letting those idiots on the left win. You just added another bullet point to their messaging for the rest of the summer and the fall leading into the midterms because you don't listen. You think you're the smartest people in the room. Elon Musk built nothing. We're going to say this again. He built nothing. He took. He didn't start SpaceX. He didn't come up with the technology. He didn't start Tesla. He didn't come up with the technology. He didn't start Twitter. He didn't come up with the technology. But y'all want to praise him because he's somehow a trillionaire. I heard some a-hole yesterday on Anthony Cumstain's show. Oh yeah, we were listening while we were listening to TBA. He gonna go up there and have the nerve to say that Elon Musk has $1 trillion in the bank. I tell you, they're dumb. But DOGE did accomplish something. Yes, they did. They put out a whole new breed of scammers. They put out a whole new breed of liars and hustlers. That's what they did. And we're going to have to reckon with that for a while. But let's dive into this research. Now, for those who don't know, DOGE shut down on Saturday. Now, this was planned out way in advance. They said it was only going to last for about 18 months. So we're here. They're saying they only found about $215 billion in waste. They were projecting at least 2 to 3 trillion. For a bunch of people that run businesses, how did you not have forensic accountants sitting up there just auditing books? Why? But, you know, I figure they think they're smarter than what they are. But, all right. I want to show y'all something. Now, this right here was hilarious when I read it. They might have to hire back people that they fired. You had Ford go on TV last year after Trump got in, the CEO embarrassing himself on Fox News, saying that with Trump back in office, these tariffs are going to make us so much money. And y'all heard me on here say, how are tariffs going to make you more money when you don't have the infrastructure to build factories here? You have to still import your parts. How are you going to make money? And 6 months later, he comes back outside and says that they're running at a loss. They might have to lay people off. Well, DOGE did the same thing. Not only did DOGE shut down, but now you have agencies in DC and around the country having to go run and get back talent. Yeah. So this article says DOGE is officially ending. Agencies are hiring again. The government is even encouraging agencies to bring more services in-house. 104,000 jobs. Okay. When Molly Hardy, the National Endowment for the Humanities 2024 Employee of the Year, was laid off in 2025 because of DOGE. She checked the box that she'd like to be considered for future employment. In March of this year, NEH emailed Hardy to schedule a virtual interview. The agency, which lost 2/3 of its staff during DOGE cuts last year, was hiring again. The email was affirming, but in a way that was so sick and twisted, Hardy said. She didn't take the job. It didn't feel good. It just felt really sad. DOGE's formal mandate ends July 4th, as prescribed by the executive order President Donald Trump signed last year to create it. The group initially helmed by Elon Musk has left the federal workforce significantly leaner than it was at the start of Trump's second term. It has also left many agencies scrambling to address capacity crisis across the government. I thought y'all had all this AI. I thought AI was supposed to fix all this. I guess the AI ain't working. Which we know you guys are going to pivot into surveillance and security. We know this. But hey, you guys are the smartest people in the room. The NEH is one of many agencies throughout the federal government that's staffing back up as DOGE's mandates end. In the last 5 months of 2025, the government listed just over 68,900 jobs on its hiring website, USA Jobs. In the first 5 months of 2026, it posted over 104,000, according to a data dashboard of government job postings. Trump has largely lifted the nearly government-wide hiring freeze, and the administration appears to be shifting away from its explicit objective of reducing the count of federal employees. It's almost like it didn't work. It's almost like people told you this was going to happen last year. You can't reduce the federal workforce, especially at these levels. But you didn't want to listen because you thought the AI, it was going to be good enough for a year for you to campaign on it and say how good it'll be to have a 50-50 human cyber workforce. And that fell through. It's the beginning of the end, family. I don't mean to be doom and gloom, but it's the beginning of the end. We're set for the reset. We can't get off the river. We're heading towards the waterfall. The reset is on the way. Asked if there's still a goal in the administration to cut the number of workers employed by the government, Scott Cooper, the head of the Office of Personnel Management, told Notice, "I'm not hearing that." Cooper describes the current work as a reshaping of the government's workforce. The question is, do we have the right headcount for the priorities of the administration? And where we don't, let's make sure we go figure out how to fill those gaps. Over the past year, the federal government has gone from the infamous fork in the road email that DOGE sent to government employees offering them an exit ramp from their government jobs that included months of pay without being required to work, to splashy new initiatives, campaigns encouraging workers to join the federal workforce. Even the Obama-era Digital Services Office that Trump renamed the U.S. DOGE Service, in which housed Musk isolated workforce cutting team of the same name, is backfilling the many workers who were either laid off or quit protests. And they're going to get more money. One of the biggest things we do is recruit that top tier talent to be able to come in and bring expertise to the government, U.S. DOGE Administrator Amy Gleason said last month. The Fork in the Road program cost an estimated $11 billion in payouts to federal workers, according to Progressive Watchdog Group's analysis of OPM data. A year and a half after DOGE began, Cooper said agencies are still determining how to right size. It's not surprising to me that we're not at the finish line, he said, noting that he thinks this should be an ongoing process. Among the administration's hiring efforts is the Tech Force, a program meant to lure early career technologists into the government with a robot mascot wearing a black hoodie over its 2000-era desktop monitor head. Lord have mercy. Cooper is focused on recruiting people with software development skills into the government, something he says is rare among the government's existing technology workforce. About 20,000 government tech workers left the government last year, and they probably got corporate jobs. You think they're fixing to go back to the government and deal with that? No. He's also hoping to bring in entry-level talent, despite the administration's push to fire new hires across government last year. I don't care. Leave me alone. We're not going to read all this. Let's see. What else can we glean from this? HHS is now, they laid off 10,000 workers last year. Now they want to bring in 12,000. You assholes. I guess Maha ain't working. Okay. Agricultural Department. Immigration, Secret Service. Told you about that security, state, immigration enforcement, Secret Service. Hey, why? Hey, are y'all ready for the fun? We'll play that last. But yeah, you notice right now, I know this happened Saturday, but everybody was so wrapped up with the Walmart shooting and the fireworks that they didn't know this happened. Remember when he went on Fox News trying to explain this and he had all these young boys around him? Let's hope no scandals come out of that. Let's just hope. DOGE is a way of life and never terminates. Are you dumb? That's Stephen Miller's wife. Girl, are you dumb? Boy, they gonna, man, you better hope to God them Democrats don't win the House and the Senate. You better hope. Motherfuckers are going to jail. Let's continue. Ebro, you're an idiot. We're not even gonna look at yours. Harry Sissy, you're an idiot, and we're not even gonna read yours. Again, where are these checks? Everybody's supposed to get. Remember he first said $5,000 checks and then it went down to 2. Where's these checks? But no, he's over there. He's over there yelling at BP and shouting them to lower gas prices like they're gonna listen to him. But that's okay. That's okay. Hey MAGA, why y'all not up talking about this? This is huge. This is huge business. I'm just saying. We got Ro Khanna getting sued by Elon. All right. Let's see what he's talking about.
26 says we should keep renting. 26.
But anyway, how y'all doing today? I always forget to ask that.
They track every market so you know when to make your move. He also says that Bigfoot got it. Let's be green with Realtor.com.
Whatever.
You want to get your response to Elon Musk threatening to sue you? Where do things stand with that? And are you prepared to respond if he actually does?
Well, this is what he does, but it's a symptomatic of our times. The billionaires and now a trillionaire, not just can pour in hundreds of millions of dollars, but can actually threaten to sue members of Congress for doing their job. But he won't intimidate me. I'm not going to be intimidated by the guy. I'm not going to be silenced by the guy. It makes me more motivated to stand up to this unholy alliance of wealth and power.
In your mind, can you earn $1 billion? I know someone said you cannot, some Democrat members of Congress. What's your position on that? And do you think he's made a valuable contribution to the U.S. economy through SpaceX, through Tesla?
Sure. I mean, look, he's an entrepreneur, and I don't take that
No,
away.
he's not.
I'm glad that he started Tesla, though I wish it were.
He did. Oh God, sir. Sir.
I'm glad he.
Sir, he never started Tesla. Why is he telling this lie? You see how they get on code? They can hate each other, but then when it started talking about somebody's money, they get on code. He never started Tesla. He bought into it and then took it over. Damn. This is like easily, and then you could just tell how the news is trash because y'all know that. You could have stopped him right there, but you let him talk. That's crazy.
Started SpaceX. He had Obama administration's help with that to break up the Lockheed Boeing monopoly. I'm glad he started Starlink. But the reality is on wealth accumulation is the rules are rigged because we don't have capital gains tax that equals ordinary income tax. So you basically have capital.
Whose fault is that?
Where, sitting on capital, you get a lower rate as opposed to working. We don't have bargaining rights, so workers are being underpaid. You don't have.
Whose fault is that?
Buybacks. You don't have an effective corporate tax rate.
Whose fault is that?
So it's been distortionary. It doesn't take away from entrepreneurship or people creating value, but what has happened with the economy, the rules have been distortionary, where all the gains are going in the hands of the few and not enough of the gains in the hands of workers.
I remember there was talk of
And whose fault is that?
unrealized gains in the Obama, most of Biden years.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Is that where you're going with your?
Well, I'm not taxing on billionaires and taxing trillionaires. Bernie and I have a proposal: 5% tax on the wealth, and that would raise $4 trillion over 10 years. We could pay universal.
Here we go again with 10 years.
We could pay for public college. We could pay for dental, vision, hearing. You could give every American family a check under 150K. We do a lot of things. So that's the direction we need to go.
Now, if Musk follows through, does he have a case, do you think, legally against what you said?
Brock says he doesn't have a case. So.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now you're going to just, never mind. And they're not serious. Okay. Let's have fun. Let's see what they were yelling at each other about on CNN. I'm going to guess there's no black people on this, but we'll see. Okay, that can't. Okay, dude. So you have all your sauces and never mind.
Different recipes, different stories, same sauce. You can't have a barbecue without the barbecue. Sweet Baby Ray's. Think sauce first.
Well, I actually think having.
Oh my God, they have a black person on it. No, they don't.
Is important, and he has made it safer. He's made it more beautiful. It's sort of the broken window theory that people are much more respectful. There's lower crime when things are safer and more beautiful to look at. I will say, at least on the point of the contract, I mean, under Obama, it was a.
But y'all just said there were DC teen takeovers, but Trump cleaned it up. So you just lied. Okay.
$35 million that he invested into the pool, and it still leaked like a sieve. So I think $13 million is a lot less. And these are when you look at the overall budget, I mean, these are pennies when you consider what Democrats are proposing, spending trillions of dollars. And I will also say,
How y'all acting like Republicans didn't sign off on them spending them trillions? Like, they're dumb. Oh God. This is why I keep saying vote everybody out. Yes, the lobbyists and the special interest groups will go, but it's also going to kick people like this idiot that is speaking on TV. She'll be out of a job. They really think it's just one party unilaterally getting enough power to just do whatever they want. And every time you look at those votes, it's always the other side leaning into it. Go ahead, lady.
There are things he does every day, whether it's
stopping funding for HIV/AIDS programs in Africa and hunger for kids.
There are things that we do every
$1 million.
There are things that we do every day. Finding fraud, Trump RX reducing judge. There's all kinds.
Trump RX. She mentions Trump. Oh God. Okay. All right.
like that he's implementing that are good, and we're just not talking about the
We can't afford childcare. He told us that. We don't have money for childcare.
Okay, how much would that cost?
We have 15.
Oh, by the way, it wasn't lost on me that I'm done with these fools. It's not lost on me that they named this panel table for 5. I swear to God. So you stole that from Fox News, but okay. All right. Keeps talking about these goddamn drug shit. All right. Okay. Let's see if that's true. So it's not even on. So it's not even on. What? No, this was back in January. Okay, so let's see. The 43 drugs available. Let me look. Okay, so we see EpiPens. I see. Oh, really? Really, my nigga? Really, my nigga? They on a Ozempic griff? Oh, okay. All right. What is this? Well, we'll wait till next year to talk about Trump RX. Anyway, y'all, I just want to do this quick live because this Elon is, man. We in trouble, but that's okay. We're gonna get through it like we get through everything else. But anyway, y'all enjoy the rest of your day. Y'all take care, stay safe. Make sure you hype the video, share, like, and subscribe. And you know what to do when the agents of chaos come to mess up your existence.
If they start counseling these artists, these other African artists, mind you, South Africa has the biggest stadium venue in Africa. Chris Brown sold them out, I want to say last year. Remember, I think they have like 95,000, a stadium that holds 95,000 people. So yeah, the joke is really on all the other Africans all together. And plus with Afrobeats dying, I will say y'all need one another. But yeah, whatever though. But yeah, Pan-Africanism goes out the window if you don't let people freeload or eat off you without bringing anything to the table. How come when they talk about Black Americans coming to Africa, oh, you got to invest in Africa. You got to come with benefits for all Africans. Whereas, you let other Africans could go freeload in other countries. There's no boundaries. Like, they're like, no, well, you should be okay with that. But anyway, yeah, I'm out.
Taking public transport in Africa's biggest slum.
They can fit 5 people in there.
Yes. 2, 2, yeah. 2, 1.
And 1 at the back.
6.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what are the reasons why it stinks a lot here and it's very dirty? Because people use the river as a toilet. Yes. So that's they don't have nothing else. There's no running water. There's no pipe. That shows you how blessed you have to be. So when you're watching this video, be thankful. Yeah. Where you live, the life you have. How are you? This, I'm not gonna lie to you. The smell right now is strong.
It costs 10 cents to use this transport to take you all around the place.
So she just finished using the bathroom. They don't have toilets, so this is what they do. They dig a hole. She uses the hole and then she covers it up. That's how they use the toilet. There is no toilet. There is no water. There is nothing here. It's crazy.
Et là, elle recouvre le trou. Il n'y a pas de sanitaire, il n'y a pas de toilette, il n'y a pas de douche.
Donc, et en plus, comme vous voyez bien que le trou, il est à la vue de tout le monde. Donc, ce n'est même pas que la personne, elle a un peu d'intimité pour pouvoir faire ses besoins. Il faut le faire pour tout le monde.
That's his bathroom, bruh.
Y'all, that's what they have to teach their children. They got to teach their children to dig a hole outside, defecate, urinate, and then cover it all back up. That is how they're taught to go to the bathroom over there. But we got Nigerians sitting in this country acting like they are better than everybody. So I'm just saying, if y'all got all the knowledge that you claim you got, why can't you fix that situation with the toilets? You mean to tell me all the education that y'all claim you got, y'all can't come up with some plumbing? Wow. But apparently they can't, but that's what they're teaching their kids, how to cope with no toilet, no water, no nothing.
I gotta take a mean one, champ. And this is the toilet, bro. There's just a hole in the middle of this little thing. Crazy. Yo, would y'all do that? This is crazy. This is crazy. In the comments, would y'all do that? All right, let me get this over with because I gotta go. Woo! God damn. Yo, I usually take a little while in the toilet, but that was the fastest number 2 I ever did in my life. I got in and out. I don't even care if there's anything else in there. I was not trying to stay there too long. It was weird because you got to squat, and I wasn't sure if I was aiming right. Man, that was pretty crazy, but I'm glad I got it about of me.
I'm still in Nigeria, y'all. I'm at the airport. It's the only place in the world that I've been to where they deliberately don't put tissue in the bathroom stall. Like, they purposely don't put that shit in there. Every one of them bitches empty. And then they put that shit in the store and they tell you the tissue is 1,500 naira. What the fuck place is this? My brother got a shit and the road is shit. He got paid to buy tissue to use the bathroom. Oh, he hold it. Look at him. He in pain. You don't say no words to the people. This is crazy. They really charging $1,500 for some fucking tissue in the store. It's fucking crazy. No tissue in the bathroom. I say something to shoot out there.
Y'all, can you imagine that? You know, I saw different video, but they had a lot of music on it. But they show you inside the bathroom and there's never toilet paper. So even if they got a toilet for you to go on, they don't have any toilet paper. So not unless you bring some in there yourself, and some of them got these little wands where you can rinse your behind, but you have nothing to dry yourself with because there's no paper in there. So, wow. Nigeria, you know, toilet paper ain't that deep. So I don't know why your country is not purchasing enough toilet paper. Wow. Y'all, it couldn't be me. I couldn't survive in Nigeria. I couldn't. Like I said, there was this other guy. He had like a flat and had a toilet, but they were only allowed to flush the toilet twice a day, and that's it. Twice a day. Yeah. I don't know why these people are not doing better when it comes down to, you know, having plumbing and toilets and everything. It just seems really weird. Yeah, well, look, seems to me Nigeria needs a lot of help. Y'all should be over there helping Nigeria. They need a lot of help, and I was also reading Nigeria is like the poorest nation over there, one of the very poorest over there. And it's not just them. When I was reading some articles, they say Uganda is the same way. They also do a lot of defecating out in the open and all that stuff. And it's a lot of those African countries where that is happening. I just can't imagine driving a car and then you see all these people just squatting alongside the roadway. No. All countries except for Western countries use holes to relieve themselves. Yeah, but all countries are not over here talking about they're better than someone like you African nations are. Many of you are always on social media, especially when you come live here in the West. You're all on social media running your mouth about how you're better than everybody. That's the worst part. Your arrogance. Man, I don't think I would touch anything over there. I don't think I would. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. The rain has been treacherous. The street behind me, now my street is okay, but the street behind me is flooded. It is completely flooded. And they're trying to unclog the drains. It's like the police and fire department, and they're going up and down the street trying to unclog the drains. I mean, that's how much rain, and there's more rain coming. So I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but yeah, I'm just grateful we're not flooded, but the one street over is flooded. So y'all, be careful out there, for real. And I'll see you on my next live. Now, when I have my next live, it may be a few hours from now because I'm still working on getting all of the orders out from this weekend. And number two, because of the rain, even UPS is delayed in coming over here, but they just recently got the orders out of here, but they did warn of delays because of the flooding. It's a lot of flooding here in New Jersey. So I will probably post something in my community tab. Please, you may have to allow a few extra days for things to reach you. So, it instead of 3 days, it may reach you in 5 days or longer. So I'm just asking that you understand the weather conditions and how it is impacting everything, including the ability of these, courier services getting around on flooded roads and streets and highways. So, I'm definitely going to get every single order out, but just know it may be some delays. So y'all, thank you for being here and have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
And that breaking news, a deadly shooting involving an ICE officer who killed a man during an enforcement operation in Houston's East End.
Yeah, the feds rammed an ICE vehicle during this happened at the end of Canal and Westside, 7 o'clock this morning.
We have team coverage for you this evening. Katira Winfrey, she leads us off. She's worked the scene all afternoon for us. Katira, what all have you been able to learn?
Well, Lynn and Mia, the scene is clear now, but we've started hearing from multiple local leaders and state representatives or state Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, all of them calling for a thorough investigation into what happened here. Meanwhile, people in this community say they are having to deal with the weight of all of this. Now, here's what we know so far. Much of the information is coming from federal authorities and much of it questioned by the people here in the East End. Homeland Security says ICE agents were conducting an operation targeting a, quote, illegal alien. But while conducting a traffic stop, they say the driver rammed an agent's vehicle. We believe it was a white work van seen in multiple surveillance video clips reviewed by KHOU 11. DHS went on to say an ICE agent fired his weapon in self-defense, hitting that driver. The man was rushed to the hospital where he later died. In one piece of video, we see a man on the ground with agents standing above him, but it's unclear if that's the man who was killed.
It feels bad. It feels terrible. Regardless, these are human beings. And regardless of immigration status, people come from different countries here for different circumstances.
And community members and local state leaders, as I mentioned, say they are calling for transparency, also asking for an independent investigation. City Council member Joaquin Martinez released the statement a short time ago, also saying that his office is aware and urging the community to let the process move forward, also asking that it be done in transparency. Reporting live in Houston, Katira Winfrey, KHOU 11 News.
Katira Winfrey bringing us up to speed. Thank you.
All right, let's now join Anieli Ruiz. You've been speaking with people in the neighborhood. What are they telling you?
Well, guys, I actually spoke to one of the family members of one of the men that was detained. They tell me that they were actually picked up from their home, were headed to a construction site. They're all construction workers that help build homes not far from here. And they tell us their boss picked them up. They were pulled over by unmarked vehicles. He actually called his wife saying, hey, there's some vehicles that are following us. He really wasn't sure what was happening. He hung up. The wife tried calling him back several times, but she could not get a hold of him. Obviously, very frightening for her when she heard that there was somebody that was killed. Fortunately, she said it wasn't her loved one, but now she fears for her husband because she says he doesn't know how to read and he doesn't know how to write. So she's not really quite sure what he's going to be signing or what documents he'll be signing while he's being detained during ICE custody right now. Again, a very scary situation, like I said, for this family who they were fearing the worst, but they say that their loved one is okay. He is alive. And now, obviously, they're praying for the family who has lost their loved one. They tell me that the person who died actually has a family member. One of his kids is in the Marines and was actually trying to fix his legal status here in the U.S. So all of this information is still unfolding out here, back out here live. We're hoping to be able to speak to more family members, to get more community video out here, to see what exactly happened and how all of this transpired. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Anieli, thank you for the update there. DHS now says its Inspector General is investigating today's shooting while the FBI investigates the alleged attempt to run over ICE agents.
We are also learning more about the man those agents shot and killed. KHOU 11 Investigates has been looking into the background of Lorenzo Salgado. Jeremy Rogowski here now with what you've learned.
Yeah, guys, records show Lorenzo Salgado has deep roots in Houston. He and his wife have owned a home in the East End for about 27 years, just a few minutes from where this morning's shooting occurred. Records also show he's had a Texas driver's license since 1993.
Jeremy, does Salgado have a criminal history?
Yeah, we searched Harris and surrounding counties, DPS, and federal court records, found no criminal cases, although an ICE spokesperson says Salgado was in the country illegally.
Interested to know, what do we know about his family here?
I briefly spoke with a son in his late 20s. He asked for privacy during this very difficult time.
All right, Jeremy Rogowski with an update on the family. Thank you.
Sure.
And we will be staying on top of this story throughout the night for you. We know you have a lot of questions here, so do we. We're working to get you those answers. We'll have the latest developments across all our platforms.
You gotta hit the link, sis. I sent you the link.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, America's most watched newscast. Now streaming same day with all the breaking news of the day on Disney+.
So, Chi-Town, what's going down in the Chi? Chicago's annual Juneteenth mass murder crisis.
I sat in this very seat and I warned you that Juneteenth is historically one of the most violent days for whatever reason in the city of Chicago. You dismissed that.
A busy weekend for Chicago police and first responders processing scene after scene. The Juneteenth holiday coming to a violent end on the south side. We counted over 100 shell casings near 95th and Wentworth, where a drive-by shooting left 13 people injured just after 11 o'clock Friday night.
Tell everybody what happened on Juneteenth weekend in Chicago.
So it started off with a bang, no pun intended. 7 people are dead in Chicago. 38 more were shot. Listen to this number. 24 separate shooting incidents in one weekend. Okay? By the way, how is that not, besides his library, the biggest story in America? I'm not talking about a war zone, guys. I'm not talking about Ukraine and Russia. This isn't Fallujah. We didn't take over Kharg Island. This is Chicago.
So, half a dozen people dead, about 40 people shot, 24 different shootings, and we're not supposed to talk about it because if you talk about violence in the Black community, you're racist. Here's a message from our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. Let me clear something up right off the top, because anytime people hear crypto, folks immediately think scam enforced by the police department. And he believes that defunding the police would help solve Chicago's problems. Here he is before he started running for mayor, giving his opinion on the defund the police narrative.
President of the United States, the former president of the United States, President Barack Obama, took it one step further as well. And basically said that the effort of the defund police movement lost an audience because of that that slogan, I guess is what he's calling it, which I don't look at it as a slogan. It's an actual real political goal.
So now this political goal, how do you achieve it? Well, Brandon Johnson eventually ran for mayor. But he couldn't tell people he was going to defund the police because anyone with common sense knows if you remove the police department, crime is going to go even worse. You have all these police officers and crime is bad. If you remove them all, it's likely going to get worse. So he made what I like to call the centrist switch. He is like, nah, defund the police is not really what I'm going to do. Even though I've essentially said it for all these years, I've changed my mind right now when you ask me this question. Here's the clip.
On multiple occasions, you've spoken on the topic of defunding police. In 2020, you said, quote, defunding this failed system of incarceration and policing was not just admirable, but necessary, end quote. As far as redirecting funds, if we look at your record, you introduced a resolution and passed it with the support of others to redirect money from the sheriff's office to other areas. So first, do you acknowledge making those recorded and documented statements, yes or no?
I'm not going to defund the police.
If you could answer the question, though.
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge making the statements that I just read by quote, yes or no?
What I've acknowledged is the fact that there are people who are incredibly frustrated.
Mr. Johnson, if I could get you back to the question,
of course.
Is it solely yes or no? Do you acknowledge making those statements?
Look, you've already quoted. What I'm saying is, though,
so you
is that it
acknowledge making
provides
those
some
statements?
Of course, I'm acknowledging it, but I want to make sure that we have context.
I want to give you the opportunity to answer the question, but I just want to move on to the next part of it.
So he gets in the office, but the police department begins to shrink to some of the lowest levels in the history of the department.
Men and women of CPD are putting in work, yet the reality, the department is down a significant number of sworn officers.
We are down. We're down close to 2,000 officers.
So now Brandon Johnson's political goal has been achieved. They're down 2,000 officers. He's defunded the police department. Things seem to be going well.
Chicago just put out some new numbers. Shootings and homicides went up. So let's get into what that means.
Brett Bagansky is live right now. He took a closer look. This follows last year's drop in reported violent crime.
Yeah, certainly, this is something we've been following for the last few years here. So these new numbers reflect the first quarter of this year. And even though Overall, violent crime is reportedly down this year by 9%. We've taken a step back in certain areas. So let's take a look here. In April of 2026, it shows 32 murders for the month. That is up 39% from April of 2025. The city reported 130 murders from January to April of this year. That is up more than 8% from last year. The number of shootings went up from 399 last year to 421. And Chicago police also report officers have been shot or shot at in the line of duty 43% higher than this time last year. And it comes after Officer John Bartholomew was shot and killed in the line of duty at Swedish Hospital. That was on April 25th. His partner, now identified as Nelson Crespo, is in critical condition in the hospital after he was also shot. You just saw the man earlier there, Alfonso Talley, who was accused of shooting both of them. Talley's in the Cook County Jail facing 20 felonies, including murder.
Now, if you're looking at your screen, these numbers are insane. Murder is up 39%. Officer shootings are up 43%. Like, this is obviously a problem. But when you're down 2,000 officers, then the criminals are going to be more emboldened. And you have a mayor who sides with the criminals more than he sides with his own officers. That's going to make the problem even worse. So now everyone who watches the news in Chicago sees what's going on. They've had the issue with teen takeovers where there are teens running around committing mass burglaries and mass looting in Chicago on the weekends.
Chicago police said they had no choice but to move in and arrest dozens of people this weekend during another teen takeover in the South Loop.
And now only on two, one family wants answers after a security guard died during another incident one day earlier. We begin here at 6 with Marissa Perlman and the arrests.
40 people ages 12 to 20 arrested at this 7-Eleven. It's a change from how police have handled these large gatherings in the past, but the interim superintendent now saying he had no choice.
There's a group of kids tearing up the store. We don't know what store it is.
Video posted on social media shows dozens of teens looting the 7-Eleven off of West Crenshaw, making off with stolen goods, including a fire extinguisher, which was set off outside the store. This video shows the aftermath as customers try to get inside.
Look what they did inside of this 7-Eleven.
Chicago police supervisors heard encouraging cops to lock people up. At one point, a mass arrest order is given.
If you're an officer, you should be putting hands on people and arresting them right now, not watching them walk by you.
So now, with that as the backdrop, Chicago has had a real tough time with the holiday of Juneteenth. For some reason, it has become the most violent holiday in Chicago. So for a lot of you who don't know what Juneteenth is, here's a quick video explaining Juneteenth.
June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth and formerly known as Emancipation Day or Jubilee Day, marks the day that federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas in 1865, taking control of the state and freeing all enslaved people. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued on January 1st, 1863, which was said to be the day all enslaved Africans in Confederate states were to be set free. In reality, it didn't end completely. In fact, there were still enslaved people in states like Kentucky and Delaware, as well as in Texas, where there wasn't much military presence, so slavery continued. It wasn't until troops arrived in Galveston on June 19, 1865, that 250,000 people were freed.
So as you can see, Juneteenth is a recognition of the freedom that was obtained by Black citizens in the United States. And the irony here is that Juneteenth celebrations in Chicago seem to include mass shootings where multiple Black people are killed every single Juneteenth. Here is what happened in 2023.
And the city of Chicago seeing a violent weekend with dozens of people shot.
Yeah, we're learning more from the mayor and CPD's interim superintendent about how they plan to deal with this moving forward. NBC5's Lisa Chavarria joins us now live with that story. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning, Patrick and Michelle. Now, both say that there needs to be more investment in communities that are struggling with this kind of violence. Now, here's what Mayor Brandon Johnson had to say about the violent weekend we just saw where more than 45 people were shot.
Look, I knew what I was inheriting when I became the mayor of the city of Chicago. Mm-hmm. I knew it. We've all have known the pain of trauma and disinvestment. Here's what we have to remind ourselves, that if we're going to get ourselves out of this rut, it's going to take all of us.
Part of the violence happening includes this. CWB Chicago obtained this video of a man being shot as two men tried to carjack him. This happened yesterday morning in the Bucktown neighborhood on Wabansia and Damon. The 52-year-old victim was left in the street as the suspects drove around him. Now, police say he's in good condition, but the suspects are still on the run. And happening just last night in the Garfield Park neighborhood, a 14-year-old boy walking down a sidewalk was shot by someone in a passing car. This happened just before 9 on Francisco Avenue near Washington Boulevard. Now, police tell us that he was listed in fair condition at Stroger Hospital. Also in the Garfield Park neighborhood, just 2 hours later, 3 teens were shot while they were standing on the front porch of a home. Chicago police say someone in a dark-colored car pulled up and opened fire on the teens at a home on Gladys Avenue near Hamlin Boulevard. A 17-year-old girl is in critical condition after being shot in the eye. Another 17-year-old and a 19-year-old were both wounded, but they're said to be in good condition.
So remember, that's 2023. So let's fast forward 3 years to 2026. So now this is where things get crazy, because you would think the mayor, who's seen there's a pattern of people getting shot, Black people getting shot on Juneteenth, he would want to do something to curb the violence, especially on that weekend. But this is Mayor Brandon Johnson, and he really didn't do anything. So what happens? Well, this happened.
Surveillance video capturing what appears to be a barrage of gunfire. Shortly after, you see people running for cover. Chicago police were called to 95th and Princeton after a mass shooting around 11 Friday night in the city's Princeton Park neighborhood. At least 13 people were injured.
244 West 95th Street. I need crowd control.
Chicago police say a red SUV pulled up to a large crowd. Investigators say 2 suspects began shooting from inside the car before taking off.
There's approximately 25 shell casings, both rifle and pistol rounds, from 243 West 95th all the way to the end of the block on Princeton.
The victims' ages range from 17 to 47 years old and were taken to different hospitals. A 26-year-old man was last listed in critical condition.
Now, over the Juneteenth weekend this year, there were something like 7 to 8 people killed and 39 people shot. But the mayor, before Juneteenth occurred, was actually warned by the media, like, hey, listen, you know, this is generally the time where things get out of control and a lot of people get shot and killed. Will you do something about it? But since the mayor didn't do something about it, he was then confronted later by the news media asking him, why didn't you do anything about this? You knew this was coming. Here's his response.
Mayor Johnson, last week I sat in this very seat and I warned you that Juneteenth is historically one of the most violent days for whatever reason in the city of Chicago. You dismissed that. I asked you if Donald Trump, the president of the United States, if you would reach out to him for some kind of help or assistance. Again, you dismissed that. You said that you're the mayor, right? You said that Donald Trump was a massive failure or something to that effect. And now we have seen the results. 40 plus people shot, a dozen plus people murdered. Perhaps you're the massive failure in this equation and not the president, who, by the way, has reached out.
Thank you for your
the
question.
president of the United States has reached out again.
Well, thank you for your question.
Donald Trump has said he's willing to help. Will you at long last accept his support?
I appreciate you
well,
taking
if you
some
let me
time.
ask the question,
You said that real people.
Will you accept his help now?
Well, you asked 2 questions.
No.
It's a very lousy attempt of what you're trying to conflate. But your first.
Sis Bianca, check your email. Sister B, check your email. The link should already been in your email address. The kissy faces.
First question was essentially around who takes responsibility. The president of the United States of America has done nothing to help secure safe communities across this country. In fact, if you look specifically at his so-called Black agenda, he has not delivered on one promise. It's not just he's just a failure. He is he's a doty individual, right? Here's a responsibility that I continue to take. Driving a community safety plan that removes guns from the streets of Chicago, driving a community safety plan that actually invests in the communities that this president refuses to invest in. He is more interested in tweeting or posting evil and inhumane projections of people and our humanity than he is actually willing to put money into the very communities that he ostensibly offers some degree of care for.
Now, I want to pause it right here because he's saying the president hasn't offered any help, but the president did offer help, and Brandon Johnson outright rejected it. He was actually questioned about this on MSNBC, who called him out for it. Here's that clip.
I'm curious, would you also like to get federal funding to help put 5,000 more cops on the street in Chicago? Would that help drive down crime?
Okay, so I'm pausing it right here. You just heard Chicago screaming, we lost 2,000 cops. We're 2,000 cops short. Joe has just said, hey, federal funding can give you 5,000 more cops, right? You get the 2,000 in your basket and 3,000 more. He knows this. So the answer is an obvious yes, right? Yes, of course that would help. That would help solve a lot of our problems. But let's see what the mayor of Chicago says, because remember, it's Trump.
Well, look, policing by itself is not the full strategy.
No, I understand that. You've talked about the other things you want. Would 5,000 more police officers on the street in Chicago be helpful to go along with all of those social programs that a lot of cities are engaging in and having success with?
The answer is yes. Yes. It's not going to hurt. It's going to help a lot. Let's see what he says.
Well, look, here's the best way I can put it, Joe, is that in the 90s when I was in high school, we had 3,000 more police officers and we had 900 people being murdered every single year in Chicago. It's just not policing alone. Of course, we want more detectives.
I know it's not policing alone. But do you believe that the streets of Chicago would be safer if there were more uniformed police officers on the streets of Chicago?
I believe the city of Chicago and cities across America would be safer if we actually had, affordable housing. Look,
okay,
I'm not saying that
that's not the question I asked.
I don't believe that we should narrow it down to just police officers, Joe, is what I'm saying. That is an antiquated approach. I'm saying we've invested in detectives.
Mr. Mayor, are you hearing what I'm saying? Would an additional 5,000 cops on the streets in Chicago help complement those programs to make Chicago safer?
You gotta laugh because first it was, would 5,000 more cops help reduce crime? There was, 5,000 cops be good for you? Now it's just like, all right, let's just cut all the BS. Let's see if the mayor of Chicago would even concede that 5,000 more police officers would help. We're not even talking about reducing crime. We're just talking about just helping, period. Would it help to have 5,000 more police officers? Let's see what he says.
Look, we are working hard to make sure that our police department is fully supported.
Of course we know the answer, but if you are in a party that supports defund, dismantle, no bail laws, reimagining the police, sending in the social workers instead, you can't answer that question. It's basic, simple, common sense.
Now listen, I'm not a fan of Hamdi, but he's right though. This is an easy answer for an easy question. Obviously they need more police. Obviously they need to be a little bit more proactive in stopping this particular street violence. But if you have somebody who believes police are the problem, who believe police are the things that are causing the crime, and believe that less police is going to create a better, safer city, then I think you've already lost the game. And hopefully the people of Chicago will figure this out. But until you get somebody in there who takes law enforcement seriously and takes the safety of the citizens seriously, you're going to have these type of weekends always pop up in Chicago. So let me know what you think. Do you think the mayor's policy of defunding the police and having the police force to some of its lowest levels in a generation, do you think that's the way to go? Or do you think adding more police to the equation would make crime at least somewhat better? Or do you think having 5,000 police would essentially help the city in Chicago in some positive way? Some people will say no, some people will say yes, but that's why I leave it to you in the comment section. Don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff. I'm Nate the Lawyer. Peace.
All right, so that's what's happening in the Shy. No, move on. So what's next? Nigeria. I think I already covered this. I think I already covered Nigeria not having enough homies. Okay, so not homeless. It's just about over. All right, so now we're on to the unhoused neighbor, illegal migrant news, and the local Denver / Aurora news. So this is one good thing that happened.
Hey, welcome back. Our parent company, Nexstar, was created 30 years ago today.
And every year we use that milestone to give back to the community for Founders Day. So we got Dan DeRue. He's live at Haven of Hope in Denver helping out. Hey, Dan.
Hey, and there's a big KDVR connection, Haven of Hope and KDVR connection. We're going to talk about in a second. But you're looking at my stylish vest and you're saying, my goodness, did Dan just pick that up and put it on? Well, no, Chris Parente put it on me. There's Chris over there. And by the way, this is proof positive that Chris does work and he does care once in a while, and he does care about the community. Mark Johnson, nice to see you. Are you the Mark Johnson from Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Well, yes, I am.
So you were a quarterback.
A long time ago.
Oh, and I land far away.
Leather helmets, all that.
I think I
yeah.
recall that.
Yeah.
That being said, talk about Haven of Hope. What's the mission statement here, Haven of Hope? What's the mission statement?
The mission statement is to help people that are homeless or in need, people of need. And we try to help them with clothing, showers, different services that we provide, such as dental, psychological care. Regis University comes here as well, and they do physical therapy, things like that on certain days. Then we have dental at your door that comes here. Optical, a doctor comes for opticians, and then we offer clothing as well as two meals a day.
Well, those are a great resource for folks who need it.
Yeah.
How many folks go through every year? Do you know? Do you have those numbers?
I don't know what the numbers are, but I do know that on an average, we serve probably about 300 people a day in the kitchen and between 100 and 110 in the clothing.
Wow, that's amazing, Mark. Okay, let's talk about the connection, the KDVR, Fox 31 connection, and Haven of Hope. There's Allison Klein. You're an account executive. What does that mean, account executive?
I'm in sales.
You're in sales.
Yeah.
All right, so talk about the connection, because this is a family connection.
It is. So my grandpa founded Haven of Hope in 1998, Jay Gould, and it's grown to be as big as it is today, and the services just keep evolving.
And for Founders Day and Fox 31 and Haven of Hope, it really just all comes together for one thing. So it's got to make you feel pretty good.
Every year we do this. Yeah. Our parent company, Nexstar, it's our 30th anniversary this year. Yeah. So on the birthday of our company, we come and help nonprofits.
Awesome. For folks who don't know, we're going to toss it back to you guys. But for folks who don't know, sales is the lifeblood of a TV station. So thanks, Allison, for keeping me employed.
Absolutely, buddy.
Yeah, because my kids like to eat all the time. All right, and for clothed and fed and clothed. All right, Haven of Hope, check it out.
It is.
And we're going to talk.
Yeah, I just dropped off a bunch of clothes over there too the other day. They're great over there. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, I think they're talking about Father Woody's Haven of Hope. I stayed there when I was Unhoused. I used to go there. It's like a little day shelter. All right, so I'm on the Unhoused Neighbor News. I'll come back to Kiros. Together. All right, so the dump wants to help out the veterans. So this next video is about that. The homeless veterans. House and Our Heroes, the Trump administration pushes to combat veteran homelessness.
As we saw, Americans didn't let a little rain ruin their Independence Day celebrations. But did you see that 103-year-old World War II veteran who wanted to display his patriotism?
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
President Trump has made protecting veterans a key part of his administration, scoring some big wins for America's heroes on health care and housing. This includes signing an executive order to transform the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center campus into the VA Center for Warrior Independence, which is meant to combat veteran homelessness. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. First of all, I don't know if you were in D.C., if you got a chance to see the Georgia display there, but they were bragging on onions, so I made my co-host here eat one, and we enjoyed it. So I know you know about those Vidalias.
You better believe, hey, Vidalia is the only one. Now, no offense to my Texas brothers and sisters, but Vidalia is the sweet onion.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, listen, I've got a million questions for you as I always do, but I have some fantastic co-hosts here, so we'll stick with the homelessness problem. It's my belief that veterans homelessness is solved at the Department of War, not the Department of Veterans Affairs. If they're already homeless, if they're under your domain, then a lot of failures have happened before they got there. Is that do you share in that belief? And if so, are you working with the Department of War on exit of the military so that doesn't become the problem?
Well, Joy, you've hit on a great issue that we really need to discuss, and I think this is the first administration actually to have a Secretary of War and a Secretary of VA actually work together. In fact, I was told when Pete came over last year to sign a memorandum of understanding on some issues that we were doing, it was the first time a Secretary of War had ever actually been in the VA building. And that should have never happened. VA is dependent, just like the the War Department is dependent on us. We're dependent on them. We're fraternal twins. So it really takes this transition period and says, as you're coming out, are we giving you the tools to cope with life outside the military? Are we getting you the skills? Are we getting you the training? Are we getting you the medical help? Are we getting you the things you need? And so I think it's a combination of both of us coming together to say, how do we make this work? But then you're going to have some who get through, they end up on hard times, and that's where we're coming through to make sure we're finding, temporary housing and permanent housing. We permanently housed over 50,000 just last year, and we're moving through that again this year. So it is moving forward. President Trump's made a priority of this. West LA project is one of them.
I love that, Secretary. And just to kind of build off of what Joey said, we talk about the homeless crisis, whether it be in the veteran community or just Americans in general. We know that you mentioned Los Angeles. They have a big problem with that just in general. And for those of us who are civilians who deeply care about veteran homelessness, but we want to know maybe a little bit more about it and a little bit more about what the VA or the Department of War can do. What is the primary challenge with veteran homelessness, getting them into that position? Is it PTSD? Is it healthcare issues? Is it just returning to civilian life and trying to find their bearings? And what more can people do? I know there's a lot of great charities that assist in this, Tunnel to Towers being one of them. But how can Americans who deeply care about this issue better get involved in understanding the crisis here?
Well, I think the answer to, I hate to be simplistic, but the answer to all your part of that question was yes. All of that plays into it. And that's why we have a combination with what we call a HUD voucher, which allows veterans that are homeless to get into temporary and permanent housing that we work with HUD on. But it's sort of a bifurcated system. The issue that we have, though, is when the VA comes in, we do those wraparound services that you just talked about, whether it be in mental health, whether it be in physical health. We also give counseling for job skills and also help in employment. We do have a lot of great private partners who help. Tunnel to Towers, you said, is a great one. The thing that we have to do, though, and for people out there, is just look around you. There are people in your hometowns, in any hometown in this country, there is at least some homelessness. You see it all over. It's just don't turn a blind eye to it. And when you have veterans that are part of that, is getting them to help, getting them to the VA, getting them to our vet centers so that we can begin that process of helping them. The good part about it is, over the last 20 years, veteran homelessness has declined while other homelessness has went up, but we're still too far away. And these are the people who raised their right hand and said they're going to take and defend this country.
Mr. Secretary, Kevin Corke with you. Always great to see you. I think I have more of a declaration, and maybe you can help me out with it. My experience is we need more doctors. We need more healthcare providers within the VA system so that services can improve, so that we have more readily available services. I thought the administration did a very strong job of making more access to different types of medications, even experimentals. That's a very good idea. But I'm just curious, what can we do to get more doctors in the system who can help out, more nurses, more EMTs, just more people who are in healthcare who can help facilitate the care of veterans who need more speedy care, more expert level care?
The best thing we can do is encourage young boys and young girls to go to school and become doctors and nurses. We're at the same disadvantage as every hospital in this country. I compete with Mayo, Cleveland Clinic, all the local hospitals for doctors and nurses in the VA system. And we are the largest integrated healthcare system in the country. But, we're competing for those same people. And there is just a shortage coming in. This is a universal kind of issue that we're all dealing with. Unfortunately, I had a family member of mine just recently go in for some testing, and they ended up, he was saying that he was going to be kept in a private, it was a public hospital. They were going to keep him and admit him to a room, and they ended up leaving him in the ER for over 28 hours.
Wow.
And they said they were fully staffed, but yet they were not, because they couldn't get him into a room. So what we're doing is we're hiring as quickly as possible. If you're out there today and you're a doctor, nurse, you're anyone who wants a job taking care of the best people in the world, you come to the VA, we're going to get you hired because we're trying our best to get everybody in as best we can. And also we're combining with the community to not only have our direct care that we have in our VA facilities, but also using our community doctors to help as well. And we're doing that. The previous administration just cut that out almost altogether. together. They didn't like that. There's some in the government who don't like that the VA doesn't have control of everything. They like the medicine aspect of control. Where the Mission Act said, no, you got to go to the community. We're actually putting the Mission Act into play.
I hope we can get you back on soon. You had an exchange with Senator Tammy Duckworth about that, and in my opinion, you owned her on it. And it's really terrible when a veteran sitting in Congress is more worried about the VA getting money than veterans getting care. Secretary Doug Collins, you've walked the life. You're a GWAT veteran, and now you're helping guide the VA towards sustainability for veterans, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for joining us, and go Dogs.
Hey, go Dogs. Good to see you. Take care.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
All right, so now we're on to the homelessness. Excuse me.
If you look at the last 10 years of data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum end up with an order.
Now I'm combining Unhoused neighbor news with illegal migrant news. So this is illegal migrant news. 400,000 Haitians in panic as the Supreme Court tells Trump to deport them.
Removal because they don't qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from the homeland.
So, after a Supreme Court victory, the way has been cleared for the U.S. to deport people whose legal status was temporary. But while activists claim this is just another assault on law-abiding immigrants, proponents say temporary protected status isn't supposed to last forever. And now the Department of Homeland Security says millions of people have to either get legal or get deported.
They're coming here for a job.
The Trump administration celebrating the Supreme Court's latest immigration decisions after notching 2 big-time victories. The court held that DHS can limit asylum processing claims and also end temporary protected status, or TPS, for hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian migrants.
It is shameful what the Supreme Court did today. Democrats have condemned the highest court's decision to strip legal protections from Haitians and Syrians living and working in the U.S. The decision is expected to have a far-reaching impact, affecting all immigrants in the U.S. granted TPS status.
This decision makes no sense.
It is just part of his broader, frankly cruel program of attempting mass deportations across our country. The Supreme Court just handed him another tool.
Well, frankly, this case never needed to go to the Supreme Court. It's a very straightforward legal issue. The T in TPS stands for temporary. So what we would say now is it's closing time, which means you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. The good news is it's not too late to get a $2,600 check and a free flight home.
CNN says millions of people are now scrambling to figure out how to stay in America permanently. But what nobody's talking about is there is no country on earth that has a generous relocation program like this. This is entirely unique to America, and you won't find it anywhere else in the world. And this program, also known as TPS, allows someone to temporarily live and work and travel freely in the United States and even leave and come back while their home country experiences an unforeseen calamity of some kind. And while critics say the idea of telling millions they suddenly have to move out of our country is unjust, many of these temporary relocation programs should have expired years ago, but keep getting renewed because of political pressure. And if we look at temporary protected status with respect to Haiti, that program specifically started under President Obama, and it was set to expire during President Trump's first term. He tried to end it, but a whole bunch of lawsuits allowed that program to continue until President Biden's term, at which point it was extended again, which brings us to where we are today. And while everyone agrees a temporary program should have an ending at some point, caught in the middle of this are the folks who these orders affect directly, who were lied to by dishonest open borders politicians who told them these temporary programs would someday become permanent legal status. And while you can't blame somebody for wanting to stay in America as long as possible, you can certainly blame socialists for lying and putting folks in a position where their lives seem to suddenly change, even though these programs expired years ago and everybody knew this was happening. But that brings us to the real reason why the Trump administration fought so hard to get this far, if you're going to have some Barnum and Bailey circus of a government that creates a whole bunch of temporary programs and launches them all and never lets them expire, that's bad news for the people caught up in those programs and the people in the country, because you stop helping people in need once you start deceiving them. Even though the help that happens in America is more generous than anywhere else. Most countries, if you want to relocate there for humanitarian reasons, you're living on some sort of refugee camp in a tent and you have no freedom and no rights, but that's not the case here, which is why open borders activists want these programs to keep going forever. They essentially want a back door around the U.S. border, which is now shut. And they were hoping the Supreme Court would stand up to President Trump, who's just following the law, trying to bring about the expiration of programs that have been extended years past their due dates, which was the plan. The plan here was to extend these things so far into the future that the political will for them to expire as they were designed to do wouldn't exist. Watch.
When we think about especially what Haitian New Yorkers have had to deal with, not just for weeks or months or years, but frankly for decades, we have seen a cruelty that has become normalized.
It is shameful what the Supreme Court did today. Democrats have condemned the highest court's decision to strip legal protections from Haitians and Syrians living and working in the U.S. The 6-3 ruling by the court's conservative majority overturned earlier rulings by federal judges that had blocked the Trump administration from terminating the temporary protected status for around 6,000 Syrians and 350,000 Haitians. The program helps people from countries that are experiencing severe upheaval due to war or...
So the earthquake that took place in Haiti, this happened in 2010. That's 16 years ago. Now, the United States, under President Obama, enacted temporary protected status for folks that were distressed and had their lives upended because of this disaster. And the original timeline was supposed to be 18 months. That's how this started, and here we are 16 years later. And activists are furious that this program is ending at all, because the reality is, if there's a crisis, you don't want to let it go to waste, and to many people, chaos anywhere in the world is seen as an opportunity to potentially reopen the U.S. border. And what did we hear from people outside the Supreme Court? We hear that the court is all messed up, and we hear that our government needs to be changed radically. There is total rebellion against the rule of law here, and as you're about to see, this isn't just about reopening a closed U.S. border. It's about something different, which starts with giving everything away for free.
And as you saw with the communists elected in New York City recently, they're communists, they're not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is, after 2 or 3 years, the country is a disaster area.
Now, what is the ultimate expression of free things given out through a system of communism? That would be free, unlimited access to America with zero border whatsoever. Do you see the connection here? A connection that all started under President Obama with things like Obamacare and permanent temporary programs. Now that's become the mainstream talking point, taking over America's blue cities, where radical politicians seek to upend each other even though they're all voting the exact same way. And I know we've just had a bunch of communists elected in places like New York City, but the reality here is there are two paths in front of America. Either everything gets given away for free for political gain, or it doesn't, because if everything's given away for free, the people who produce all that stuff, they're the ones who are really going to be in trouble. And so is our country.
The decision is expected to have a far-reaching impact, affecting all immigrants in the U.S. granted TPS status.
We will continue to fight on behalf of the 1.3 million TPS holders from 17 countries. Today, it is Haiti and Syria. Tomorrow is Venezuela. Nicaragua, and others.
The ruling has sent shockwaves through immigrant communities across the country as they worry about being separated from their American-born children. Haitians in particular.
So this is where the idea of extending these temporary programs for a long period of time does a whole lot of harm to the people who are caught up in it. TPS was supposed to last 18 months for people from Haiti, but it's been extended for 16 years. Of course, people were going to have children. Of course, people were going to build their families. Of course, people were going to get jobs and become part of a community and make friends. Everyone extending these programs knew that was going to happen, and they were willing to take these folks who were from a disaster-struck part of the globe and who were in need and use them for political power. That is diabolical and evil. And it was done at the expense of every single person that lives in this country. And America's not going to be a great country if we're going to lie to ourselves and to the rest of the world, is it? But did you hear what the activists said? This could potentially affect 1.7 million people who came into the country underneath this type of program, which means that the people who are out there advocating for these programs and are fighting for them to continue never want them to end. They want these temporary programs to be permanent, which is essentially a back door to the closed U.S. border. This is legalized immigration without any of the checks and balances our immigration system has afforded our country and used to protect our country in the past. But as you're about to see, that's going to change in ways that nobody ever expected, especially the people who thought Trump was done and was never going to get elected president again.
Will allow deportation numbers to continue to climb, as well as all the legal reforms that are being put into place. And the recent Supreme Court ruling, of course, means that now millions of illegal immigrants from Haiti who were previously beyond the reach of the law are now within the reach of the law. Yes, you have a question?
When it comes to deportation, sir, do you expect the administration to deport anyone who loses TPS status as a result of this ruling?
Sorry, say again. There's just a little cross up at the
No
beginning.
worries. Do you expect the administration to deport anyone who loses TPS status as a result of this ruling?
Well, of course, if you no longer have status in this country, then you're supposed to be deported. And in particular, in the case of the Haitians, the Biden administration flew over vast numbers. It's hard to know the exact number, but probably more than 1 million illegal immigrants from Haiti. That's not counting the border crossings into the United States.
Wow.
So these are people who've only been here for a few months, who are receiving welfare, whose all their ties, all their social connections, all their family is back in their home country of Haiti. And of course, that's where they should go. Yes.
That's wild. So we have a program that was started in 2010, and then in 2021, 2022, over a decade later, the administration is flying people directly into the United States to take advantage of that program, which is tied up in lawsuits and may suddenly end. Think about what this does to those individuals. You've got people who are told, hey, come live in America, pack your bags, you're coming, you get a free flight, we'll fly you over, and then they have to leave. This is not a compassionate thing that was done. This is wrong. People in need who need actual help were lied to and were deceived and were told they could come here and live here and their life was going to be great forever, knowing that things could change at any moment, knowing that these are programs that by law should have expired a long time ago. And here's where we get to the connection between everything being given out for free, the rise of communism in this country, and the fact that people that start these programs never want them to end. This is a direct assault on America's laws. This is a direct attempt to try and remake our country in a manner that is against the law. And it was done to make enemies of those who want to enforce our laws and to make the people who want to see our country function as it is legally supposed to out to be the bad guy and out to be those who dislike others and apparently do not like immigrants when that's not true at all. But here's the problem with this. Any political gains that you get by giving everything away for free forever to unlimited numbers of people are temporary, if not terminal.
The country fails. They always do. It always does. So easy to sell. That first year, boy, you're the most popular. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. For thousands of years, it's been happening. But
here's the thing. Once everything gets given away for free, there's nothing left and the country falls apart. It's happening in Cuba right now. Cuba should have been the biggest success communism had ever achieved because Cuba, unlike a place like Venezuela, is an island. It's hard to escape the communism that happens in Cuba because it's impossible to escape. And when the communists destroy New York City, they're going to say, oh, well, all the rich people left. You got Gavin Newsom over there in California right now advocating for a national billionaires tax. Why? Because he scared all the billionaires out of California with his billionaires tax that he said he wasn't in favor of, but now he wants it nationally because he doesn't want them to escape. Well, guess what? In a place like Cuba, nobody can escape. And in a place like Cuba, communism failed harder than it's failed anywhere else because the country's economy doesn't function. They can't afford to buy any of the stuff the rest of the world is selling. Medicine, oil, gasoline, they can't afford any of it. It's very sad, but it's the reality of where this system is trying to take our country, and open borders are a huge part of it. But there was also a Supreme Court ruling that says that this whole asylum situation that led to the asylum crisis may now be a thing of the past forever. Watch this.
Look, President Trump, he's already gave us the most secure border in history of the nation. But he's also trying to restore integrity in the immigration system, specifically the asylum laws. What Sotomayor didn't tell the American people is if you look at the last 10 years of data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum end up with an order of removal because they don't qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from their homeland because of race, religion, or political affiliation. They're coming here for a job.
The Trump administration celebrating the Supreme Court's latest immigration decisions after notching 2 big-time victories yesterday. The court held that DHS can limit asylum processing claims and also end temporary protected status, or TPS, for hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian migrants. Now, Democrats are lashing out.
So what is this limiting of asylum claims? Does that mean America's no longer a country that cares about others, or does it mean something else? Well, the American Immigration Council calls this a blow to asylum rights because the Supreme Court now will allow the federal government to block asylum seekers at the border, which means that people who show up at the southern border cannot apply for asylum at the southern border, creating the humanitarian crisis we saw in places like Eagle Pass, Texas, a humanitarian crisis that financially benefited cartels and gangs. That's not a blow to asylum rights. People can still apply for asylum in America. They just can't be at a port of entry when they do it. And they certainly can't be flown over into America while their asylum application is pending, given a work permit and a luxury hotel room in a place like New York City, which is having the predictable effect on the party of open borders.
Still just a bit shell-shocked by this lawless, cruel, and devastating ruling by Trump's justices.
Hundreds of thousands of individuals woke up with this dread, this fear in their hearts.
We stand with our Haitian and Syrian communities, and we always will. This decision makes no sense.
What do you mean it makes no sense? What do you mean hundreds of thousands of people woke up one day and found out they weren't allowed to be in America anymore? I mean, these are programs that legally were supposed to expire after 18 months, and here we are 16 years later. But oh no, the party of open borders says it's the criminal in the White House who is the one who is acting lawlessly. It's his Trump justices, which brings us to their agenda to try and remake the Supreme Court, abolish the Supreme Court, destroy our system of government, which these new communists in New York want. And don't think for a second these radical ideas are not shared by this entire political party. These people are all voting the same way. They're all voting for an open border. They all want to pack the Supreme Court. They all want the exact same things. It's just some people are now saying, we don't want to hide anymore that we want these things. We don't want to hide anymore that all of the policies the Democrat Party in this country supports are leading us on a path of communism. We are communists, and we're proud of it. And the others are saying, hey, guys, let's act like we love America so we can win a few more elections. These guys are like, no.
Frankly, cruel program of attempting mass deportations across our country. The Supreme Court just handed him another tool.
Will DHS allow some sort of a grace period for these Haitians to leave the country, or are you guys going to start arrests and deportations pretty much immediately?
Well, frankly, this case never needed to go to the Supreme Court. It's a very straightforward legal issue. The T in TPS stands for temporary.
And why do people have such a problem with that? Because it was never supposed to be a temporary program. The idea here was to use a crisis in a disaster hit part of the globe. There's a whole bunch of countries that have TPS right now, and to use that crisis to have a wide open border while telling the American people we care about immigration and we're going to be tough on immigration. And we're just as tough on immigration as Trump is. And if people agreed that this should have been a temporary program, why aren't they out there forecasting when they think it should end? All these people that say that these temporary programs should never expire, what date do they want to see it end? They don't have one. And every time you bring up when these programs should end, they say, well, it can't end now, or it can end when things improve. But what does improvement even mean?
For one more question. Yeah, go ahead, right here.
We should consider Haiti a safe country.
For Haitians, absolutely.
For Haitians.
Yes.
Yes,
so yes, Haitians live in Haiti. It's not our position that Haitians should leave Haiti. I mean, it'd be crazy for us to say that Haitians couldn't live in Haiti. It's their country. Of course, Haitians should live in Haiti. There's no viable asylum, or use a technical term here, CAT claim or withholding claim for any Haitian seeking relief from going back to Haiti, to their homeland. The fact that there might be pockets of Haiti where there's higher crime rates, guess what? There's pockets of Chicago with crime rates just as high, right? There's pockets of cities like St. Louis with crime just as high. Pockets of Los Angeles, crime just as high. It has never been the case that having communities that have high crime rates is a basis for asylum. Never has been, never will be.
Oh, but what do we hear? What do we hear from the activists standing in front of the Supreme Court? We hear that because Haiti's dangerous, because there is a U.S. travel warning to Haiti, we should not have people who live there go back after being temporarily cared for in America. But the danger level of a country, high crime areas, that's never been a reason to extend temporary protected status. But for 16 years, that has been the reason that it has been extended. And when you talk to these people, they're literally using a false justification for why this should continue. And they're doing it to pull on the strings of the hearts and the emotions of the American people who are generous and do not want to see people live in conditions that are not perfect. But how do you fix a country that has problems? Look at what the Trump administration is doing in Venezuela right now. There was just a natural disaster over there. And is the U.S. embarking on another temporary protected status program for people from Venezuela? No, but we're sending resources. We're sending the military. We're sending aids. That country is going to get rebuilt. We are going to help the people of that country rebuild it so that they can prosper, which is a great thing for everybody. It's a great thing to have other countries that are prosperous. It's a great thing to have other countries where the people of those countries can benefit and get ahead. Why would the United States not want to exist in a hemisphere full of other countries that are successful? Why does the United States want to be the only country that's successful around a bunch of countries that have failed and that we do absolutely nothing for, but tell, in many cases, the best and the brightest, oh, just leave and come over here and just stay with us forever, while lying to them in some cases about how long forever actually is when it's temporary? What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
Temporary means temporary. This is as simple as that. You had up to 30 years to get.
The Trump administration cutting off tens of millions of dollars in federal funding for a Los Angeles agency that provides services to the homeless. It's part of the administration's wider crackdown on fraud.
For decades, California has poured billions of dollars into fighting homelessness with less than encouraging results. And the premise was simple: spend more money, offer more services, and hopefully help somebody get off the streets somehow. We don't really know how. But sadly, today, the homeless are in an even worse position than they were just a few years ago. And since the federal government helps California combat homelessness, the American people are starting to ask, what happened to all our money?
LA's homeless crisis could get even worse. The Trump administration announced it's cutting off funding for LAHSA, LA's Homeless Services Authority, which took in $1 billion in federal aid over the last 5 years.
Wild new video tonight out of Sacramento County shows police pursuing a driver in a stolen patrol vehicle. This all started with a caller telling police a homeless man threw a bucket at her car, and police say when officers tried to detain that man, he escaped and drove off in a marked police cruiser.
We're strengthening and we're tightening up our efforts around the accountability frame.
Saying this after an audit showed California spent nearly $24 billion on homelessness and housing over the last 5 years, but essentially failed to track any progress.
HUD has uncovered evidence of LASA's repeated false statements and its irresponsible actions and failures, including its lack of financial management, internal controls, and safeguards against conflicts of interest.
So the IRS is seizing money headed to some of these nonprofits that might be profiting themselves over the needy. And what nobody's talking about is this right here is just the opening act when it comes to the consequences of fraud California is about to experience, as this state and its leaders are now investigation central for the federal government, who is looking into everything from illegal immigration fraud to hospice fraud to homeless services fraud and even to alleged nonprofit fraud committed by the governor and his wife. And the law-abiding in California wake up every single day with more questions and even fewer answers, wondering, where's our money? What happened to it? Who's in charge? Is anyone in charge? And now the rest of America is asking the same questions. Why are we as a country paying tens of billions of dollars to California organizations that use the needy as an excuse to rob us all from coast to coast while doing absolutely nothing to help the very people the homeless crisis is named after? And what sense does it make for Americans living in a state like South Carolina or somewhere on the East Coast to be guilted into supporting fraudsters living on the other side of the country who do nothing but enrich themselves instead of those in poverty? But that brings us to the real reason these investigations are now heating up. Now that the federal government is pulling money out of Los Angeles, local agencies that also spend government money, they're starting to do the same. Because finally, leadership is taking the helm, combating illegal activity. But you see, the fraud industrial complex is not happy about this, and they're not going down without a fight. Oh no, they're digging in their heels right now, saying that the 72,000 homeless living in Los Angeles need even more help because things are even worse. While failing to mention that the unaffordability in California is totally self-inflicted due to a lack of housing, super high taxes, which is destroying what's left of California's middle class. Meanwhile, if you live in a tent and are on the streets of one of these cities, nobody's coming to help you, even though that's what everyone in our country wants to see happen and is paying for right now.
Investigation is underway. According to a 13-page letter first obtained by Fox News, LASA has received nearly $1 billion from HUD in taxpayer money since 2021.
Wow.
The letter goes on to quickly point out that Los Angeles County has withdrawn funding for the agency. The city of LA is considering doing the same. According to the letter, turning over billions of dollars from American taxpayers to an organization under investigation and suspected of gross misuse of federal funding and obvious fraud does nothing to reduce homelessness. Indeed, diverting dollars from worthy programs to LASA merely makes the homeless crisis worse.
Right.
So homelessness is a real problem in LA. And
it does make the homeless crisis worse. If you're going to take good money and throw it after a bad cause that does nothing and give it to an organization that's under investigation and has allegedly been lying and misrepresenting every single thing that they do, how are you helping people who actually need that money and now can't get it? If anything, there is now less money around for those who are in need and are accessing organizations that are run by folks that are actually trying to help people and are not scamming our entire country and the people who need help the most.
Parts of California became a central focal point for Republican mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt's campaign, though he ultimately was defeated at the polls. Steve Hilton, the Republican candidate for governor, also focusing on that crisis across the state. By the numbers, $953 million allocated in fiscal year 2025, 2026, 43.
That's crazy. Look at this. We're talking almost $1 billion here. If you could spend $1 billion and the image on the screen here is what the streets of your city look like, this $22,000 per resident, it's obviously not getting there. It's obviously not doing what it's supposed to do. And as we heard from Spencer Pratt, he made it very public that in California, you don't actually have homeless people because every single person who's living on the streets has a home that has been built for them to live in. There is a place for every single person to go, but the problem is, for some reason, not everybody wants to go to those places. But that's perfectly okay with the socialists running this place, because to them, every single individual living on the streets is a crisis that nobody wants to let go to waste. And that means that if you've got people who look as if they need help, you've got an excuse to ask for more of the public's money to bring them that help, even if it's your plan not to do that, even if it's your plan to build things that nobody ends up living in. Here's an example. 250 tax-funded LA apartments are sitting empty. Why is that? There are thousands, tens of thousands of homeless in California. How come 250 people can't get a place to live that people have already paid for? You see, nobody funding these things cares if anyone lives in them. In fact, that's actually bad, because now there would be 250 less people off the streets who could be a visual example for why more of the public's money needs to be taken away and given to some of these nonprofits so they can build another 250. But that's why America has now decided to stop funding programs that do not work. And as you're about to see, this entire thing is fraudulent from head to toe.
LA's homeless crisis could get even worse. The Trump administration announced it's cutting off funding for LAHSA, LA's Homeless Services Authority, which took in $1 billion in federal aid over the last 5 years. A spokesperson for the Department of Housing and Urban Development says HUD has uncovered evidence of LAHSA's repeated false statements and its irresponsible actions and failures, including its lack of financial management, internal controls, and safeguards against conflicts of interest.
So why would you give money to a group of people that are repeated liars, are incredibly irresponsible, fail to accomplish anything, have zero financial management, zero internal controls, and do absolutely nothing to combat the idea of a conflict of interest creeping into America's piggy bank? How can you spend money on that? If an individual had all of those character traits, would you keep giving them money? Of course not. You'd cut them off right away. And here we have a group of individuals doing the exact same thing. What an absolute scam this idea is, that the government can lie about what it does with your money and nobody's ever held accountable for this. While at the same time, they keep saying, look, there are so many people who need help. There are so many needy. Oh, if only we had the resources to help them. Well, the resources are there. It's just they're not making it, which is why California can spend ever-increasing amounts of money on a problem that doesn't seem to get better.
Mark Hood is the CEO of the Union Rescue Mission on Skid Row.
To me, the shift in funding, got to be careful. We don't increase homelessness, but I don't think there's anybody in LA or California or this nation that would not agree. We got to do something different.
So here you have somebody who runs a rescue mission and actually houses the homeless. And he says, look, we can't just, do something in a haphazard way that makes the problem worse. But everybody knows this isn't working. And he's in this. He's on the streets here every single day, actually running a place that is supposed to help people. Now, when you start hearing from the people who are down in the trenches and are actually doing good work that things are a problem, it's time to listen. Because you see, the issue here is money isn't the problem. Homes for the homeless are not the problem. There's plenty of resources out there. It's just those resources are getting into the hands of people who've used these crises as a way to scam the American public. And this is exactly what we've seen with every single type of fraud going on in California. We've got all the hospice fraud. We've got the immigration fraud. We've got these homeless services fraud. We've got autism fraud. If there's a crisis out there and scammers can say that they're here to help that crisis and nobody's going to hold them accountable, they will get money from the government. And that's what we're looking at here. This is an offshoot of it here happening. But wait till you hear this.
A spokesperson for LAHSA blasted the Trump administration's decision to suspend funding, saying this appears to be a blatant attempt to pull yet more resources from Los Angeles, a city they have targeted time and again, when it is clear that LAHSA has either corrected or is in the process of correcting nearly all of the issues raised. Zev,
so here we are, proven liars, proven cheats, proven conspirators, but we are either in the process of stopping to be those things or we've already stopped. How dare you take away our money? It's clear that we're either in the process of no longer lying or we've stopped lying. How could you do this to us? If a person said that to you and demanded more of your money, would you give it to them? Do you think that would be a good idea? Is that the right kind of attitude that we should be seeing here? We don't even have a sign on this place that says under new management. No, we just have people say, hey, we've changed or we're in the process of it. Regardless, you need to pay us.
A process of correcting nearly all of the issues raised.
Nearly all, so they missed a few.
Slavsky served on the LA City Council and as an LA County supervisor for many years. His concern is for those who might end up back on the streets.
The federal government's constructive approach has always been, we're going to come in and
address the problem and fix it and help you fix it and make you fix it. But we're not going to hold the people who are the recipients and the beneficiaries of these programs hostage to the problem.
LAHSA has been under fire for years. In spring of 2025, LA County supervisors gutted the department, voting to seize control of most of LAHSA's funding and key functions over claims the agency lost track of billions of dollars.
So who are the beneficiaries of the billions of dollars they're getting? And how are those beneficiaries being held hostage if they don't exist because the money never made it to them? That's the reality of the situation here. The reality of the situation here is you have a crisis on the streets that the leaders of these organizations are pointing at, are saying, see, all these folks out there, it's so expensive in California. No one can afford to live here. We need more money. Yet the money never shows up. There are no beneficiaries. Cutting the funding to a fraudulent organization that does not distribute the money it gets hurts nobody. It just hurts the fraudsters who shouldn't have access to the money. And in fact, what it does is it helps people who are working with different organizations that also get this government money, because now it's available to go to organizations that are doing the right thing. But now the question is, how did California get this way? This is a state that has so many natural resources and so much potential and so many smart people. I mean, you got Silicon Valley over there. They got great weather. People wanted to live here for a long time. People came to California to dig gold out of the ground at one point, and they've still been doing that, starting businesses, generating all this money. How can a state with so much wealth be such a disaster with so many fraudsters running everything? How did that happen?
California is one of the most dynamic places on the planet. It has Silicon Valley, Hollywood, world-class universities, extraordinary agriculture, ports, talent, and natural beauty. But it is a case study in how a rich society can spend more and more while producing less and less of what its ordinary citizens need.
That's a disaster.
The paradox of California today is a successful economy attached to a failing model of governance. Consider the fiscal record.
Yeah, billions of dollars given to organizations that don't know what happened to it. It's like you have people living in a place and they are so prosperous and they have so much wealth that for some reason they stop thinking about where all of those things came from and just elect idiots and elect people who are so incompetent that at a minimum that incompetence enables crime to take over. And if these individuals are diabolical, are in on the fraud themselves. That's what's happening here. The state is being plundered by its elected officials who are in charge of everything. You don't have Republicans in charge of anything here. Now, are the Republicans perfect? No. But there are some candidates who came out with some very common sense messages and have been doing very well. People are responding to common sense in California because they haven't heard it for so long.
Since 2000, California's population has grown by roughly 15%.
Okay.
But the state's general expenditures have grown more than 200%.
Wow.
From $78 billion to about $248 billion.
Yeah, that's not a scam.
General spending per person has risen from about $2,300 to about $6,300.
That's crazy.
The number of state employees has grown by more than 50% by one count. Does anyone think that California government and its benefits have gotten 200% better in the last 25 years?
Of course not. They haven't. And that's why common sense arguments are starting to ring true in the ears of people who look outside and see a crisis they're told they need to do more to help with every single day, which never seems to improve. Meanwhile, we got fraudsters running around getting access to billions of dollars and they don't even know where it is. And the fascinating thing about this is that the recent success of common sense political candidates in a place that doesn't have any common sense totally defies expectations. Now, this isn't going to be true everywhere, but apparently you have enough people in California who are not immune to the idea of common sense that when they hear it, they can respond to it. They are not so radicalized against America as founded and against capitalism that there is zero way to get through to them and say, hey, look, we're wasting money. We should be more responsible. We should do something that actually helps people on the streets and lowers the cost of living for people here, which doesn't require endless amounts of your money that shows zero results.
Housing is the central failure. California has long spoken the language of compassion while building a system of exclusion. Alicia Finley writes in the Wall Street Journal that from 2021 to 2024, the LA metro area with nearly 13 million people issued only 118,000 building permits for new homes. Atlanta, with about half that population.
This is stupid. 118,000 building permits for new homes when population's growing much faster than that, and when you've already got a massive housing crisis. This is just stupid. If you've got a problem with how much homes in your area cost, building more of them will lower the price of those homes. But nobody wants to do that for some reason. And that proves that the problems we have here in California are entirely self-inflicted. But there's another aspect to this that people aren't talking about. The price of homes has nothing to do with whether or not the homeless have a place to live. Now, of course, average people are made to think that expensive homes result in more homelessness and more encampments on the streets. But as you're about to see, that's a fraudulent connection.
63,000. With about half that population, issued 163,000. California has made it too hard, slow, and expensive to build. The result is predictable. Home prices soar, rents rise, workers commute farther, homelessness grows, young people leave.
Okay. But here's the problem with that idea. Because we're spending billions of dollars on homelessness. So we might have expensive homes, but we also have an expensive crisis here that keeps getting lots of money. We've got hundreds of thousands of people who need a place to live in California. Yes, we've got tens of thousands of people who live on the streets and are declared permanently homeless, and we're building all of these places for them to live, and those places are sitting empty. The price of homes is a middle-class problem. That's a problem for people who want to buy homes. The price of a home isn't a problem for somebody who lives on the streets and has the government construct homes for them to live in and refuses to live in those homes. That's a totally different problem right there. That has nothing to do with the cost of a house that you or I might want to buy in a place like California. But this idea that if you can't afford a home, nobody else can either makes sense in the minds of people who look at someone living on the streets and feel bad for that person. And that's how these fraudsters are getting away with stealing from America. They allow a crisis to persist, and then they guilt the law-abiding and the well-meaning into paying endless amounts of their own money, driving up unaffordability for them so that these scammers can just get access to this money and do absolutely nothing with it. That's why nobody on the streets of California is getting help. That's why nobody on the streets of California sees any of the money. The rest of America, including the federal government, is paying to some of these agencies, which has now stopped. And this idea that, if you cut off the funding, it's only going to get worse. Look, if the money's not making it to the very people who need it, cutting off the funding isn't going to make anything worse because the money's not getting there. It's already getting worse by virtue of zero money helping these people. What do you think about all that?
Socialism isn't great. Socialism isn't great in any circumstance, but the ideas that he has have to be funded by somebody.
Right. Socialism has to be funded, but the problem for New York is it's running out of funding, which is no fun for a socialist mayor with big plans to remake the city in the image of Karl Marx. Those plans are falling apart, just like New York's rotting public transit and decaying housing supply. But if you think that's bad, get ready, because things are about to get even worse.
It's confiscating wealth, not because we want to make anybody's life better, but purely out of resentment, out of an attack on the people who have that wealth to begin with. It really is something we haven't seen in the United States of America.
We balance the budget without slashing the services that New Yorkers rely on, the cultural institutions and public transportation that connect people to the city and to one another. And we raise taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers.
I don't want to live in a city where I actually believe that it's too difficult to actually have my property value appreciate like it does in places like Florida. So over time, you're going to really ruin these commercial and residential real estate values.
Finally, Mamdani also backed off a potential expansion of the NYPD. It was a campaign promise some thought he may not keep.
Commissioner Tisch and I were able to identify ways to keep the NYPD headcount at the originally authorized 35,000 while also meeting all of our crime-fighting needs.
In addition to the bad policies and the ideas that are being floated that have failed across the world, there's also this rising anti-Americanism. Quote, I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me.
So the mayor says the city's not going bankrupt anytime soon, but they're spending more money than ever before. And what nobody's talking about is you don't do stuff like this, spending everything as fast as you can if your goal isn't to maximize a tiny short-term political gain at the expense of the city's long-term future, which is exactly what's happening, because the only way communism can envelop a society and transform it is if it breaks down the door and takes no prisoners. Because once you start stealing from your own population in order to hand out freebies to everyone, things start to break down, which means the socialists have to steal fast enough to stay slightly ahead of their own failures, which has New York on the road to ruin. And I'm seeing article after article saying we're on the edge of a disaster. We're getting very close. Everyone's about to pull the plug. But the truth is, a lot of people already have, with CEOs shipping jobs out of the New York area at record rates, while investors dump their apartment portfolios for just pennies on the dollar, because that's all they think they can get, revealing that those with the ability to create anything see no reason at all to do something like that in New York. And that brings us to the real reason New York is in trouble. If you're going to jack up taxes and fees on anybody who does anything here, all you're going to do is make life worse for the city's middle class. And without them, the city itself is doomed. Now, that might shock you because the socialists are claiming they don't want to do anything that's going to negatively affect the middle class. But freezing rents, raising taxes, threatening to raise property taxes, taxing companies for having too many employees, all these things do is translate into higher costs for people who shop at the grocery store and for people who want to rent an apartment, while their paychecks shrink as the companies who hire them have no choice but to give some of their money to the communists. And with that being the boots on the ground reality of what's happening in the capital of capitalism because of socialism, there's only one course of action.
Socialism isn't great in any circumstance, but the ideas that he has have to be funded by somebody. That wealth has to be created. I don't see people running out in New York. And much like you, I'm a Florida resident, but I also happen to have a house here. So I'm waiting for my notification on August 30th or whenever it's supposed to come about the tax. And my house is up for sale. I don't want to live in a city where I actually believe that it's too difficult to actually have my property value appreciate like it does in places like Florida.
Right. So the mayor's gone out of his way to stack his administration and his team with people who don't think anyone should be earning anything from their private property. They don't even like the idea of private property. They want it gone. And this is how they're going to do it. They're going to declare war on anybody who owns anything that makes money, which is why landlords are so high up on the chart as far as enemies of socialists go. And what does this do? This just destroys the lives of average people who want to live in an apartment that's well maintained and want choices. You see people stop building apartments once the government threatens to take them away, which is what we're seeing right now, leaving renters with very few options and very high prices. And you know something? Earlier this year, the mayor threatened to raise taxes on homeowners, and he even said himself, this is going to affect people in the middle class. And he said, I don't want to do it, but I might have to if the governor of the state doesn't give me more money for my budget. Well, that was the first thing he did, which is causing some of the richest people in the world to get out of New York City real estate altogether. And when the whales jump ship, the whole ship implodes. But the mayor says this is all fake news. Watch.
Throughout this process, I've been reminded of the words of the Austrian economist, Friedrich Hayek. If socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. If these past months have shown us anything, it is that socialists not only understand economics just as well as the capitalists who came before, but that we can solve their years of mismanagement through an embrace of our principles. There is nothing fiscally responsible about balancing the budget on the backs of working people.
So the mayor's out there saying that he understands the economy and he understands how things work just as well as the capitalists. And that's why it's okay to be a socialist, because we're responsible too. And here we are with a balanced budget, and a balanced budget is proof of responsibility, right?
If you show me a clip like that, Stuart, my blood starts to boil. Didn't he just take money from the state? Anybody can balance a bunny and do that. If I owe 12 million and I go to somebody else and I say, hey, give me 12 million and let me kick this down the can for the next guy's problem, I don't know that that's solving anything. This guy's unbelievable.
So a balanced budget isn't proof of responsibility. All it is proof that your expenses equal your income, and the income gap was filled in with other people's money. All this is proof of socialists being responsible, yes, to the viewpoints in the Communist Manifesto, which is guiding all of their decisions right now, whether they know it or not, because these people do not believe in private property. They do not believe in you earning a living unless it is they who hand you that living and you owe them for it. And ask yourself this, would anybody who understands economics brag about passing something like this?
Mayor Zohran Mamdani and City Council Speaker Julie Menin shook hands in the age-old New York City tradition of agreeing on a budget. The key breakthrough is the mayor and the city council settling a lawsuit over the city's ballooning $1.8 billion rental assistance program. In the end, the program to subsidize the costly rental market will be reformed to grow in a more manageable way, with 30,000 additional New Yorkers getting into the program this coming year.
By expanding rental assistance and creating a new $175 million housing voucher program for New Yorkers in need.
But no.
Wait a second. The mayor didn't expand housing assistance. We just heard housing assistance was so out of control. The voucher program that subsidized the cost of people's $5,000 rents was growing exponentially, and they had to cut people off while creating some other sort of program that has a big number attached to it, but isn't going to help people the same way this one was. And all this proves is nobody running the madhouse that is New York City understands how the economy actually works, because we had the mayor saying, I don't want to do this housing assistance program. And then we had other people, these progressives, saying, oh, we should do this housing assistance program. Meanwhile, both groups want more government involvement with housing. The only problem here is the housing assistance program was feeding city money directly into the pockets of landlords, offering market rate apartments. And if you think a communist mayor wants private landlords getting his money, you got another thing coming. But the problem is none of these options revolve around the idea of giving people choices and letting people do things on their own. You see, if you would just allow people to build apartments in New York, you would lower the cost of apartments because there would be more apartments. But since we're not going to do that, people have to beg for handouts. And one way or another, it sounds like they're going to get them from other people's money, which is apparently running out so quickly, they got to cancel these programs when they start skyrocketing.
Other top-line items in the budget include millions for the expansion of fair fares, which chops the $3 subway and bus fare in half for many low-income New Yorkers.
This budget is a win for New Yorkers who can now travel to work.
I thought it was supposed to be free,
without worrying about the cost.
Though the mayor insists he'll continue to push to make all buses free.
Oh, thank God.
Finally, Mamdani also backed off a potential expansion of the NYPD. It was a campaign promise some thought he may not keep.
Oh, don't worry about that. How on earth could a socialist mayor that said he wants to defund the police fail to keep a campaign promise that said he's going to do that while passing the biggest budget in New York City history? The city just decided it's going to spend more money than it's ever spent before, and there is zero money for new police. And guess what? The 35,000 officers we have now, that might sound like a lot, but it's way under the number of officers we had back in 2000 when the city's population was much smaller. So what's happening here is our population is growing and the number of police we have is shrinking, and we've decriminalized bad behavior all across the board. Crime is going through the roof. And that's the system. The system here is that criminals are protected. The leaders in communism are protected. It's the little guy who has to suffer with these policies. It's the little guy that has to go to the grocery store and wonder why his groceries cost more, because the grocery store just got hit with higher taxes and just got hit with extra fees for things like water that come in from the city and help the place run. And then he's got to wonder why his paycheck gets smaller, because the government's stealing from his employer as well, and the employer has to earn a profit. But you see, all we're doing here is punishing people that are doing anything outside of socialism. You see, the only way you're supposed to get ahead in socialism is with the help of it. If you're over here with your own business, with your own apartment building, doing your own thing, you don't need them. They don't need that.
Donnie has asked folks to set their ACs to just 78 degrees. He says that will help stabilize the grid. It seems defeatist, though, right? And not unlike the infamous Jimmy Carter fireside chat when he wore that sweater. Leading by example, President Carter wore that sweater and he implored folks to regulate their thermostats. Remember this?
Oh, yeah.
All of us must learn to waste less energy. Simply by keeping our thermostats, for instance, at 65 degrees in the daytime and 55 degrees at night, we could save half the current shortage of natural gas.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, the only problem with this is the communists, or the people who are actually communists but just don't know it yet because they call themselves Democrats. They've got this idea that there needs to be some rule that applies to everybody out there except for them. Here's somebody with a heat detector which says that the temperatures in City Hall are 61 degrees. Look at the size of that room right there. That's like 1,000 New York City apartment bedrooms worth of AC just being wasted in a government building. So the government sets these rules. They don't have to abide by them, but you better abide by them. You better put your AC at 78 and listen to how the mayor said that businesses needed to do this and pay close attention.
Last week, I signed an executive order focused on protecting workers from the hazards of heat. Our administration is hard at work developing guidelines that will keep workers safe. While we finalize these guidelines, I want to urge all employers in New York City to develop those plans to protect your employees. It is not enough to say that they can take breaks when their paycheck is on the line. Workers cannot cool down when they have quotas to meet. They cannot go into a cooling center when they are on the clock. Please make a point of ensuring that your employees know their rights and that they will not face consequences for staying safe. And to every business owner, please set your thermostats to 78 degrees to alleviate the stress on our power grid.
So the mayor says businesses need to stop abusing their employees. Businesses need to respect their employees because obviously they don't do that or he wouldn't have to say it. Businesses need to stop telling people they have quotas. Businesses need to stop doing this. Businesses need to stop doing that. And they need to make it so hot in their business, nobody wants to work there anyways. I mean, this is crazy. That entire statement was loaded with attacks on the people who create jobs and sustain themselves and lift people up out of poverty by giving them an opportunity. But nope, not good enough for the mayor who wants everything at 78 degrees except the government's own buildings.
But his speeches, the Malay speech, this speech, they were always downers. They were always like, you know what, do this, but never attack the issues, never fix the problem and help usher in Ronald Reagan in a long period of prosperity. But here we are again, and I'll start with you. Listen, fix your AC, but that's it. No one's going to really listen to that, I don't think.
No, and the thing is only people in communist countries listen to the government on how to set their thermostat. I lived in Beijing, and they would say, keep your thermostat at this level, and everyone would follow instructions. So Mamdani is doing exactly what they're doing in China, and President Trump has completely offset that with his energy policies, and we're not going to turn down our thermostat. I want it at 68.
This is something, and it's...
Okay, so here's the other thing nobody's talking about. New York City, it's experiencing a quote-unquote heat wave. Right? Central Park hits 100 degrees. Now, if you live in America and you don't live in the freezing cold Northeast, 100 degrees is normal. That happens. There's parts of the country that get 90, 100 degrees all the time. The entire state of Florida has all their ACs running 24/7 in every single building, and nobody's telling people in Florida to turn down their thermostats. Nobody, so the idea that we have a power grid in New York that can't handle basic weather patterns that are not somehow bizarre to America, that's another issue. And it has to do with this marriage between communism and these whacked out green energy plans that caused New York to shut down all of its power plants, which is why the grid is working so hard. Oh, it's working so hard. Well, it wouldn't have to work so hard if you would just keep your power plants open. But no, they don't want to do that. And look at this. New York is actually importing electricity from Canada. And there's a power plant in Quebec that apparently went down. It was providing hydropower to New York City, and now it's not working. And New York City is like, well, now we got to use all of our power from fossil fuels, and now the grid's working too hard. And that's why they shut off power to parts of the Bronx on the hottest day out there. They just shut the electricity off. So now people in the Bronx, they can't even have their AC at 78 because there's no power in their home. And the mayor, he's got the buildings at City Hall, 61 degrees. Maybe if you live in the Bronx, you should go live in City Hall where it's 61 degrees, where they're not going to shut off the power because they can run the utilities at full tilt there and they're paying for it with everybody else's money. It doesn't matter that they're paying the highest electricity rates in the whole country. They got everybody else's money for that. What do you think about this disaster the city's walking into? Is it going to get better? Is it going to get not better? Let me know. See you in the next video.
Definitely not better. So we're sticking on Mandani right now. So now he did something about
Thousands are without power in New York City. Look
the
at
power
this.
problems from the extreme heat. About 10,000 customers in New York City are without electricity at this hour.
Con Ed asking customers in parts of Upper Manhattan and the Bronx and Westchester County to conserve energy.
The fire hydrant sprinklers are on, but the power in this Williamsbridge neighborhood in the Bronx is off.
It's super hot. It's super hot in the house. Not happening.
That stinks. The sweltering heat amid dangerous temperatures topping above 100 degrees in New York City, combined with the humidity, makes it feel uncomfortably unbearable at close to 110 degrees.
How is this happening in America?
Because especially when you want to get to the kitchen to make yourself a nice cup of tea and no electricity you can use now the stove to get it.
Drivers and cars seen navigating their own way through this powered-off intersection.
No, the street lights are out.
222nd Street and Barnes Avenue. One neighbor, a good Samaritan, was seen trying to help direct traffic.
This is the traffic
camera
lights. There's no police either.
You could go back there. It's dark. You go more back there to the end. It's more dark. It's so hot. And people don't want to come in here.
Israel
Guy's gonna lose his inventory.
Family-owned grocery store at the same corner had to close and throw out ice cream and their meats because of the power outage. How frustrating is this for you?
They throw out all his food.
It's a lie because I don't make no money. I got to pay bill. I got to still pay the rent without the light, Still got to.
How can there be no power?
It's for the community right now. It's kind of hard right now.
As frustration boils, Con Edison crews in the Riverdale section of the Bronx work to restore power.
Now, the mayor went on TV and told everybody this wasn't going to happen if everybody put their AC at 78. But somebody didn't do that, and maybe this is their fault.
To some of these government buildings, like, City Hall.
City Hall.
In City Hall right now, and look, I'm not a walking human thermometer, but they do feel pretty cold.
What?
So we're standing in the center of the rotunda, underneath a skylight with no air conditioner anywhere near us, in the middle of City Hall.
Look at this.
It is 73 degrees.
What?
Now,
maybe if you live in the Bronx, you should visit City Hall, where there's power and AC and lights and everything else you'd expect to find in 2026 America.
that is only 1 degree above a normal room temperature in the middle of an extreme heat wave.
Wow.
So it was 73 degrees and their AC was blasting. What did Ma'am Danny say when he won the race that we had to embrace again?
We will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
The warmth of collectivism. For
they
you,
stole the power.
In the summer while they enjoy air conditioning. Not only were they not turning down their air conditioning, it appeared that all their lights were on too.
Wow. Look at that. For no reason.
The lights are on, and there's so much natural lighting coming through these windows.
This is crazy. They're stealing power. There's people in the Bronx with no power, going out of business, out on the streets. You have a man directing traffic. There's no police. There's no help coming for them. And the mayor is breaking his own advice, but it gets worse. Another investigation reveals that some parts of City Hall, that same area, were as low as 61 degrees. This is the New York Post. And look at this, our wonderful public transit system, they've shut down the escalators to save power so you can walk as you wait for a train that might not even show up. Look at this.
For anyone who thought you would find some relief from the heat and jump into Penn Station, think again. Just look at the mess down there.
No one can
Not
get
only
home.
are there massive train cancellations, the AC is not working properly in here. So the only thing hotter than the temperature right now are NJ Transit riders. For anyone about to start their long weekend, this is the last thing you want to see.
This is
We
crazy.
have run into countless people headed to the beach, or at least they thought. To be clear, there are some lines that are running. When they call for Trenton, a stampede of riders takes off. But for a lot of other riders,
Stampede?
NJ Transit is saying to expect up to an hour delay. Some are being diverted to 32nd and 6th to the PATH train because they're cross-honoring tickets. But imagine lugging all your
Look at
stuff
this.
to Penn, then being told you need to hoof it it a few more blocks in this heat. If you can take the path and get yourself to Hoboken, trains seem to be running from there. Initially, NJ Transit said the delays are heat-related due to the Hackensack River drawbridge being stuck in the open position. That knocked out a portion of the Bergen County and Port Jervis lines. There is some confusion, though, if that has been resolved. Either way, the problems persist.
And it wouldn't hurt if the communists at City Hall would stop stealing electricity from the average people they claim they're supposed to be looking out for.
Avenue and Post Road. More than half of today's more than 10,000 power outages are in the Bronx.
Wow.
The company is now warning and urging its customers to reduce their voltage use by 8% to prevent more widespread outages from happening.
Wow. Look at this.
But for these kids and their parents in Williamsburg, it's a little too late.
Half of my power went out and then the other half shut off.
It's horrible.
Wow.
I don't like being high. As long as the kids is having fun with the pump.
Why don't they blame the mayor?
We've been using water balloons and the buckets to splash each other.
Can't really do nothing. The fridge is out. Everything is out.
Oh,
so,
they're going to lose all their
we
food.
just gotta wait till they fix it.
On a holiday weekend. And you know how everyone's running around in the sprinklers, taking a bath in the street? Well, that's causing other problems the communists never anticipated. According to the official NYC water account, if you live on the 4th or 5th floor, you're going to have low water pressure or brown water because of too many open hydrants. So you've got no power. You have brown, undrinkable water in the capital of capitalism, New York City, the greatest city in the world. No electricity. You're drinking out of a swamp.
And they got their lights on. But you and I, we got to shut ours off to conserve energy.
Yep,
and it wasn't just that building. We sent Sarah over to Hochul's Manhattan office to check that out.
The governor's office. What's that like?
Hochul's office is in this building here. It's a private building, but I did leave our thermometer in the foyer for about 20 to 30 minutes while we went and spoke to some people out here. Now we're going to run back in and check it out and see what the temperature is.
72 degrees.
72 degrees. Even colder than City Hall. The funny thing about all this is that the state that wanted to go all green energy, wanted everyone to get electric cars, that got you have to charge those things somewhere.
Right.
Okay. They have mandated switching to an all-electric bus fleet to replace their entire diesel fleet. Do you have any idea how much energy it takes to charge those electric buses?
And they told everybody to do what? To go out and buy an electric car while they were shutting down power plants. So everyone needs to plug something in. No one can get anywhere. All these buses, all these Teslas, they want everything shut down. Can this get any worse? Yeah, it can. Yeah, it can. Watch.
Just to visualize this, okay? Bloomberg noted that a single charging station for these size vehicles would take more energy than an entire town. So I wanted to know exactly in practice how much this was. I did a little bit of quick mathing. Check this out. Fast charging for one of those buses requires, and you can see it right there on your screen. I'm using the low end here. One bus, 600,000 watts, and that'll run that bus for 8 hours. Much of that is, the average window unit actually uses, that's right, 300 to 500 watts an hour. So you would need to run 225 window units all day to equal the amount of energy to charge one of those city buses.
That's crazy.
But
and
here's
they're
where it gets
everywhere.
hilarious. The 5 boroughs of New York City have over 5,800 buses, many running 24/7 shifts.
Wow.
Since a charge is only really good for one 8-hour shift, times, that by 3, 17,400 charges per day, that's the equivalent to almost 4 million window unit ACs.
No wonder the mayor wants people to turn down their ACs or shut them off altogether. He wants to redistribute their personal electricity availability to the public buses that he wants to be free. Isn't that great, New York? We're headed for free buses, but nobody can have AC. You can't plug in a toaster. The local grocery store has to throw out all their food on a holiday weekend. There's no food coming until Monday. You realize that. This is bad news. And nobody in charge seems to care. They love it. They love telling everybody else what to do so that they can do whatever they want.
So the same people
who wanted you to turn your AC to 78 with all their lights on and all their ACs blasting in their offices, we're going to add the equivalent of 4 million more full power window unit ACs that they wanted you to shut off to save the same power grid. Got it. Okay, this doesn't even include the personal electric vehicles that they wanted everybody to start driving that also would need to charge somewhere. This is why I don't take liberals seriously. This is welcome to socialism. Rules for thee, but not for me. Lofty ideas, they always, 10 out of 10, fail in practicality. We also hit the streets to ask people how they felt about this new directive. Mind you, the streets that elected these socialists.
Now, before we get to these street interviews, understand that this is always how communism works. In Cuba, where nobody has any power, guess who does? The members of the Castro family, the government officials, the influencers who get flown down there on an invitation from the communist government and get shacked up in the one hotel that has 24/7 power. Isn't it interesting how the people at the top always seem to benefit off the wealth of the entire populace while the people get absolutely nothing and are running around with no electricity, no refrigerator, your cell phone service. What are we going to do about that? Everyone's phone is going to die.
If the man told you had to put it at 78, would you listen?
No, I hate him. I don't think that's reasonable, and I will not do it. So.
Oh, I'm not turning my AC down. He can go.
Well,
a day like this, I mean, I need it at 69. Yeah, or like 68 maybe. Listen to the mayor, though, you guys. Mayor Mamdani is the best mayor. He should be president.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he would love to be.
Right. Nobody's complying with, even the guy who likes him. The majority of people in New York City seem to like the idea of socialism until it actually got implemented. This is like a microcosm of what's coming, baby. In the history, any reference you can possibly think of, everybody, they voted their way into it, but they always had to shoot their way out of it. Or it just totally collapsed and people just starved.
Yeah, this is
That's
terrible.
why you have people in socialist countries fleeing in makeshift rowboats to come to capitalist countries and not the other way around.
Well, when they get here and they find out there's no electricity, they're going to turn around and go back because things aren't any better in the Bronx right now than they are in these other countries that have no electricity and no clean water. Think about that for a second. No electricity, no clean water. What a nightmare. And now there's no cell phone service, which means if people are out there looting, you can't call anyone for help. So we don't even know what the full ramifications over this are because it just happened.
Under the Home Energy Fair Practices Act, no shutoffs on days with forecasts with when it's cold, highs of blue state. For the government, they want things, but everyone else living in poverty. The government class is basically royalty, does whatever they want, while the rest of the people are taxed into poverty to provide for the government. The other hilarious thing is in New York, not unlike other blue states, actually some red states have this too, there are laws about cutting off or restricting people's electricity, especially in New York, under the Home Energy Fair Practices
but they
Act.
still did it.
No shutoffs on days with forecasts with when it's cold, highs of 32 or lower, including wind chill, or they're not allowed to shut off your electricity the day of or the day before the heat index reaches 90 plus degrees, which is today. So there is actually no mechanism for Mamdani or anyone else to enforce this guidance. They could do rolling blackouts.
Well, but there is, because the power grid collapsed. It just didn't collapse in the rich neighborhoods or by City Hall for some reason. Oh, it only collapsed in the Bronx. I wonder why that is.
Sizzling triple-digit heat blanketed all 5 boroughs. It feels unbearable. The record-breaking heat and high humidity increased demand for electricity.
There's one of those
triggering
electric
power
buses.
outages.
I was watching Jeopardy and it went out.
Lights go out, air conditioners go off.
Con Ed says crews restored service to nearly 31,000 customers. And late Thursday evening, about 16,000 were still without power in parts of Queens, the Bronx, and Staten Island.
Was quite surprising.
Con Ed also urged customers to conserve energy and reduced voltage by 8% in parts of Staten Island, northern Queens, Westchester County, and the Northeast Bronx. And
so we're looking at what are effectively brownouts. They've reduced the voltage everywhere. They're not shutting off the power. They're just going to turn down the amount of power you can get, and stuff's not going to run. And if you try to fight that, it's going to get even worse. You're going to have more of these blackouts. They said they restored power to 31,000 people and 16,000 still don't have power. That's wild.
The utility says reducing power helps manage the grid during heat waves.
Yeah.
In the Bronx, New York City Emergency Management reported the temperature at 107 degrees.
My all compressor is no working right now.
Look at that.
No cooling.
Employees at this Bronx corner store weathered the heat as crews worked to fix the AC.
How difficult is it to work when it's that hot in there?
It's too difficult. It's sweating.
How do you fix the AC when there's no power?
Hundreds of cooling shelters across all 5 boroughs have been activated. You can find a full list on the...
How long do you think it's going to be in New York before they have the power police running around, going to businesses like this, finding them for having lights on that don't need to be on, while City Hall's lit up like a Christmas tree during the day?
We will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards.
Could that be a building that loses power?
Community land trusts, nonprofits.
Well, I bet they turn the AC to 78 in those units when they own them. Again, literal warmth of collectivism.
Wow.
But what's funny is the same states that make laws saying that you can't shut off people's electricity basically gives them no enforcement mechanism to do this. So it's all, smoke and mirrors. This is the result
until the grid
of
powers
any
down.
Slide towards socialism, because most people are going to say, well, why should I shut mine off if nobody else is shutting theirs off? Like all the people you heard from on the street in New York.
Right. They're not turning
Which is
off.
how the workforce will become too. If you're going to take all my money because I'm working super hard for it, and you're just going to redistribute it to the people who don't work as hard as I do, why should I work super hard?
Right.
The reality is, and this is the reality of governance policies that have become mainstream in the Democrat Party. But mark my words, we're not far away from Democrats passing laws to control people with electricity. We've already seen them want to control who can bank with which bank based on your political affiliations. This is Ma'am Danny. He is frothing at the mouth to get something like this. When they tell you who they are, folks, you better listen to them.
Right. And nobody in New York listened. They came out and they said, we're proud socialists, elect us. And people did. And now people want to know why the city is operating like a socialist communist dictatorship, especially the people that are living in neighborhoods where they've been taught and educated that capitalism has failed, so they're voting for socialism. Folks in those situations, they're confused right now. They don't know why. We got this mayor that says he cares about the little guy and he cares about us, but we don't have any power. But there's plenty of power in the government buildings. There's plenty of power in the mayor's mansion. What do you think about this? I'll see you in the next video.
I think you get what you voted for. Yeah, he does. It's the route.
New York grocery stores are scared the mayor is going to put them out of business. Listen.
Prices to be able to offer food at lower prices. So I guess why not work with local stores here in the area instead of potentially pushing them out of business?
Yeah, why not?
So this is not the entire answer to our City Hall's approach to tackling food insecurity. It is one part of it.
Okay.
What I will say is that for a long time, City Hall has relied exclusively on subsidies and tax breaks. There's a program called City Fresh that I've made my criticisms clear of that spent nearly the same amount of money that we're talking about spending on creating this supermarket, and yet New Yorkers have seen a rise in grocery prices across the board.
Wait a second. When you give a struggling grocery store in New York a tax break, you haven't spent money, you haven't lost money, you've just stolen less. And now these businesses are terrified. New York bodega owners came to City Hall last week for a roundtable discussion at the invitation of the Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, only to get barraged with intrusive questions about their businesses. The government's not here to help these guys, but it gets worse. Ahead of the meeting last week, the Department of Economic Justice czar asked what items are sold the most at your stores and where is your profit margin the greatest. Wow. They wanted us to share proprietary information with them, but they don't want to answer our questions, and that's why there is distrust. Yeah, the government wants to know how to make money in the grocery business, and then they're going to use the money they make to put every single store out of business. Speaking of which, the first grocery store is being set up in an area where Target already couldn't operate.
The city says has long been plagued by affordability issues where approximately 38% of households receive SNAP benefits.
The area also seeing grocery stores close like the East Harlem Target in 2023 and the East 125th Street Pathmark closing in 2015.
The concept already winning over locals.
I mean, that's actually great because most of these supermarkets around here, they don't supply good food.
This is actually a way more cooler than I think people are actually treating it.
But nobody's asking why there was a Target here and a whole bunch of other stores here that all shut down recently. Why is that? Why did those stores close? And why is the city going to spend $30 million not occupying a space filled by a former grocery store that used to exist? That would be way cheaper. It would make way more sense. Well, in case you forgot, the Target closed because of theft and criminal behavior that put employees at risk. Think about that for a second. That's why the area where the free grocery store is going in doesn't have a grocery store.
The initiative, the city aims to open up one full-service grocery store in every borough where strict pricing, affordability, and labor requirements will be in place. The United Bodegas of America among the critics saying the concept is more of a gimmick than a solution to the current climate, which they say will hurt small business.
You can't serve 8 million people with 5 locations. You can serve 8 million people if you work out a deal with the existing businesses.
With the first site now selected for this.
8 million people live in New York, and you're going to have 5 stores that are supposed to feed everybody. How are people even going to get to those stores if they don't live near one of them? How are they going to get there when the failing New York City public transit system lets them down and won't bring them because people rob that every single day? And what did he just mention as the solution? Work with the existing businesses. Help them compete. But no, competition might mean somebody earns a profit. And if somebody earns a profit in socialism, that's wrong. Can't have that. Need to shut these businesses down. Business owners at this meeting, which happened last week, gripe that city officials are now only seeking their input after sparking alarms in April with the plans to build this $30 million mega mart down the street from a Target that closed that they could have just reopened. The city says its socialist-inspired vision for at least one supermarket in each borough will not directly compete with existing stores here. How is that possible? Of course it's going to compete with existing stores nearby. Just because certain things aren't sold in the grocery store that might be sold at a bodega, like perhaps a lottery ticket, doesn't mean there is not competition. People are going to be flooding these free grocery stores because the prices are going to be lower, and they're going to be made lower with the tax dollars from the people running the bodegas. This is terrible. Mamdani's plan to subsidize the grocery stores with taxpayer funds so they can offer rock bottom prices threatens grocers who operate on a 2 to 3% profit margin. These guys are not making a ton of money in the grocery business. They're making 2 to 3%. If you erase that, they have no choice but to shut down. The only way they win is on volume. And if their customers are redistributed to the socialist grocery store, the volume is going to be redistributed and they're going to have to close. And as you're about to see, helping small businesses is the last thing they want to do.
But there's only going to be one of these, according to Mamdani's plan, one of these in every borough. Why would one grocery store in each borough put bodegas out of business?
Cancer starts with a small cell in your body. And if you don't extract it, it spreads. You start with one idea like this, a foolish idea, it may spread. And we don't want it to get to that. We want
How? Like, what are you worried is going to happen?
If he decides that one store worked, maybe 2 stores would work, maybe 100 stores will work.
Oh.
And if you let him spread his ignorance, because this is being ignorant, really, then we have a huge problem.
Yep.
Why is it ignorant?
It's ignorant because
it's never worked. Find me an example where it's worked. Find me a city-run grocery store that's succeeded anywhere. Find me a socialist economic model anywhere in the world that has brought wealth to the people who pay into that model. Not going to happen. Also, these 5 stores, there's going to be 5 stores for 8 million people. Not all 8 million people are going to be able to get to those 5 stores, but all 8 million people living in New York City are going to have to pay more money for those stores to exist. The whole thing is a loss for everybody except the communists running the stores.
bodega owners are immigrants.
Is it ignorant?
It's ignorant because most bodega owners are immigrants. They come from very poor countries, and they come here to try to make a living and do the right thing by the city. A bodega is not just where you sell food. They're also community centers. So if you're able to infiltrate government into the private sector, you're basically ruining the dreams and the spirits of all these small business people who have risked everything they have, borrowed everything they could borrow to open their small business. How are you going to take my tax dollars and use it to compete against the small business people that are trying to make a living and are paying taxes?
Because you know what? As a business owner, according to the communists, you earning an income is wrong. That means you're exploiting someone. So we're going to take that income away from you, and we're going to use it and give it back to the people you're stealing from. Never mind the fact that your bodega exists and puts up with the high crime, which Target doesn't want to put up with after Target closes, is the only thing keeping that neighborhood there. They should be thanking these bodegas. When that Target shut down in East Harlem, it became a food desert. But you know what? A lot of these bodegas stayed open. A lot of them had more business. A lot of them did what they could to stock their shelves with more and more stuff. Why is the government not rewarding them for staying open? Because it doesn't want them to stay open. It wants them gone. And that's what's going to happen once these free stores open up.
This doesn't make sense.
In essence, you're saying that this plan will hurt the very people he says he's trying to help.
Like communism.
It doesn't make sense because not only will it hurt the people he claims he's trying to help, he's going to drive a lot of these businesses out of business, or he's going to scare people. It's like people are scared of ICE. It's like people are scared of people like Mamdani that will come in and start opening up businesses and giving food away and competing with those that have invested their money into their small business.
How much of this is going to help your local small business? Freezing the rent on apartments, that's going to destroy small businesses. Why? The apartments are located here, and on the ground floor, there's a store. Well, the rent's frozen for the apartments, but not for the store. So when the landlord has to pay his increased taxes, he's going to come to the little grocery store and say, hey, your rent's got to go up because I got to pay my taxes. Then the grocery store has to raise its prices, and all the people in the apartments upstairs get to pay more. And the other stuff on this list isn't going to help. $30 an hour minimum wage. Yeah, you want to have a grocery store run by robots? That's how you'll get it.
Listen, New York it's the most diverse city in the world. This is where the melting pot happens. And it's come together with people that have migrated here to make a living, to be able to support their families back home, to be able to better the quality of their life. They didn't come to a socialist city or a socialist country or a country that's going to take from them and not give them. You know, listen, what we need here is to make sure that every New Yorker knows and understands. Don't make the mistakes we made almost 12 years ago when we voted another socialist in de Blasio into City Hall.
Well, it happened. Nobody listened to the warning that if someone says they're a communist and they says they believe in city-run grocery stores and frozen rent, that they're going to come into office and do it. All these things are happening right now. Yet everybody in New York thinks it's going to work. You've got people clapping for the frozen rent, not understanding that the rent at the grocery store is not frozen. And if the landlord wants to stop going bankrupt, your groceries are about to cost more. But you know what? That's going to be great news for the city-run grocery stores. Oh, yeah, those are going to be even more popular once the grocery prices have to go up even more. Yep. Why aren't we trying to bring in new grocery stores? Why aren't we helping businesses like this bodega right here? Look, they have shelf space. They have refrigerators. You could stock this place full of all kinds of stuff if you wanted to. But nope, the last thing the communist government is going to do is tell these businesses that they can make more money. That's the last thing they're going to do because making money's wrong. Here's why grocers are worried. It says that they first need to know how the city plans to avoid displacing existing businesses. You see, that's what they're worried about. They're worried this thing is going to open and they're not going to have any customers. At last week's meeting, bodega owners got rattled because the city asked the invitees not to share details from the meeting with the NYC Groceries Interagency Task Force. That's weird. So they're trying to have these meetings and keep them secret and ask questions like, what do you sell that makes the most money? But over the last week, we've seen the rent freeze kick off and the grocery stores. That's what's going to happen next. And to understand what's going to happen over here, we got to look at what's already happening because rents were frozen. Watch this.
Big Apple's real estate market's taken another hit. Google co-founder and billionaire Sergey Brin reportedly dumped his stake in a New York City investment fund for pennies on the dollar. Landlords are suffering from rent controls and explosive costs under Zohran Mamdani's administration.
Yeah.
And Brin, well, he just wanted to get out before it was too late. Archie, I want to
Get
come
out
to you on
before
this
it's
here
too
because
late.
the numbers suggest he took a $75 million loss on this. I wish we were all in that
It's worth how
position.
much?
Yeah, I don't know.
75 billion?
75 billion, 100 billion.
In the scheme of things, that might not be that much.
But
because
no,
it
man,
could cost him more
the
staying.
psychological pain of
Ah!
loss is
taxes that he's going to have to pay.
So this Google co-founder dumped his New York City real estate investments. Why did he do that? Why would he lose $700 million? Because he thought he was going to lose more if he didn't sell today for whatever he could get. There's no reason to invest in New York City real estate. And once the free grocery stores come out, the exact same thing is going to happen. There's going to be no reason to start a business that competes directly with the government and loses every single time, while the government's going to tax the owners of that company for being millionaires or for earning a profit, or is going to fine them out of existence just for existing, just so that they can then beat them when it comes to the battle over people's wallet. He was invested in a company that held rental properties in New York. Those are the ones with all the frozen rent that are now worthless, that now nobody wants. Listen, when the whales are getting out, the whole market collapses and there's no recovery. Right now, in New York City, you have 57,000 vacant apartments that are regulated by the government. Why? Because they have been regulated into not being able to compete. These are apartments where the rents are frozen. They can't be renovated with the owner expecting to recoup any of that money after renovating, so they're not. And this is what our storefronts are going to look like. You think a bunch of storefronts are going to be full of thriving businesses if the government's competing with them? And here's the slippery slope that we're on. The government-run stores, oh yeah, they're saying they don't want to compete with the private bodegas, so they're not going to sell some of the stuff at the bodegas. Well, what is the excuse for opening these grocery stores? Target's gone. All these companies are shutting down. Never mind, they got looted out of existence, and that's why they closed. The excuse is, well, there's no store there right now. People can't get what they need. So these stores, they are going to open, and they're going to have a whole bunch of customers. But you know what? There's going to be some stuff people buy, and they're going to say, Mr. Mayor, we want to buy that stuff at the city-run stores. Why won't you sell us the things we want to buy? We're paying all these taxes. You built these stores. You spent all this money, and you don't have the stuff that I need. And then the product offering at these stores is going to expand. The product offering will grow until it has the product catalog of a Walmart, paid for by all New Yorkers, but limited to 5 locations. Not all 8 million people living in New York are even able to get to. But this is what happens when you are running a city in a country you think has been rigged since day one. Listen.
Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel. The joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created
Who
equal.
thinks that way?
America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes.
But who are these
America,
people?
they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another.
But that's what's happening here in New York City. You see the mayor is out there saying that the reason you can't afford your groceries is because the immigrant-owned business on the corner that is barely surviving in an environment of massive taxes and massive crime has your worst interest in mind and just wants to exploit you. That's division. When you say that the reason a person can't afford to live in New York isn't the fault of the government that is making it unaffordable here by refusing to allow houses to be built, by taxing these businesses out of oblivion just to compete with them, that's wrong. That's division. And you know why it's happening? The division here in New York is happening so that everybody can get on the side of the communists and can say, oh, you know what? Thank God for Mayor Mamdani. Let me hang his picture on the wall back there next to Maduro and next to Kim and next to all the other dictators in my life that have provided for me, because you know what? Without him freezing my rent, I wouldn't be able to stay here. Without him giving me free groceries, I wouldn't be able to stay here. Without him capping all of my costs and getting back at these greedy landlords and these greedy grocery store owners that have been stealing from me every single day of my life, I wouldn't even be able to stay here. Thank you so much for communism. That's why this division is happening. And it's happening because of the communists. Americans don't want division. And we're actually united in the idea that competition is a good thing. Here's why.
Liberals should love markets, not because they allowed the strong to dominate or inequality to grow, but because genuine competition allows the little guy to challenge the strong.
Right.
A healthy market is not one in which 4 companies quietly divide up an industry and use lawyers, lobbyists, and algorithms to keep challengers out.
Or where the government takes over.
It's one in which new entrants can rise, consumers can choose, workers can move, and incumbents can fail.
So what happens when the only incumbent in the New York City grocery business is the government, where they're the only store open? Where are you going to get a job if you don't like working at that grocery store? This is going to take opportunities away from people. It's going to take opportunities away from those who might want to start a business. It's going to take opportunities away from people who want to have mobility as a worker and want to bargain for better wages, because you can't do that if there aren't a whole bunch of places to work at. You can't do that if you can't tell your boss at the city-run grocery store, hey, I want to leave, I want to go work somewhere else. They're going to say, hey, it's the only job in town, man. You either take it or leave it, or you'll be unemployed, getting free groceries like everybody else. Do you want that? Like, this is economic disaster. And how do new businesses come into this market? How do new businesses compete with the city-run grocery store? They can't, because the second they start, they're going to be taxed and punished into oblivion for even trying. And that is a travesty. And it's going to happen to New York. The second these things open, you're going to see stores going out of business. They're going to lose their customers. And you know what else? The looting that takes place in the private stores that close that Target, well, that's not going to close the city-run store, because they get all their money from everybody else. They've got all the public's money. The looters, they're going to be able to steal. Yeah, the shelves might be empty. They'll just raise taxes. They're not going to arrest anybody. They're stealing from the rest of us. These criminals are just emulating what they see the store and the government and the communists doing. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
I think this is what democratic socialism looks like. That's like Sister Val said.
Denver sells a postcard of mountain skylines, glass towers, craft breweries, red sunsets, and the clean American dream rising 1 mile above sea level. But beneath that polished glow, under bridges, beside bus stops, behind hotels, and along frozen sidewalks, another Denver is rotting in plain sight, a city where people can sleep within sight of luxury apartments and still wonder if the cold will let them wake up. Tonight, we take you into Denver, Colorado, the mile-high city, a place many Americans imagine as opportunity wrapped in mountain air. It is the city of Union Station, downtown lights, sports arenas, tech workers, outdoor brands, and weekend trips to the Rockies. It is a city that tells the world to breathe deeper, climb higher, and live better. But for thousands of people without stable housing, Denver does not feel higher. It feels harder. The air is thin, the nights are sharp, and the streets can turn from merely uncomfortable to dangerous in a matter of hours. A person can sit outside a restaurant where plates cost more than they have spent on food all week. A family can drive past new apartment buildings they will never afford while wondering how long they can keep sleeping in a car before someone notices. A man can be moved from one sidewalk to another, from one encampment to one temporary bed, and still never reach the one thing he needs most, a permanent home. This is not just a story about tents. It is a story about rent, cold, policy, addiction, exhaustion, and the fragile distance between a normal life and a life lived outside. Stay with this story until the end, because Denver's crisis is not as simple as the headlines make it sound. Some numbers show progress. Some streets look cleaner than they did 2 years ago. Some encampments have disappeared. But behind the cleaner blocks, the crisis has not vanished. It has moved, shifted, hidden, and in many cases become harder to see. And when suffering becomes less visible, it becomes easier for a city to pretend it has been solved. 1, the numbers behind the mile-high crisis. Every year, communities across the country conduct what is called a point-in-time count, a one-night snapshot of homelessness in January. In the Metro Denver region, the 2026 count showed 950 people experiencing homelessness across the 7-county area. That was an 8% decrease from the previous year. The number of people sleeping outdoors also fell, dropping from 2,149 inches, 2025, to 1,703 inches, 2026. On paper, that sounds like progress, and in many ways, it is. Fewer people sleeping outside means fewer people exposed to freezing wind, fewer people trying to survive under tarps, fewer people waking up with frost on their blankets. But one night does not tell the whole story. The point-in-time count is just a snapshot. It does not capture every person sleeping in a car. It does not fully show families doubled up in overcrowded apartments, teenagers couch surfing, workers living quietly in motels, or people hiding because they are afraid of losing their children, their belongings, or their privacy. It does not measure how many people cycle in and out of homelessness throughout the year. It does not show the person who had shelter in January but lost it in March. It does not show the mother who slept outside for 2 weeks before a church paid for a motel. It does not show every life on the edge. In the city of Denver itself, officials have celebrated major reductions in unsheltered homelessness since Mayor Mike Johnston launched his homelessness initiatives. City leaders point to hundreds of blocks cleared of large encampments and thousands of people brought indoors through hotel shelters, micro-communities, and temporary housing programs. But even in that progress, there is a painful contradiction. Street homelessness can go down while total homelessness remains painfully high. Tents can disappear while people remain trapped in shelters. A camp can be closed while the person who lived there still has nowhere permanent to go. A sidewalk can look cleaner while a life remains unstable. That is the strange truth of Denver in 2026. The city can claim success and still be in crisis. The skyline can shine while families wait for shelter. The streets can look more orderly while people remain one emergency away from collapse. If you walk through downtown Denver on a cold night, would you see progress, or would you see people still waiting for the promise behind that progress to reach them? 2, rising rent and the quiet road into homelessness. Most people do not become homeless in one dramatic moment. It usually happens slowly, painfully, and almost invisibly. A rent increase arrives in the mail. A work schedule gets cut. A car breaks down. A medical bill lands on the kitchen table. A child gets sick. A relationship ends. A landlord decides not to renew the lease. The grocery bill climbs. The heating bill climbs. The rent does not wait for wages to catch up. In Colorado, housing affordability has become one of the deepest pressures on working families. A 2025 housing affordability report found that 51% of renters in the state are cost burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. For many families, that means the budget is not stretched. It is already broken. And Denver is the pressure point. The city has attracted people for years: tech workers, young professionals, students, outdoor lovers, remote workers, investors, and families chasing a better life. But growth brings a cost. Neighborhoods change. Old apartments become renovated units. Working class renters find themselves surrounded by prices designed for someone else. The city gets more desirable, and the people who kept it running begin to feel like visitors in their own home. A restaurant worker may serve dinner in low-dough and sleep in a car outside the city. A janitor may clean offices in buildings where 1 month of rent equals their entire paycheck. A single mother may work 2 jobs and still fall behind because daycare, gas, food, and rent all rise together. There is a certain cruelty in being surrounded by prosperity you cannot touch. Imagine walking past luxury apartments with heated garages and rooftop lounges while you are carrying everything you own in a backpack. Imagine seeing signs that say, "Now leasing everywhere," but knowing the deposit alone is impossible. Imagine being told the city is booming while your own life is falling apart. This is how homelessness begins for many people in Denver. Not with laziness, not with a lack of dreams, but with math that no longer works. When rent rises faster than survival, the street becomes the final invoice. 3. Cold nights in a city that runs out of room. Denver's cold does not always look dramatic from the inside of a warm building. From behind a window, snow can look beautiful. Downtown lights can glow through winter air. The mountains can turn blue in the distance. But outside, cold is not scenery. It is pressure. It enters through shoes, gloves, torn sleeves, and thin blankets. It turns concrete into a body thief. It steals sleep first, then energy, then judgment, then hope. For people living outside, winter is not one season. It is a nightly negotiation with danger. Denver has cold weather shelter plans, and the city has opened emergency spaces when temperatures drop. But reporting in early 2026 showed that the city and advocates were still arguing over whether there were enough cold weather beds, where those shelters should be placed, and whether the burden was being concentrated in some neighborhoods more than others. That is where policy becomes personal. When city council debates shelter locations, someone outside is counting hours until the temperature falls. When officials argue over contracts, a man is deciding whether to sleep near a vent, in a doorway, or under an overpass. When neighborhoods object to new shelters, a woman with swollen feet is trying to find a bus route to anywhere warm. And yes, many residents have real concerns. They worry about safety, trash, drug use, and whether their neighborhoods are absorbing too many services while wealthier parts of the city remain untouched. Those concerns are part of the story too. But the cold does not care about political boundaries. The cold does not ask whether a district has already done its share. It does not wait for a better site. It does not care if a contract failed, if a hotel is controversial, or if the city needs more time. The cold simply arrives. There are people in Denver who have learned to sleep in layers so thick they can barely move. Some put cardboard beneath their bodies because the ground pulls warmth downward. Some sleep sitting up because lying flat feels too exposed. Some walk all night because stopping means shaking. Some refuse shelters because they have experienced theft, fights, trauma, or rules that make them feel less human. Some are too deep in mental illness to understand the risk. Some want help but cannot reach it in time. And in the morning, the city wakes up. Coffee shops open, traffic builds, office workers hurry across icy sidewalks. The people who survive the night quietly fold their blankets and move before someone tells them to leave. How many cold nights can a person survive before the city stops seeing them as a person and starts seeing them as part of the landscape? 4 camps, cleanups, and the question nobody wants to answer. Denver's encampments have become one of the most emotional and politically charged parts of the crisis. For business owners, encampments can feel like a sign that the city is losing control. For parents, they can create fear near schools and parks. For residents, they can bring concerns about trash, fires, needles, and safety. For people living in them, camps can be dangerous, unstable, and heartbreaking, but they can also be the only community they have left. That is the painful contradiction. A tent is not a home. But for someone with nowhere else to go, it may be the closest thing to one. Denver has removed many large encampments under its homelessness strategy. Officials say the goal is not simply to push people around, but to bring them indoors. Supporters argue that tents are not safe, that sidewalks are not housing, and that people need shelter, treatment, case management, and stability. Critics respond with a different question. What happens after the camp is gone? If a person moves from a tent to a temporary shelter but never reaches permanent housing, has the crisis been solved, or has it just been rearranged? If belongings are lost during a cleanup, IDs, medication, family photos, winter gear, how much harder does it become for that person to rebuild? If money is spent on enforcement and cleanup without clear tracking, how can residents know whether the system is working? This is where public trust begins to crack. Some audits and investigations have raised concerns about how Denver tracks costs related to encampment cleanups and whether there is enough accountability Some residents in comment sections go further, whispering that homelessness has become its own economy. Contracts, cleanup crews, hotel operators, consultants, nonprofits, political promises, and press conferences, all circling around human misery. To be clear, there is no official proof of some grand conspiracy controlling Denver's homelessness response, but the suspicion itself says something important. When people see millions spent and still see suffering on the streets, they begin to ask where the money goes. When they see tents removed, but families still waiting, they begin to wonder who benefits from half solutions. When a crisis lasts long enough, even compassion can turn into distrust. And that distrust is dangerous, because once people stop believing the system is honest, every decision starts to look like theater. Every shelter opening looks like public relations. Every cleanup looks like image control. Every budget cut looks like abandonment. The truth may be less dramatic, but no less painful. Denver is trying to solve an extremely complicated crisis with limited money, limited housing, neighborhood resistance, political pressure, and a population whose needs are far deeper than a temporary bed. Still, the question remains, if a city clears the tents but does not create enough permanent homes, what exactly has been cleaned? 5, addiction, trauma, and the streets that do not let people heal. No honest story about homelessness in Denver can ignore addiction and mental health. But addiction is not the beginning of every homelessness story. Sometimes it is the cause. Sometimes it is the result. Sometimes it is both. Sometimes a person loses housing first, then uses substances to survive the cold, the fear, the pain, and the humiliation. Sometimes addiction destroys a job, then a marriage, then a lease, then a life. Sometimes untreated trauma sits underneath everything. Fentanyl has changed the street crisis across America, and Denver is not separate from that wave. The drug is cheap, powerful, and unforgiving. It moves through camps, alleys, motel rooms, public bathrooms, and quiet corners where people use alone because shame has driven them out of sight. A person living outside is already exposed to danger. Add fentanyl, and the danger multiplies. Overdose can happen in minutes. Withdrawal can feel like the body is being punished from the inside. Recovery becomes harder when there is no bed, no shower, no safe storage for medication, no stable phone, no transportation, and no quiet place to make a decision that could save your life. People often ask, why don't they just get help? But help is not a button someone presses. Help can mean waiting lists, paperwork, ID requirements, missed appointments, transportation problems, shelter curfews, mental health episodes, relapse, and shame. Help can mean telling your story again and again to strangers while you are exhausted, hungry, and afraid. Help can mean trusting a system that may have already failed you. On the streets, every wound gets deeper. A small infection becomes serious. Anxiety becomes paranoia. Depression becomes silence. A person who once had a job, a family, a favorite song, a favorite meal, and a normal Tuesday can become someone strangers step around on the sidewalk. But they are still there. Under the addiction, there is still a person. Under the dirty coat, there is still memory. Under the shaking hands, there may be someone who once packed school lunches, fixed cars, played guitar, cared for a parent, served in the military, or dreamed about owning a house near the mountains. If someone you loved disappeared into that world, would you call them lost, or would you keep looking for the part of them still trying to survive? 6, families, children, seniors, and the hidden homeless. The public often imagines homelessness as a single adult sleeping outside, but Denver's crisis is wider than that. There are families waiting for emergency shelter. There are children sleeping in cars, motels, parks, or on couches. There are mothers trying to keep school routines alive while their belongings are packed in trash bags. There are fathers who leave before sunrise to look for work while their kids ask when they are going home. There are teenagers hiding their situation from classmates because shame is heavy even when you are young. Reports in late 2025 showed Denver's family shelter waitlist had grown sharply. Hundreds of individuals in family households were waiting for space. Some families were in hotels, some were couch surfing, some were in cars, some were outside. That is the part many people do not see. Family homelessness is often hidden because parents are afraid of judgment, afraid of child protective services, afraid of being separated, afraid that asking for help will expose how fragile everything has become. Imagine being a child in Denver, looking at snow outside the car window, pretending this is temporary because your parent is trying so hard to make it feel normal. Imagine doing homework with a flashlight. Imagine brushing your teeth in a gas station bathroom. Imagine hearing adults talk quietly about shelter beds and wait lists while you pretend to sleep in the back seat. Then there are seniors. Older adults experiencing homelessness carry a different kind of exhaustion. Their bodies do not recover from cold the same way. Their knees hurt. Their medications are hard to store. Their memories may slip. Their pride may keep them from asking for help until they are already in crisis. Some worked for decades. Some paid rent for most of their lives. Some raised children in the same state where they now sleep outside. Veterans face another layer: trauma, disability, isolation, and the painful reality of having served a country that now struggles to house them. Women face dangers that are often hidden from public view: harassment, assault, exploitation, domestic violence, and the constant need to calculate where they can sleep without being noticed by the wrong person. And then there are the hidden homeless people, not always counted, not always visible, not always understood. They are the people in weekly motels, overcrowded rooms, garages, vehicles, and temporary arrangements that can collapse with one argument or one missed payment. Denver's homelessness crisis is not just what you see on the sidewalk. It is what families hide in silence because they are still trying to look okay. 7, the promise and limits of All In Mile High. Mayor Mike Johnston made homelessness the defining issue of his administration. His programs, First House 1000 and then All In Mile High, aimed to bring thousands of people indoors and close the large encampments that had become visible symbols of the city's crisis. The city reports that thousands of people have been moved indoors through these efforts. Large encampments have been dramatically reduced. Many people who were once sleeping outside now have access to beds, bathrooms, meals, case managers, and safer spaces than the street. That matters. A hotel room can mean a door that locks. A tiny home can mean sleep without fear of being stepped over. A non-congregate shelter can mean privacy after years of exposure. For someone who has been outside for months or years, going indoors can be the first breath after drowning. But getting indoors is not the same as getting home. This is the difficult part of Denver's story. The city has had more success moving people off the street than moving people into permanent housing. Budget pressures, lost housing vouchers, federal and state funding cuts, and limited affordable units all make that final step harder. Temporary shelter can save lives. But if people stay temporary for too long, hope begins to wear thin. A person can be grateful for a room and still feel trapped. A family can be safer than before and still have no future plan. A city can count someone as no longer unsheltered while that person remains homeless. That is why permanent housing matters. Without it, people remain in limbo, and limbo is exhausting. It is better than the sidewalk, but it is not stability. It is safer than a tent, but it is not home. Denver's leaders say the city is building a coordinated, data-driven system. Advocates say the city must move faster, distribute shelters more fairly, protect belongings, preserve dignity, and create housing people can actually afford. Residents want safety and accountability. Business owners want clean sidewalks. Families want shelter. People outside want to stop being moved from place to place. Everyone wants something, but the people with the least power are the ones paying the highest price for delay. 8, the city's moral test. Denver is not failing because it has done nothing. Denver is struggling because what it has done is still not enough. This is what makes the story complicated. It is easy to blame one mayor, one policy, one political party, one nonprofit, one group of residents, or one group of unhoused people. But homelessness is a system failure built from many failures stacked together. Housing costs, low wages, addiction, mental illness, trauma, eviction, disability, family breakdown, bureaucracy, neighborhood resistance, and years of underbuilding affordable homes. No single shelter can fix that. No sweep can fix that. No press conference can fix that. No one-night count can fully explain that. The question is whether Denver can keep its humanity while it tries. Because every city eventually reveals its values, not through what it builds for the wealthy, but through what it protects for the vulnerable. Denver has world-class views. It has booming neighborhoods, sports pride, mountain access, and cultural energy. It has people who care deeply, volunteers who show up before sunrise, outreach workers who remember names, churches that open doors, nonprofits that keep serving meals, and residents who refuse to look away. But it also has families waiting, seniors freezing, people relapsing, shelters under pressure, neighborhoods fighting over responsibility, taxpayers demanding answers, and human beings who are tired of being treated like problems to manage instead of people to house. So tonight, as we look at Denver, we are not looking at a city without hope. We are looking at a city standing at a crossroads. One path says homelessness can be managed, moved, hidden, counted, and cleaned. The other path says it must be ended with housing, treatment, accountability, prevention, and compassion strong enough to survive politics. Which path will Denver choose, and what does that choice say about America? Final message. There is a moment in Denver when the sun drops behind the mountains and the whole city turns gold. For a few minutes, everything looks beautiful. The skyline glows, the streets soften, the Rockies stand in the distance like a promise, but as the light fades, the cold returns. Someone zips a tent. Someone checks the battery on a phone they need for a housing appointment. Someone wraps a child in an extra sweatshirt. Someone stands in line for shelter. Someone decides whether to risk sleeping outside. Someone whispers a prayer that morning will come. These people are not statistics. They are not scenery. They are not political talking points. They are neighbors, workers, parents, veterans, sons, daughters, and human beings whose lives have been pushed to the edge. Maybe Denver's progress is real. Maybe its leaders are trying. Maybe the numbers are improving. But no city should declare victory while people are still freezing, waiting, hiding, and wondering where they belong. If this story stayed with you, tell us in the comments, what do you think Denver should do first? Build more housing, expand shelter, increase treatment, protect families, or demand more accountability from the system? And if you believe these stories deserve to be seen, please like this video, share your thoughts, and subscribe to U.S. Homeless Stories. Your support helps keep these hidden lives visible. May every person sleeping outside in Denver find warmth tonight. May every family waiting for shelter find safety. May every person battling addiction find one more chance. May every official making decisions remember the human faces behind the numbers. And may the mile-high city rise not just in skyline, but in mercy.
Right now on Colorado Point of View, the primary election is all said and done, but one major race is still too close to call.
It really says that money doesn't always matter, that it's more about the message and more about the person and the integrity and what they can bring to the job.
It's going to come down to lawyers or a recount, and it is what it is. So, again, it's exciting because we haven't lost, and the numbers keep moving our way.
Plus, State Representative Manny Rutzenell hits a home run in his primary and will now take on Congressman Gabe Evans in what is already shaping up to be an expensive and extremely negative battle for one of the country's closest House races. And the dean of Colorado's congressional delegation is done.
Representative Diana DeGette, who has been in office for almost 30 years, won't be going back to Congress next year after Blacc Quiros, a young and progressive Democratic socialist, made history and became the 4th Democrat just this year to take out an incumbent House member in a primary.
And for voters of all ages, of all races, of all religions, sends a clear message. We will not wait.
And joining me now for an exclusive interview here on Colorado Point of View is Blacc Quiros. Blacc, congratulations and thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Has it sunk in yet what you did in terms of the historic nature of this upset over Diana DeGette?
No, not nearly enough, probably. I'm just really proud of what we've been able to do. I'm more than anything, I'm proud of all of the volunteers that chipped in and did their part, knocking on doors, talking to their neighbors about the case that we were making to the people of this district.
How did you do it? Diana DeGette had the name recognition. She had been in Congress for 3 decades. She had the cash in her campaign account. She had PAC money that was pouring in, about $1.5 million of it in just the last 2 weeks. She had a lot of power in D.C., yet somehow you came in and upset her. I believe the results now have you winning by at least 6 to 8%.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what money does is it just gets your name out there. It gets the platform that you're running on out there and makes the case to the people. We didn't have that kind of money because I'm vowing to not take corporate PAC money ever. And instead relying on grassroots people-powered momentum. And we had 6,500 volunteers that were working all across the district, knocking on over 115,000 doors, made over 500,000 phone calls across this district as well, and talked about the issues that we care about, talked about the kind of world that we want to live in. And at the end of the day, our platform is the one that aligns the most with the voters of this district. And we just made that case and let them know that there was someone on the ballot that was going to be fighting for them.
There are a lot of people now here in Colorado, in the district. You are very likely to represent here in Denver. I should point out, you do have a general election challenger come the fall with a Republican, Christy Peterson. But however, Denver has not sent a Republican to Congress since Richard Nixon was president. So you go to Congress. People want to know that platform you talk about. Where exactly are you on the Democratic spectrum? There is the center, there's the left, and then there's very progressive and Democratic socialist. Where do you fall in there in terms of your values and what you plan to represent for Denver if you're elected?
I fall with the people. At the end of the day, the things that I'm fighting for, Medicare for all, universal child care, and arms embargo, all of these issues have a supermajority support of the voters of this party. What we are failing to do is actually meaningfully deliver on all of those issues. And the case that I've made to the people of this district is that that's because of the special interest in corporate money that's in our politics, not just in our government, but in our own party as well. And in order for us to meaningfully address and progress those kinds of policies on our agenda, we have to start electing people that aren't going to take money from the same people that don't want that stuff to happen.
When you say arms embargo, what would you like to see?
I would like to see an end to all aid being sent to Israel right now. That is where the voters of this party is. This is our leverage, right? This is an ally of ours, and this is about making sure that they are committing to our democratic values, making sure that they are not violating our own laws, which are to say that we do not send taxpayer dollars to anyone that's committing war crimes abroad. And so this is about making sure that we are holding our allies accountable, making sure that we're putting an end to the genocide in Palestine, and making sure that our tax dollars are being used here at home to build hospitals and take care of our kids.
On that note, with Israel, you have faced a lot of criticism for things you have said before the election, particularly about Israel. You were recently asked if the deadly firebombing in Boulder was an anti-Semitic act. You said you don't know. Do you stand by that?
What I know is that there was a horrific attack on a group of Jewish people that were peacefully protesting. And what's happening right now in Palestine and in Israel is putting Jewish people in greater risk because the administration of Netanyahu and the government of Israel is constantly trying to conflate the actions of the state of Israel with the Jewish people. And that is putting them in danger. My foreign policy has always been rooted in protecting the sanctity of life, protecting the dignity of all people. And my commitment has and always will be to combating the rising hate that is, showing itself in anti-Semitism right now and threatening the lives of so many Jewish people in the city, in the state, and across the country. And I really look forward to sitting down with members of the Jewish community so that we can work together to figure out how we can combat this hate and make sure that we're protecting our neighbors.
Attorney General Phil Weiser, who is now the Democratic nominee for governor here in Colorado, who is also Jewish, has said he would like to sit down and have a conversation with you, in particular about that attack. If he asked you, do you think it was anti-Semitic, what would you tell him?
I believe it was a hate crime, and I believe it was...
But not anti-Semitic.
I believe what happened was a group of Jewish people were attacked because of the actions of the state of Israel. And what we are seeing right now is that those kind of actions and those kinds of crimes are continuing to rise. And my commitment is to making sure that we're decoupling that conflation so that Jewish people are not in grave danger right now. And part of that is going to be pushing for an arms embargo.
Okay, if you go to Congress, you win the general election come November, have you thought about the first bill that Blacc would like to introduce?
I think it's going to have to be publicly financed elections. Like, we're going to be fighting as a party to make sure that we're addressing things like healthcare and addressing things like, universal childcare and all of the things that the voters of this party want to see. But at the end of the day, none of those things will progress until we root out to the influence of the corporations and the special interests that do not want to see any of those programs from passing. I'm tired of Band-Aids. I'm tired of Democrats not being able to push for the things that we care about and that the voters care about. And publicly financed elections is going to be the thing that solves the root problem and unlocks all of the doors to get us all the other things that we care about.
This is not a unique idea. It's been brought up. People who are in Congress have talked about it before. What do you think makes this time different potentially? Because it never has been passed, even though it's been brought up time and time again.
I think we are at an inflection point right now, not just as a party, but also as a country, where we are seeing that the chasm between what the people want and what the government is doing is just too wide. And we've made the case here in this district to the entire party all across the country. You don't need corporate PAC money. You don't need special interest money. You can rely on the people of your district to make the case to their neighbors, to their friends, to their coworkers, and you can win with what I believe right now we're actually at a 13.2% margin. That is a mandate from the people of this district to make sure that we're sending Congress members that are not going to take that kind of money and are going to fight for the interests of the people.
All right, that number keeps going up as more results come in here in the days after the election. Have you thought about what committees you would like to be on if you go to Congress?
I think the committees part is going to be one that I'm really looking forward to talking with, some members that have reached out and talking to members of the delegation about what makes the most sense. Obviously, my interest has always been in addressing corruption and addressing, the root causes of a lot of problems. The House Administration Committee, the Oversight Committee, all of these places are places where you can get these things done. And I look forward to figuring that out over the coming weeks.
Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert sits on that Oversight Committee. Have you talked with her?
No, not yet, but I look forward to sitting down with her and everyone else in the delegation.
Is there anywhere that you see some common ground with her that you could work on a bill together?
Yeah, I really do commend the Congresswoman for, standing firm against Donald Trump when it came to the Epstein files. I think she is someone who does not like to see power take advantage of people. And I think that's somewhere where we might be able to find common ground. And I look forward to working with anybody who also has the same commitment.
Have you talked with Colorado Congresswoman Diana DeGette yet, or House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries?
I haven't spoken with the minority leader yet. I look forward to chatting with him soon. And the Congresswoman DeGette and I have exchanged messages, and she did, congratulate me and wish me the best. And I really appreciated that.
Do you support Congressman Jeffries and what he's doing leading the Democrats in Congress?
I think the minority leader is doing everything that he can to make sure that we are, fighting back against Donald Trump and, trying to, put an end to a lot of the destruction that we're seeing from this administration. I think the minority leader and the party would be stronger if we were forceful in this commitment to stopping and taking corporate PAC money and special interest money. And I look forward to making that case.
What do the next couple of months look like for you? You do have a general election race, as I talked about. You're taking on Republican Christy Peterson. That'll become November here in Colorado and in Denver's district.
Yeah, it's going to be the same thing we started this campaign out with, and that's talking to the voters, going across the district about the issues that they care about and making sure that we are hitting the ground running in January. And, obviously after November, when we get past this general, I'm just looking forward to actually bringing the people of this district into the power and talking about what kind of things we need to support the families in this city and making sure that we're actually delivering that power back to the people.
Going back to the race in terms of beating Congresswoman Diana DeGette, I'm curious, what do you think it was? Was it your message? Was it this generational change that has been talked about a lot in terms of having someone who's been in Congress 30 years, who was basically elected the year you were born? Or was it something else you think that struck voters?
I think like most things, it was probably a combination of all of it. But I think one of the things that really made a lot of difference for voters was that I showed up. I actually had conversations with a lot of voters. I was at every single forum that I was invited to. We were showing up in bars and restaurants and bookstores and in parks all across the city for the last year, basically, and making our case, but more than anything, talking to voters about the kind of world that they want to live in and reminding them that they have the agency, they have the power with their vote to, reform the government in the way that they see fit, and talking about the issue of corruption as the number one issue that's going to unlock everything else. Making that case and bringing people on board with that fight, I think made a really meaningful difference for a lot of voters.
Right, before this all started, you were working as a barista at the Whittier Cafe here in Denver. Have you been back there since the election?
Yeah, I was just there. Oh, since the election. No, not since the election. I've been running around a little bit since then, but that's my home away from home. And I look forward to getting back there and getting myself another soy cinnamon latte.
All right. Megyn, now the Democratic nominee for the general election for Colorado's first congressional delegation for the election in the fall. Megyn, congratulations again. Thanks so much for being here today. I appreciate it. We'll be right back here on Colorado Point of View. Stay there. We're back here on Colorado Point of View. After a very busy week with the state's primary election, it is now all said and done. There is a lot to break down. Political analyst joining me today, Democratic strategist and senior presidential and gubernatorial advisor Andy Boyan, and Republican strategist and the president of Advanced Colorado, Michael Fields. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. So much to talk about today. We're recording this on Thursday. It's been about 48 hours almost since the election on Tuesday night. It seems like it's been a few weeks in reality, but I'm curious, what are your takeaways and what you took away from everything that happened this week, Andy?
Well, I would say, the upsets at the governor's race and the first congressional district I thought was fascinating. I didn't see either one of those coming, particularly as aggressive as they did. I mean, she won. Mila Kunis won, as she's talked about on the show earlier today. She won by a lot. I mean, it wasn't even close. And so did Phil Weiser against Michael Bennett. That also wasn't close. And so it was a very decisive victory for both of them. And I thought it was interesting because that played nationally. Like as soon as they won, they were the AP, the Wall Street Journal, we were putting out things like right away saying they won. And what I find remarkable is that, Colorado is all of a sudden in the spotlight because of upsets like this, and probably more to come as weeks go on.
All right, Michael, what's your takeaway?
That both parties are dealing with kind of an identity crisis or issue right now. You look at the Democratic Party, you have the Democrat Socialist wing who is picking up steam. You have not even moderate, but the more establishment Democrats who have control of the party right now. And there is an assault on them. And so you look at on the Republican side too, even within Colorado, the divide between Marx's style and Barb Kirkmeyer's style in terms of the governor's race. Both parties are dealing with some unease. How do we move forward as a party and be successful? I think Democrats, it's going to get messy with them. As I mentioned, they're going to be targeting leadership over every 2 years. House seats are up, and so Jeffries might be in charge of the Democrats, but he's going to get a primary soon, and they're going to go after everybody in a city that they think that they can win. The Democrat Socialists will, and so both parties have approval rating issues right now. Democrats are -20, Republicans -16. People are unhappy with the parties, but they're trying to figure out their identity right now, and it's playing out in all these primaries.
Okay, let's dive into that. Andy?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on the Republican side of the governor's. I think that's exactly true, and it's playing out in real time. Where, Barb Kirkmeyer came out and thought that she had won on election night. It looked like she was significantly ahead, and Michael and I were looking at this race thinking, well, it's not quite over, but it looks like a Kirkmeyer victory. Mm-hmm. And it looks right now like a Marx victory right now. And how things have shifted just is indicative of how Colorado voters are feeling about the state these days.
Okay, on that note, let's start there with the GOP gubernatorial primary. Again, this is Thursday when we're recording this. On election night, Barb Kirkmeyer was ahead. Now on Thursday, Victor Marx is ahead. What do you make of this race in terms of how close it is, Michael, and how Marx has seemingly pulled ahead by what is that? I can't see. About 2,000 votes now, with about maybe 20,000 votes left to count still.
Yeah, that's very close. Obviously, Marx took the lead late. It was I think Wednesday night that he ended up taking the lead. There are some votes still out there, but it looks like he's favored at this point. There's curing ballots. There's a whole process that's going to happen over the next week or so. But it shows how divided could be a recount. Yep. It just shows how divided the party is on approach. Do you go with the establishment person that everybody would get behind in Barb Kirkmeyer? Do you go with the more risky pick that might have a bigger upside but might have a bigger downside in Marx? And it was really this rural urban divide, even within the Republican Party, that showed Kirkmeyer won all the metro areas up north where she was from. and then Marks won all the rural areas. And so, I think the interesting thing will be how many unaffiliated voters voted on the Democratic instead of the Republican side. If a few more voted on the Republican side, Barb Kirkmeyer would be winning right now, and still has a chance of winning anyway. So it's just interesting dynamics with this open primary, who votes where. Not a lot of money was spent in that race, but as I mentioned, I think Republicans are having that crisis within the state of which direction do we go in, who's going to be better leading the party being at the top of the ticket, and it's that close.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think on the Republican side particularly, I think it's interesting because as we go back and forth and vacillate between Marks and Kirkmeyer, whoever wins the race is really going to face an uphill battle to beat Phil Weiser. I mean, that there's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. But in reality, if you're thinking about political strategy, Democrats would much rather have Marks leading this ticket than Kirkmeyer. And as we talked about on election night, I talked about this identity of intellectuals, between Weiser and Kirkmeyer, that those two are very smart people. They're going to run a smart campaign against each other. And if it's Marks, as I said before in this show, I think that's dangerous. And I think it's good for the Colorado Democratic Party to see Marks win, if he does win, because that shores up, obviously, an election for Phil Weiser.
All right, now to the Democratic primary. Phil Weiser beating U.S. Senator Michael Bennet by about 10 points. As the latest numbers I saw. Here you go. It has grown since then. It's 14 points, or about 116,000 votes. There was a time a few months ago when Bennet was apparently up by nearly 30 points. That was back toward the end of February, the beginning of March. Andy, at the end of the day, and I should point out, you were an advisor to Bennet in his campaign. What do you, that did. Just got to get it in so people know where you're coming from. What do you make of what happened there in terms of, at that point, 3 months ago, how Bennet lost the support and Weiser got the support? Yep,
great question. And I think Michael pointed out the other night, too, that, Weiser never stopped working. He never stopped digging. And there is a lot to be said for knocking on doors, just like Quiros, as well. There's a lot to be said for grassroots campaigning in Colorado, where people want to see your face. They want to shake your hand. This is not a stylistic campaign against, sort of what's the optics, and the optics look better for so-and-so. It's about shaking hands. It's about making sure that you understand constituent concerns. And I think, with all due respect to Mike, and he's been a good friend for a long time, and I wish he won, but I wish Phil well. I think at the end of the day, Mike was also a United States senator passing legislation in Washington while trying to run for Colorado governor. That's no excuse, but at the same time, what Phil was doing was staying in Colorado, going to different districts when we were in Washington, and shoring up those votes. And I think at the end of the day, if I'm honest and I'm asking who worked harder, Phil worked harder. If I ask who was probably the presumptive nominee and who I thought would win and who I thought probably the majority of the Democratic Party thought would win, it'd be U.S. Senator Michael Bennet.
In primaries, and we talked about this, I mentioned this before, they tend to all tilt one way or the other. Obviously, the Kirkmeyer one is very close, but a lot of times it comes in where there's close races and then they become not close at the end because everybody goes one way or the other. So you see these bigger margins. Weiser Bennet was a closer race than the numbers are going to show. Quiros and DeGette was closer than it's going to show. Manny and Byrd, Routenell and Byrd was closer than it's going to show. But I think when it comes to Weiser, he did have enough money to get out there. He worked harder. The left kind of embraced him, the anti-establishment group of people, even though he's the AG, and said, you know what, we want to keep Bennet in the Senate. And, anti-Trump is really what drives the Democratic Party in the primary right now. And him filing all these lawsuits, going after Trump, looked like it was harder. Even in those ads, it was, hey, Bennet didn't do enough while he was in the Senate. I think that's the biggest thing. I think Phil Weiser is going to struggle with, we've had governors recently, Jared Polis, John Hickenlooper, who had quirky personalities that people liked. I don't think Weiser's that likable as a person. He won the primary, but it was off of two people that weren't super. This isn't Joe Neguse that everybody likes. Weiser's going to struggle in terms of he's doubling down on policies that haven't worked in Colorado. He's going to make it even worse on Tabor, on businesses, et cetera. So I think that's going to be an interesting campaign, but I think it's going to be interesting if Weiser wins, what his governorship's going to look like.
There's also a difference between campaigning and governing. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a stark difference in Phil Weiser between campaign Phil Weiser, who won the other night, and Governor Phil Weiser, who's going to be a different policy kind of governor and very different than Jared Polis, mm-hmm. and historically different than John Hickenlooper. Mm-hmm. And I think he's stuck to patterns as well that he thinks works in the AG's office that is clearly not going to be the way the governor's going to rule. And I also think, the legislature is going to probably struggle with him on both sides of the aisle as we move forward too. And he's got to shore that up pretty quickly, because he doesn't strike me as somebody who is going to be really into the legislative process. He's going to be a governor, and he's going to embrace that. I think he's got to do a little more than that.
Okay, we'll dive much more into what you just said right there about how potentially Phil Weiser could govern if he wins the gubernatorial race come November. That'll be on our online show, and we'll be right back here on Colorado Point of View and break down Denver's congressional district race in just a second. Stay there. All right, finally today here on Colorado Point of View. Gentlemen, I'm curious for your perspective. You heard from Blacc who beat Congresswoman Diana DeGette earlier today. What do you make of her victory and her margin of victory right here, now at nearly 13 points as we sit here on Thursday, Andy?
Honestly, if I'm looking at it from a political strategy standpoint, I was born and raised here, spent my political career here with the exception of a brief time in Washington. I think this is a unicorn. I'm not sure that she would have won in normal circumstances under an administration where people liked it better, where he was better liked, the president was better liked, or where the Congress was actually doing more, particularly on the Democratic side as we're the minority party. But I think Blacc won for two fundamental reasons, I think. One was she worked harder. I think Diana DeGette took a lot of things for granted. And I think she has in the last few elections. And as we've seen in the most recent election before, she was challenged, but still won by 35. I think she was cruising to victory. Even 2 days before the election happened, Diana DeGette was very confident. So she worked harder. And the other piece of this, I got to say, is the fact that, Blacc is kind of a fad right now. I think that fad's going to wear off.
All right, 15 seconds, Michael.
You're going to have a battle for national attention between Lauren Boebert and Quiros. I do think she's a talented speaker, a lot of grassroots support. So it wasn't that surprising. She was able to get it over the top in that last week.
All right, thank you for joining us today. We'll break down the rest of the races on your local election headquarters, Election Extra Online. I'm Matt Morrow. We'll see you next week. Stay there.
And for people living on the streets, a day of extreme heat can quickly become a crisis.
One Denver resource is stepping in to offer a safe place to cool off and rehydrate. Our Denver 7's Ethan Carlson shows us how it can make a life-saving impact.
Joe Minardi has lived in Denver his whole life.
43 years next month.
But those years haven't always been easy.
I was incarcerated for a minute, and it's hard to pay your bills. So I lost everything when I got out, and you get out with nothing but the clothes on your back. And so, yeah, then you're homeless.
Minardi now lives in an Aurora sober living community, but he remembers how brutal the heat can be when you're on the streets.
Pass out really quick, lose all your stuff, end up in the hospital from dehydration. You collapse somewhere where people don't see you. You could die.
How can I help you?
Brianne Hansen works to get services to the unhoused, a profession born out of passion.
I ran motel shelter programs during COVID. I did employment services, lots of different things. But here at the library is really where I found my home.
She runs the Community Resource Center at Denver Central Library.
What kind of snack would you like?
Snacks, water, and other supplies for anyone in need.
You want the orange ones or the cream cheese and chives?
And on days like today, Denver Public Libraries act as cooling centers.
They're able to sit in cool areas. They're able to check out books. They're able to do activities.
And get a break from the sun.
I am one. I didn't have air conditioning till this year. So there's many folks from all different walks of life that come in and use this resource.
A resource for people like Minardi.
People get hot and frustrated super quick. So cuts down on agitation and puts people in a better mood. So it's better for the world.
As the heat takes a toll on both the body and mind, this place gives people a chance to cool down, reset, and find a little peace of mind.
It's a refuge, to shield you from the heat and the harsh realities sometimes.
In Denver, Ethan Carlson, Denver 7.
For young people experiencing homelessness, something as simple as shopping for clothes can make a world of difference. One Denver volunteer is helping make that experience possible. Denver 7's Richard Butler introduces us to this week's Denver 7 Everyday Hero.
Of course, the hardest color there is.
Shopping for clothes is something many of us take for granted, but inside Denver's urban peak, it can help a young person build confidence.
Let's write your name down.
The nonprofit serves young people experiencing homelessness, not just with shelter, but with the tools to build a future.
Support services, supportive housing, so education, employment, workforce development.
They have a medical clinic. Do you want the hangers?
And the Peak Boutique lets people between the age of 12 and 24 shop for free, now in a new space that makes clients feel seen and respected.
Purple isn't that popular.
That shopping experience exists because of Lee Goodfriend. After spending 50 years in Denver's restaurant business at Good Friends and Racine's, Lee started volunteering here in 2023, quickly seeing an opportunity to turn a donation room into something that felt more like a store.
Before it was in the basement in bins and you couldn't see what it was, so you were tearing through everything trying to find it.
Today, Lee helps young people find clothes that fit, match their style, and help them feel their best.
The nicer you look, the better you feel about yourself.
For many, that confidence is the first step towards a job, a new opportunity, or a fresh start, and the care of a devoted volunteer like Lee helps.
Having a community of people like Lee continuing to show up for our youth makes a huge difference in this chapter of their life.
Lee's work to elevate the Peak Boutique is noticed by staff and clients.
Those are the people that we want to see in our space, right? Like people who really want to be here and show up and are consistent.
It shows our youth that our community are invested in them.
Lee's commitment to Denver's next generation is what makes her a Denver 7 everyday hero.
That's so nice.
Denver 7,
we'd like to recognize you as a Denver 7 everyday
That's so
hero.
kind of you guys. I'm just doing my part. I'm retired, so I have a lot of free time. And so I love it.
More than just giving out clothes, Lee says, giving youths dignity and respect leads to success.
The good this place does is unbelievable. It's so amazing.
In Denver, Richard Butler, Denver 7.
Congratulations. And if there's a hero in your community we should recognize, nominate them right now. Just scan this QR code on your screen or head to our website, denver7.com/hero.
Joining us now is the mayor of Aurora, Mike Kaufman. Mayor, thanks so much for being with us. I know you've been doing this for some time now. What have you experienced during those stays at the shelter?
Sure. Well, I think we have an incentive-based program with three component parts. And the first part for people who are recently unhoused or who are just off the street is a low barrier shelter that is austere by design to get people, to incentivize people to move to other parts of our program where they're engaged in addiction recovery, mental health, job training, and then individual rooms for people working full time. But still need some services, transitional housing. And so it's been an incredible experience to meet with people where they are and to be there on Friday afternoon, spend the night with them, help serve breakfast in the morning. So it's every Friday night they see me, and it's just important to be consistent. But it's a way that they can share with me the way I can better understand their challenges. And it's also about leadership. I come from a military background, never order anybody to do something that you yourself would not do. So it's important to be there with them, and they're my constituents too.
Yeah, I wonder logistically, I mean, you're the mayor, you get there, you've been doing this for some time. Is it a big entourage? Do you kind of settle in? Is there a line of people that want to talk to you? Like, what do you hear from those that are in the shelter with you?
Well, there's certainly always people that want to talk to me. But I always come up to people as well to see how they're doing. People might be new to the shelter. Have they seen a case manager yet? How are they doing? Do they have any plans about how to move forward with their life? And so, and the people that are chronically homeless that really have significant mental health disorders or addiction problems to really understand their challenges. And so it's not unique anymore for them, the mayor's here. Well, no big deal. He's here every Friday. He's here. But it really gives you an understanding of the complexity of the problem that we're confronted in terms of trying to deal with homelessness and how challenging it is. And to be able to meet with the same people in some instances, week after week after week, to track their progress and see how they're doing.
What's been the most surprising part of understanding that complexity?
Yeah, I think people, obviously the mental health issues where people are ill, but they don't know they're ill. They don't rise to the level of being a threat to themselves or a threat to someone else, to where you can mandate any kind of treatment. And so that's I'm trying to better understand that and how to move that population forward. I think that's been a big challenge. But for the people that a lot of people, with their month-to-month income, cost of living is high in this area, and they lose their housing, they're on the street. It's difficult to get back up. But people that just have economic challenges can quickly move through the process. It's people that are chronically homeless and have maybe it's addiction disorders or mental health. It's tougher to move them through. And it's understanding how best to do that and how best to work with partners outside of the shelter that can help them. And so, but it's great being there and being able to see certainly new people coming in, but also the people that have been there week after week and saying, hey, what progress did you make? How'd the week go for you? And so that's just, it's been an incredible experience. It's been a humbling experience. I mean, to be with people that don't have anything, it changes your perspective. And it's not that you're looking at them from the outside, that you're in the inside with them. I think in that picture, I was wearing construction earphones, but they were so uncomfortable. Now I've adjusted to just having normal earplugs, but it can be very noisy, and they allow dogs. And so they sometimes bark at night. So it's a challenge, but this is a challenge that they face. And so it's great to have a mayor with them that understands what their day-to-day challenges are for the people you're trying to help.
Yeah, and as you just mentioned, I mean, every Friday you're there, but then it's their reality. You are able to go back to your home. I mean, some are seeing this and they're commending you for bringing awareness and for actually seeing the complexity up close. Others are seeing this as performative. How do you respond?
Well, I wish they would do it, and they wouldn't think it's performative. If they were there sleeping on a cot, with me week after week. But I think it's important to do that. I mean, if they want to leave from being on a couch, in a comfortable setting, I think that's fine. I believe in leading from the front, and this is an important component part of that. But I commend anybody that's trying to understand the challenges of homelessness. And yes, I'm very grateful for what I have. And I realize that every morning, Saturday morning, when I leave the shelter, after serving breakfast, what I do have, and I appreciate that. But I also gain an appreciation for the challenges that these people have. And I hope that more elected officials and policymakers go out of their way to experience what these people are experiencing as best they can and get closer to where the problem is.
Yeah, big difference between words and actions. Thank you for reminding us of that. Mayor Mike Kaufman, thanks again.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Across Colorado, active wildfires have burned nearly 300 square miles. We've been keeping an eye on several the past 2 weeks, from the western slope to the high country. But the most urgent situation is down south. As of tonight, the Aspen Acres fire has burned more than 146 square miles across Pueblo County and Custer County. It's now the 7th largest fire in state history. Containment is slowly increasing, up to 16% tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kyle Clark.
And I'm Kim Christensen. Nearly 300 homes have also been destroyed in the flames as the firefight drags on. One of the houses lost in that fire to a husband and wife, both firefighters with a local volunteer department.
Our Jennifer Meckles spoke with the family tonight. They're still working to save other families' properties, Jenny, while they process their own loss.
Yeah, Lou Toxford leads the Red Creek Volunteer Fire Department, a small volunteer team working within that fire zone. His wife, Tammy, serves on the board. She's a firefighter, too. They've got several in-laws involved. This family's deeply connected to this community that they're working to save. The same community is now supporting them.
Days into the Aspen Acres fire, and the days are still a little blurry.
My times are all running together, but I believe it was Thursday night.
Tammy Toxford is not just a firefighter, not just the fire chief's wife, but also lives in this community too.
one of those scariest things I've ever seen in my life. The flames were just wouldn't stop. We got to looking up into the canyon up above, and it was coming down, and it was coming down hard and fast.
Friends helped them evacuate the important things, beloved pets and family heirlooms. Tammy says her husband, Chief Lou Toxfard, was still helping convince neighbors to leave as the fire closed in on their home.
Finally, there was a point that I just said, okay, God, I know that I've been praying for you to save my house, but you can have it. You can have it. Just bring my neighbors and my husband out. That's the most important thing. I want them to be safe. And they came out within a few minutes. So I was very grateful.
Things are replaceable. Loved ones are not.
Of course it's sad. I'm not saying it isn't. I get very emotional. But getting everybody out and safe, we were able to save the rest of the homes in our subdivision. We only lost 2.
Now they will lean on this community that they love for support as they keep fighting to save it.
I love my neighborhood. I love my community. And that's why we're on this department, to make sure that we are here to be there for them as much as we can.
Tammy says she and Lou will rebuild and rebuild better. They have expensive, she said, but very good insurance, and they're not going anywhere. Reporting in studio, Jennifer Meckles, 9 News.
Meteorologist Kathy Sabin is along. And Kathy, man, you hear all of those stories like that, and you think, well, the worst we have to deal with here in the Denver metro area is some smoke. Was pretty nasty today, but folks like that, just losing everything on a moment's notice.
Yep. Perspective is everything, and seeing a face and a name and a story. And these are our neighbors and friends. And we all have to be vigilant. We all have to do our part to protect this beautiful home that we call Colorado, because we're right in the thick of it, the middle of the summer heat. And of course, these fires that are not under control tonight. Back to 97 degrees we went today. We've cooled back slightly to 80 now that it's 10 o'clock. Really, the bigger story, though, is the increase in moisture. Yes, humidity values are up, winds are down, and the smoke forecast. If you step outside like I just did, already the air smells better. A wind shift is taking the worst of that smoke south and east. We're all going to get a break tomorrow. Air quality alert canceled for Denver continues in those areas. They're still battling those fires. And something else that's interesting, we're forecasting rain over the largest fire in Colorado tomorrow. The Aspen Acres fire has a flash flood watch. National Weather Service in Pueblo is concerned about rainfall that could create mudslides and debris flow. A good news, bad news, but the firefighters will welcome this moisture. So this may be an ongoing weather story we'll continue to cover for you tomorrow. We're also tracking showers and thunderstorms out in eastern Colorado on the plains. Some areas are seeing beneficial rain tonight, and we get a chance at more of this activity tomorrow. So coming up, we'll have the timing and impact of the next wave of showers, let you know if maybe you can expect rain. We'll have that forecast in just a bit.
A family in Broomfield says what happened to their daughter could have been prevented. Her ex-boyfriend's accused of crashing into her car before attacking and killing her.
And tonight, for the first time, we hear her family's perspective. They spoke with 9 News reporter Amanda Gilbert.
A deadly car crash is devastating in itself. On June 21st, around 1:15 in the morning, Erie police responded to a crash on Weld County Road 7. They found 28-year-old Haley Ripito dead outside her car.
Everybody loved Haley. I loved Haley dearly. I mean, she was my first child. She was only 28.
Ryan and Deborah Ripito lost their daughter.
Yep, she was going to school for mental health therapy.
But Ryan says he knew instantly this was not just a car crash.
I got a notification on the Apple app for the crash, and I immediately said, "This is Justin."
Court records show Haley's ex-boyfriend, Justin Danilio Jr., had already been arrested in May. He was accused of kidnapping and assaulting her.
And Haley was on the other line, and she just said, "I've been kidnapped. I've been kidnapped, Dad."
Haley escaped and filed a protection order against Justin.
A piece of paper isn't going to stop somebody.
The kidnapping case was still making its way through the courts when the crash happened, and investigators determined the injuries that killed Haley did not come from that crash. Court documents say someone cut her seatbelt and shattered the driver's side window.
The system failed us so miserably and failed her miserably.
Prosecutors say Danilio followed Haley after she left work, intentionally crashed into her car, then attacked and killed her. He's facing charges for murder.
Just because she's passed doesn't mean that she can't still help somebody.
Haley's parents hope other domestic violence victims hear her story.
Like, I want her to help people.
In Weld County, Amanda Gilbert,
Still.
9 News.
Haley's parents say she has a 3-year-old son. They're taking care of him while making funeral arrangements.
Today, a former Mountain View town councilman learned he will not go to prison for shooting a teenager on his property in 2024. The judge sentenced Brent Metz 3 months work release, 100 hours community service, and 4 years probation. At the time, the teenagers involved in the incident claimed they were on Metz's property to ask permission to take homecoming pictures. Metz says the gun accidentally misfired, shooting a boy in the face. The mothers of the victim and the victim's friend spoke to the judge today, told the judge every day has been a challenge.
Our families have endured sleepless nights, fear, anger, and the constant replaying of what if. We have had to comfort our boys through panic and rebuild their sense of safety. Something you shattered, he shattered in seconds.
The defense filed a motion for a new trial. Prosecution will respond. Defense can then respond at that point. Despite the sentencing, defense is still going to move forward with that motion.
Happening right now, a power outage is impacting about 27,000 Holy Cross Energy customers across the Vail Valley. Xcel says that outage is the result of a lightning strike, and crews are hiking in to repair the lines. They will now work overnight and anticipate the power to be back on sometime tomorrow morning. Xcel is expected to give an update at 8 a.m. Tonight, state health officials are giving guidance for drinking water for some living in southern Colorado. This move comes after the Aspen Acres fire damaged water system infrastructure for 2 communities, leading to significant water pressure loss. Officials say people who get their water from Pine Drive Water District or Signal Mountain Ranch property owners' water company should use bottled water until further notice for the following activities: brushing teeth, drinking, making ice, preparing food, washing dishes, all the daily activities. Officials say residents can use tap water to shower or do it laundry, but don't boil the water. As a result, to substitute for bottled water, they say boiling may kill germs, but it will not remove potential fire-related chemicals or address other water quality concerns. Residents who use private wells should also use bottled water until they know that water is safe. As more precautions are put in place for the Aspen Acres fire, we are hearing more stories of survival.
Our Mark Salinger is outside the small town of Beulah, where the people living there are among the 1,100 evacuated. But as Mark reports, their town is standing thanks to the heroism of their neighbors.
This is just about the closest that you can get to Beulah in Pueblo County right now. Just down the road behind me, there's a National Guard Humvee with a roadblock turning people around. But when you look at the fire map, 90+ 1,000 acres burned in this Aspen Acres fire. And there's a small dot in the middle, a small circle. That's the town of Beulah that didn't burn, thanks to the volunteer fire department of 22 people that helped save their town.
Monday was a nightmare that we hoped we never had to see.
At one point we look up and we could see it starting to come over the hill.
I called one of the local guys, one of the volunteers, and said, "How bad is it?" And he said, "You need to get here."
We heard there was 100-mile-an-hour gusts. That wind changed. It started coming the other direction and it blew it down through us. And at that point, it was just get in there, start saving what we can.
My son was on the first truck that went over to Aspen Acres to start initial attack.
Fuel, heat, and topography are what drive fires. And that day, it was all working against us.
We know we're going to lose some, and that's going through your mind. And there's going to be stuff that we can't save. But the mindset goes to what can we save?
And at that point, we were afraid we were going to lose the whole valley.
Yeah, I mean, your heart would just drop every time it moved another direction because then something else was at risk.
Houses can be replaced. We need to make sure everybody is out and out of the way. We're in there beating on doors. We're flagging houses. Okay, we met somebody here, they're leaving.
It was really close to losing the whole town.
And when it was raging down at our house that night, I called my husband and I said, "I love that you're trying to save what you can. I don't want my house. I want my husband and I want my son. And that is all I care about. I only want the heartbeats. I don't care about the house."
We had several of our firefighters lost their homes. And those that lost their homes, they were told, and they continued to fight to save the rest of the community. So
We have a mother-daughter team on the department, and they're ones who lost their home. And to see that happen, and they both just kept on going.
It's heartbreaking every single house that we lost, but we try to focus on the wins that we were able to make.
a big part of the town is good. The big part of what we call Beulah proper looks to be in good shape.
The town of Beulah has been held by the volunteers for about a week now. We're not just talking about the local firefighters. We're talking about their families, their wives, their kids. I mean, we had kids at this, some people's kids at the station washing towels to keep us out there on the line. So in a small volunteer department, it's a family.
They're awesome. We would all fight any fire anywhere with each other.
You'll have to cut it. We kicked ass. The community and the public need to know that we fought and we fight for our community and our people. It's more than a fire department. We are the community. We are what's going to hold it together.
Mutual aid from around the county helped the Beulah Fire Department over those first couple of days. They want to make that very clear that they did have some help from their neighbors, but the state and federal resources arrived in the coming days. Everybody needed help over that time, and it took a while to get all those resources to Beulah. Just outside of Beulah, I'm Mark Salinger, 9 News.
There's a Southern Colorado Wildfire Relief Fund set up to help the hundreds of people who lost their homes and the others impacted by the Aspen Acres fire. This will be next Word of Thanks microgiving campaign tomorrow, but the funds are needed ASAP. So I gave today. If you'd like to join me, scan the QR code on your screen or text the word thanks to 303-871-1491. Since 6 tonight, you have raised nearly $30,000. I talked with United Way Southern Colorado. They set up this fund to help those Coloradans in the short term and in their long-term recovery. We should say they are not taking out any fees or overhead. Here in the Denver area, some of the restaurant community are coming together to help the people affected by the Venezuelan earthquakes.
Katria and 18 other restaurants in the metro area are partnering up for a fundraiser. The businesses donating all the proceeds from the Katria cocktail to earthquake relief for the country. The owners of the Venezuelan Kitchen in Greenwood Village say this fundraiser is personal.
So it means the world to me.